Chapter 2489. Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly ordered Kun Peng and the others, "You all follow the Utopia faction disciples. It's always good to have more people. I'll go to the 7 Extremes Mountains myself. Senior brother Xiao, be careful." Kun Peng knew what Xiao Hua said was reasonable. He recorded the approximate location of the 7 Extremes Mountains in a jade slip and gave it to Xiao Hua. Then, he led 7 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect to chase after the Utopia faction disciples. Xiao Hua knew the situation was urgent. He didn't dare to be negligent. He immersed his divine thought into the jade slip and activated the Imperial Thunder travel. Thunder roared around him as he flew into the distance. After flying for several days, he encountered several groups of sword cultivators. However, Xiao Hua only whistled past without paying them any attention. Those sword cultivators were also greatly shocked. A few of the more experienced ones, upon seeing Xiao Hua's fleeting figure and the swaying thunder in the air, had long since changed their expressions. Some even shrunk their necks and hurriedly flew to other places, no longer daring to approach the direction Xiao Hua was heading. Today, at noon, several towering mountain peaks could be seen rising up from the snowy lands. If these mountain peaks were placed anywhere else in the country of Xi, they would be considered normal. However, after being used to the snowy lands of the highlands, it was natural for them to be surprised by the sight of these mountains. Oh! Is this the 7 Extremes Mountains? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He was about to take out the jade slip. At this moment, a divine thought swept past behind him. Who is it? Xiao Hua was startled. His flying speed immediately slowed down, and his divine sense also swept over. However, when his divine sense crossed 5 kilometers, he suddenly realized something and immediately stopped. He clapped his hand and took out the yang leaf fan. Magic power surged from his body, and he took out a vigilant stance. As for that divine sense, it swept past Xiao Hua and immediately locked onto him. After half a meal, a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm hurried over from a distance. Xiao Hua also knew this cultivator. Isn't this martial uncle Kun Shui of the Earth Thunder Palace? Xiao Hua's divine thought swept over and recognized Kun Shui. He immediately withdrew his divine thought and waited respectfully in the air. Kun Shui had left a good impression on Xiao Hua when he was at the Imperial Thunder sect's encampment in the Sky Patrol City. Xiao Hua's attitude was also humble. "Xiao Hua. Why are you here?" Kun Shui flew closer and asked in surprise, "Didn't you go back to Sky Thunder Peak with Cui Hongshan and the others?" "I'll let Martial Uncle Kun know that I'm now under the command of Senior Martial Brother Li Zongbao. I'm in the same team as Senior Martial Brother Li." "Oh. Li Zongbao?" Kun Shui was surprised. "Isn't he a disciple of the Utopia faction?" "Yes, Li Zongbao has used the special order of the meeting hall to transfer this junior to serve under him." Xiao Hua cut the long story short and asked again, "Junior just killed those who followed Senior Martial Brother Li Zongbao to the side, but I met Kun Peng of the Earth Thunder Palace. He said that the disciples who went to the 7 Extremes Mountains were ambushed by Huan Nation swordsmen, so Junior came alone to help." When Marshal Kun saw this, he frowned and scolded, "Nonsense. You are only at the middle foundation establishment stage. How can you come to the 7 Extremes Ridge as you please? If you follow Li Zongbao, you might feel wronged, but at least your life is guaranteed. You are the heroes of the Imperial Thunder sect. When you return to the Sky Thunder Peak, you will be praised by the sect leader. You can't be too careless." "Yes, Junior was worried about my fellow apprentices at that time, so I didn't think too much." Xiao Hua felt warm in his heart and smiled apologetically. "Where is Li Zongbao?" Marshal Kun asked curiously, "You are here, why didn't he come?" "If he comes, the Imperial Thunder sect will have another good helper." "Uncle Kun, the Utopia faction was also ambushed by swordsmen. Senior Marshal Brotherly Zongbao was busy rescuing their disciples. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. By the way, did Uncle Kun also receive Kun Peng's call for help? Ha, I didn't meet Kun Peng, it was other disciples. Marshal Kun looked ahead and asked curiously, Xiaohua, didn't you go to the Seven Extremes Mountains? Why are you here? Xiaohua was speechless. He clapped his hands, took out a jade slip and handed it to Marshal Kun. He smiled apologetically and said, Junior took Kun Peng's jade slip and flew here. I'm afraid it flew wrong. Oh. Marshal Kun took the jade slip and looked at it. He smiled and said, You are not wrong, Kun Peng remembered it wrongly. He has no sense of direction. If you listen to him, you will still have to fly back to Sky Patrol City. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua was relieved when he heard that he didn't fly wrong. Let's go, I am going to the Seven Extremes Mountains to get out of trouble. Follow me. Marshal Kun smiled and said, However, you have to stay close to me. Don't be more than 100 feet away, or else I am afraid I can't take care of you. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua replied happily. It was rare for him to meet such a warm-hearted senior. Marshal Kun scanned the area with his divine thought and pointed with his finger. He said, In front of us is the Prison Dragon Ridge, not the Seven Extremes Mountains. However, it is not far from the Prison Dragon Ridge. Kun Peng just pointed the way a little off. Yes, senior, please lead the way. I will follow you. Xiaohua said respectfully. All right, follow this old man. Marshal Kun waved his sleeves and took the lead to fly towards the mountain peaks that towered into the sky. Xiaohua followed behind Marshal Kun with a smile on his face. Oh, Xiaohua, how are Dui Qimeng and Chui Hongshan? I just got the news that day and thought. Cough, there are some things that are not appropriate for me to say. Marshal Kun asked with a smile. I'll let Marshal Uncle Kun know, Xiaohua honestly reported. Junior sister Dui and junior brother Chui have already reconciled. After all, the two of them have experienced life and death together, and they've already seen through many things. Since the two of them can be together, some trivial things don't matter. That's good. Marshal Kun's flying speed was still very fast, more than 20% faster than an ordinary gold core practitioner. However, he was still relaxed as he asked, in addition, this is just the beginning. The words of the three disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace that day were only seen by ordinary people. The matter of Dui Qimeng and Tu Hong will definitely spread throughout the Dawn Rain continent after the sword battle. Yes, even the entire Imperial Thunder sect knows about it now. They will have to face many things in the future. Alas, yes. Xiaohua sighed slightly. When he gave the male and female Thunder Beast cores to the two of them in the pill refining cave, wasn't this also his intention? Especially, to let Chui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng dual cultivate at that time. This could also be considered a big gift from Xiaohua to Chui Hongshan. If not for this, when they returned to Sky Thunder Peak, how could the myriad Thunder Valley, which had always been weak, face those meaningless rumors and slanders? Two middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Perhaps it could make others stop gossiping. Seeing that Xiaohua was also flying and answering him at the same time, and not much slower than him, Marshal Kun's face showed a surprised expression. At the same time, he activated his spiritual power and secretly increased his flying speed. He seemed to want to see if Xiaohua could catch up with him. At this time, Xiaohua was also somewhat worried. He couldn't help but think about how eldest senior brother and master would treat this matter when they returned to the myriad Thunder Valley. Gradually, the two of them flew into the mountain ridge, their figures disappearing between several towering peaks. Rumble, there was a series of earth-shaking sounds. Countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed out from Prison Dragon Ridge. Several hurricanes rushed into the air, sweeping away all the white snow between the mountains. Waves of energy also spread out to the surroundings of Prison Dragon Ridge. Just a few li away from Prison Dragon Ridge, the waves of energy swept through the air. A burst of brilliance flickered slightly and quickly disappeared. Martial Uncle Kun, what is the meaning of this? Inside Prison Dragon Ridge, in the middle of several towering mountains, Xiaohua fell on the bare ground and coldly asked Martial Kun, who had a happy expression on his face. Haha, at this time, what do you want to do for this old man? Are you stupid? Martial Kun laughed maniacally. He slapped his hand and took out a palm-sized, golden magic bottle from his storage bag. Under the stimulation of his magic power, a golden flame gradually appeared on the magic bottle. Xiaohua slowly climbed up from the ground and very calmly patted the dirt off his body. He stared at Martial Kun with narrowed eyes. Just now, he followed Kun Peng into Prison Dragon Ridge. When he just arrived at this open space, he saw Kun Peng's magic power surging around his body and his hands continuously forming seals. He thought that he was ambushed by some sword cultivator. Just when he released his divine sense to check the enemy's whereabouts, he felt 4 waves of magic power coming from all around the valley. The waves were like a net that intertwined in the air and instantly covered him from top to bottom. An unparalleled force pulled him down from the air and smashed him straight to the ground. Fortunately, Xiaohua's skin was rough and his flesh was thick. After smashing the rocks on the ground, he didn't suffer any injuries. It was just that his robe was dirty. He felt that in this inexplicable array, a huge force seemed to exist in the air, pressing down on him from top to bottom. His body felt as if it was solidified and filled with magma. It was difficult for him to move his hands and feet. Xiaohua hurriedly released his Buddhist sense. He first checked under his feet. When he saw that there were strong waves in the rocks, his heart couldn't help but thump. He knew that the earth escape technique was probably not easy to use. Then, he looked at the left side of the valley. The entire valley was filled with strong waves. It should be the range of the array. Martial Kun's body was suffused with a faint brilliance that shielded the waves. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed and he said coldly, "This junior doesn't know when this junior offended Martial Uncle. It actually made Martial Uncle spend so much effort to lure this junior here. That Kun Peng is probably Martial Uncle Kun's nephew, right?" Martial Kun didn't pay attention to him. He slowly urged his magic power. The fireball in his hand became bigger and bigger. The golden light also penetrated several zhang. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't get any information from Martial Kun. He coldly snorted, "Relying on this bullshit array, you want to trap this young master? Martial Kun, you're too imaginative." As he spoke, Xiaohua's magic power surged and gradually let out a thunderous sound. His figure flew up and rushed towards Martial Kun. At the same time, Xiaohua waved his hand and wanted to take out the magic wand. Chapter 2490. Who would have thought that just as Xiaohua rushed up a few feet, an incomparably huge force was born from the fluctuations, firmly suppressing him. It was as if a huge boulder was pressing down on his shoulder, smashing him to the ground again. And when he landed with a plop, the huge force reduced and returned to the same state as before. What surprised Xiaohua the most was not this. He waved his hand and took out the devil's staff from the space. However, the devil's staff that was previously like a wooden stick was now as heavy as a mountain. Almost as soon as it touched Xiaohua's finger, it immediately slipped from Xiaohua's hand and fell on the rock along with Xiaohua's body. Ha ha ha! Seeing Xiaohua's sorry state, Martial Kun could not help but laugh. "I heard that your lightning escape technique was successful and you were born with divine strength. How about it? In this array, what use do you have?" Xiaohua's face was gloomy as he looked at the magic bottle in Martial Kun's hand. The golden flame gradually solidified and a terrifying aura was emitted from the flame. Even a middle gold core stage cultivator had to store up power to activate it. Everyone knew how powerful this flame was. What kind of array is this? Why is it so strange? Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the Yi-Yang fan. Within his meridians, there was very little true essence. Strangely, it was not restricted by this array. I'll let this good martial nephew of yours know. Marshal Kun seemed to be in a good mood. While activating the magic bottle, he said leisurely, could it be that you haven't heard of the Luding Mountain Sealing Magic Array? Sealing Magic Array? Xiao Hua heard the name and understood. He sneered, could it be that the earth attribute of the mountain is used to create a powerful restriction that imprisons the bodies of the people of the Devil Realm? Oh. Marshal Kun's face flashed with a strange color. He said in disbelief, you actually know about this array. You are really, as she said, dabbling in a wide range of things. Your magic power is close to the late Foundation establishment stage. In addition, your divine strength is comparable to a gold core stage cultivator. Who? Xiao Hua's heart trembled as he asked. Who? Why should this old man tell you? Marshal Kun sneered, after you die, you can ask in the underworld. With that, Marshal Kun waved his hand and the golden flame flew into the air. It suddenly lit up the entire valley. The spiritual energy in the valley was like a waterfall as it poured into the flame from all directions. Split. Marshal Kun's body froze in midair. With a point of his finger, the flame split in the middle with a loud bang and turned into 6 different hexagons hanging in the air. It seemed to be compatible with the entire formation. The aura of the flame itself was terrifying, and when it was mixed with the aura of the array, the entire might pressed down on Xiao Hua from all directions. How was this dealing with a mid-foundation establishment cultivator? Even if it was to kill a golden core cultivator, this formation was more than enough. Go. For the time being, Xiao Hua didn't have a suitable magic treasure in his hands, so he could only wave the Sun Leaf Fan. As the Sun Leaf Fan danced, 6 fire dragons rushed towards the 6 flames. Seeing the huge fire dragons rushing out, Marshal Kun didn't even blink. He even sneered, since you saw this old man use this kind of magic, don't you know that this old man is of the fire attribute? This kind of ordinary fire, hee. Sure enough, when the 6 fire dragons rushed into the flame only swayed slightly and all the flames were sucked into it without any ripples. It seems that you have already figured out this Xiao. Xiao Hua sighed. He clapped his hand and the Sun Leaf Fan was stored in the space. Where is your Phoenix Dharma body? Marshal Kun stood there quietly, about 10 zhang away from Xiao Hua. He asked with a smile, this old man still wants to see how this innate true fire will turn your Phoenix Dharma body into a roasted chicken. Who is that person? You only need to tell this Xiao and this Xiao will immediately release his Dharma body. Xiao Hua estimated the distance between him and Marshal Kun and calmly replied. Actually, there is no harm in telling you, Marshal Kun laughed, according to this old man's knowledge, it is absolutely impossible for you to escape from this 6-ding mountain sealing magic array. However, this old man has always been careful. Until you die, I will never tell you. Then Marshal Kun tilted his head again, don't tell me, you think you can escape from this array? Yes, this young master wants to let you know. You dared to scheme against this young master and even talked to this young master for so long, this is definitely the greatest sorrow in your life. How can this old man's strength be guessed by you? Xiao Hua waved his hand and the wishful staff appeared in his hand. As he expected, the wishful staff was not restricted by the array at all. You are a bit strange. Marshal Kun saw the wishful staff in Xiao Hua's hand and sneered, isn't this old man talking to you to stall for time? Look at these 6 lanterns. While speaking, Marshal Kun grasped his hand and the 6 spells hit the flames. The flames suddenly transformed and 6 lampstands appeared in midair. Each lampstand emitted the same golden brilliance. As the brilliance sprinkled down, the lampstands drew a mysterious arc in midair and constantly rotated. At the same time, flames like lanterns flew out from the lampstands. The flames emitted a golden light. Although they absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, they did not expand. The hot temperature burned the void. Xiao Hua felt the scorching fire. He wanted to release the Buddha relic and water bottle, but looking at the star-like flames and Marshal Kun who was more than 10 feet away from him, his heart moved again. He waved the wishful staff in his hand, protecting himself so that not even a drop of water could leak out. Ha ha ha, why do you have the same idea as those devil bastards? Kun Shuai's body stood there steadily, as if he didn't dare to move too much. His fa leaf surged and he laughed again. If this Xiantian true fire can be sent flying by your demonic weapon, would it still be Xiantian true fire? You're really ignorant. Marshal Kun's smile was full of mockery, but it was also a kind of stability and a feeling of relief. Who knew that when more than a dozen flames fell in front of Xiao Hua, they were hit by Xiao Hua's wishful staff? As if they were real things, Marshal Kun's smile froze on his face. This is impossible. Marshal Kun murmured. Yes, this is innate true fire. Whenever it comes into contact with a magic weapon, and other things, it will burn. There is absolutely no exception, unless the opponent has special means to not let this innate true fire touch him. Although Marshal Kun was very confused, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Under the urging of his magic power, the 6 candlesticks on the candlesticks scattered like flowers by a celestial maiden. This old man doesn't believe that you can remain untouched in the sea of fire. Xiao Hua was secretly happy. This wishful staff is really famous. It can really hit these flames. However, there are still some problems. After all, there are still magic weapons in the wishful staff. This wishful staff is still stained with some small flames. Moreover, this 6-ding mountain ceiling magic array is the key. It's really too powerful, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. Xiao Hua seemed to be waving the wishful staff very easily, but in fact, only he knew that every time he waved it, the pressure on his body increased a little. It was as if in this big array, only by remaining still could this pressure be eliminated. However, Xiao Hua had no other way. He could only try his best to wave the wishful staff. Although it was not as cool as before, under the magic of the heavenly staff technique, the flames were blocked a few feet away from Xiao Hua and could not get close to him. However, in the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua became more and more unable to hold on. The entire valley had been completely covered by the flames. Xiao Hua's arms were also very tired. Since he started cultivating, he had never been so tired. Obviously, there were flaws in the heavenly staff technique. Occasionally, some flames passed through the wishful staff and hit Xiao Hua's side. Xiao Hua struggled to dodge, but when the flames fell to the ground, they immediately burned. There were too many flames passing through, and Xiao Hua had no place to stand. He dodged and dodged, quite embarrassed. Fortunately, during this time, Kun Shuai did not cast any other spells. He only urged the innate true fire, as if he was not free to come and go in this battle. Seeing that the flames had spread under Xiao Hua's feet and there was no place for him to move, Kun Shuai laughed. This old man wants to see what is so special about your so-called hidden fire physique. Is that so? Xiao Hua's arms really had no strength. His eyes narrowed slightly and he sneered. Then this young master will let you see. With that, Xiao Hua put away the wishful staff and let the flames fall from the sky. When the flames were close to his body, his hand pinched the fire escape technique, and his figure disappeared in a flash. This. Seeing Xiao Hua disappear in the innate true fire, Kun Shuai's eyes almost fell out. How is this possible? This is the innate true fire. Even if. At this moment, there was a fluctuation of spiritual power in the flames that had already spread over his feet. Xiao Hua's figure appeared in the flames, and the wishful staff was waved again, strangely hitting Kun Shuai's leg. 5 Elements Escape Technique. This is impossible. Kun Shuai knew that the 5 Elements Escape Technique was known to be able to escape in the 5 elements. It should be able to escape in the flames, but at that time, it was an ordinary flame, an innate true fire, who would dare to escape in it? Xiaohua waved the wishful staff, and there was only a trace of strength left in his arm. He had endured for so long, waiting for the true fire to fill the valley. Only then would he have the opportunity to use the fire escape technique to rush into the air and have the opportunity to get close to Kun Shuai. Although when he was escaping within the primordial fire just now, not only was his escape technique extremely slow, it was also affected by the formation. Moreover, the light protecting his body was also on the verge of collapse and could be shattered by the special characteristics of the primordial fire at any time. But after all, he still succeeded. This last bit of strength was most likely the last straw for him to escape. Seeing that Kun Shuai was caught off guard and Xiaohua hit Kun Shuai's leg with the wishful staff, Xiaohua could not help but be overjoyed. Chapter 2491. However, when the wishful steel staff fell on Marshal Kun's legs, the brilliance on Marshal Kun's legs flickered, and the brilliance shattered like a firefly. Marshal Kun's figure standing there, was actually a phantom. Immediately afterward, Marshal Kun's laughter sounded in the distance. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, it's Xiaohua. Sure enough, you're a disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. This old man still underestimated you. Xiaohua's face was extremely ugly. Just as he was about to use the wind escape technique to chase after Marshal Kun, his other hand waved, and he was about to use the soaring dragon shears that he didn't dare to take out. Rumble. A huge sound rang around Xiaohua. Xiaohua only felt that the scene around him was like floating clouds. Countless flying feather beasts, swimming fish monsters, and monsters emerged from all directions and rushed toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua was shocked. His divine sense swept over and immediately understood that he had fallen into Marshal Kun's trap. The space around him was rapidly shrinking. In the middle of the valley, a magic treasure that was flat like a spindle appeared in the air above the array. There were strange runes flowing around it. This magic treasure was dozens of feet in size, and it occupied half of the sky above the array. But the strangest thing was that this spindle-like magic treasure was divided into 2 parts. In the middle, there was a saw-like gap. The saw-like gap flickered with light and was obviously extremely sharp. Xiaohua was naturally on one of them, and the other, was actually Marshal Kun. Marshal Kun had set up such a trap, and under his deliberate planning, he actually wanted to cover himself and Xiaohua together in this magic treasure. After the magic treasure shrank to the size of several feet, it stopped shrinking. Then the whole magic treasure emitted a strange blue brilliance. In this brilliance, countless runes swayed. As the brilliance overflowed, the flying feather beasts and other strange patterns that Xiaohua saw moved as if they were alive. Buzz, when all the flying feather beasts circled around the magic treasure, the whole magic treasure began to shake. Damn it! Xiaohua held the wishful steel staff in his hand and looked at the changing scenery in the sky with puzzlement. When the magic treasure shook, the space where he was collapsed as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. A strange mountain range shaped like a sawtooth appeared out of thin air like a natural moat and pressed toward Xiaohua. The sawtooth flashed with a cold light and was incomparably sharp. A destructive aura emanated from the sawtooth. Not good. Xiaohua was really frightened. He had no doubt that as long as the giant thorn pierced him, even his tempered body would absolutely not be able to resist. He would definitely be pierced into meat paste. Marshal Kun's plan was to push Xiaohua into the dead. Just as he was trying his best to swing the staff, a powerful suction force was born from the magic weapon. The true essence in Xiaohua's body flowed rapidly, and all the magical power rushed out of his body uncontrollably. It was thrown toward the sky. Earth-splitting earth split. As all of Xiao Hua's dermic powers rushed out, the collapse in the space Xiao Hua was in immediately stopped. Instead, it strangely retreated and rapidly returned to its original state. The destructive sawtooth rapidly retreated, and it was much faster than when it appeared just now. Just when Xiao Hua was puzzled, Marshal Kun's scream came from the sky. This is impossible, even if your strength is comparable to a gold core, your magic power, how can it be compared to this old man? Of course, this was Marshal Kun's last voice. Then Xiao Hua saw a fierce brilliance flashing from the place where the sawtooth disappeared, like a strong sun. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. At the same time, the scene around Xiao Hua changed again. The flying feather beasts that had disappeared before appeared again, but these flying feather beasts did not wander for a moment, and the magic power that had rushed out of Xiao Hua's body rushed back into his body. After getting all the flying feather beasts, they gradually enlarged and gradually dimmed. Xiao Hua only heard a "kacha" sound and saw a fire in front of him. In this fire, a spindle-shaped magic treasure floated quietly in the air, and on the other side of the magic treasure, Marshal Kun's corpse was already dead. As Marshal Kun's corpse flashed out of the magic treasure, the Xiantian true fire that had been wreaking havoc in the formation was swept away and absorbed into the 6 candlesticks. The 6 candlesticks shook less and gathered together again, turning into a golden magic bottle that landed in front of Marshal Kun's corpse. What's going on? Xiao Hua raised his hand and scratched his head inexplicably. At this time, without Marshal Kun presiding over the formation, the restriction had been greatly reduced. Xiao Hua didn't even have the strength to scratch his head, but now he was relaxed again. However, Marshal Kun's death was obvious. Although Xiao Hua couldn't make sense of it, he still waved his hand and the golden magic bottle fell into his hand. With another wave, Marshal Kun's corpse also floated over. Xiao Hua pulled with his hand and took the storage pouch on the corpse. Then, he searched the corpse's chest. Sure enough, there was a hexagonal magic tablet. Then, Xiao Hua stood quietly in the air and took out a jade slip from the storage pouch. After looking at it for a long time, he pointed with his hand and sent a strand of magic power into the magic tablet. 6 strange fluctuations appeared at the 6 corners of the magic tablet and rushed to the 6 corners of the formation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was as if someone was resisting a mountain. Along with this vibration, the pressure on Xiao Hua's body gradually weakened. When the vibration ended, all the pressure disappeared, and the 6 talismans of different colors flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua moved his arms and legs and felt abnormally relaxed. He could almost fly dozens of feet in an instant. The 6 Kings Ceiling Mountain Formation. This formation talisman is actually made of talismans. Marshal Kun really put in a lot of effort in order to trip me up. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously and stored the formation plate and talisman into the space. Then, Xiao Hua landed on the ground and put away the magic wand. Finally, he waved his hand and took the blue magic treasure that looked like a spindle. TSK, what kind of magic treasure is this? Xiao Hua looked at it strangely. From what Marshal Kun said, he thought that my magic power was at most at the late stage of foundation establishment. That's why he used this magic treasure. Who knew that my magic power wasn't something that a middle-stage gold core cultivator like him could compare to? Instead, he went for wool and came home shorn, and was killed by this magic treasure. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua stored this strange magic treasure into the space. He waved his hand and was about to take out the jade slip from the storage pouch to check, however, just as his hand touched the storage pouch, his heart suddenly jumped violently. Oh! Xiao Hua was startled, but his lowered head didn't change in the slightest. His eyes turned slightly, and he released his Buddhist sense. His Buddhist sense covered the entire valley, and even extended for several li. Aside from the whistling of the cold wind, he didn't see anything special. Strange. Xiao Hua waved his hand and casually took out a jade slip. He placed it in his left hand and slowly checked it, so that's how it is. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, Xiaohua put away the jade slip and flicked his hand. A spark flew out and landed on Marshal Kun's corpse. The orange flame slowly swallowed the corpse, and only after half a cup of tea's time did it burn the corpse. When the corpse disappeared, a dim gold core the size of a thumb appeared in the flame. Marshal Uncle Kun, I really can't imagine why you would do such a vicious thing to me. Xiaohua flew into the air and waved his hand to store the jade slip into the space. He looked at the messy valley and smiled bitterly. However, since Marshal Uncle has done it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now that you're buried in Huan country, you're also a meritorious subject of my Imperial Thunder sect. This meritorious service will be left to your descendants. This gold core, this little one will be disrespectful. After saying that, Xiaohua seemed to be exhausted. After flying for a few feet, he hesitated again. He looked up in the direction of the Seven Extremes Mountains and frowned. How can there be a war in the Seven Extremes Mountains? This is just Marshal Kun's vicious plan. Why would I go to the Seven Extremes Mountains? I'd better turn back. While speaking, Xiaohua turned around again and flew back. But after flying for a few dozen feet, when he passed by a foothill, Xiaohua suddenly stretched out his hand and took out the wishful steel staff. He threw it at a place he had just passed and shouted, "You're courting death." But at the place where Xiaohua's wishful steel staff hit, a few rays of brilliance suddenly flashed in midair. The human figure of a cultivator flashed out of the void. The cultivator's face had a strange shock. Who else could it be but Li Qingshu of Xian Lu sect? Ah! How come it's you? Seeing Li Qingshu's figure appear, Xiaohua was also surprised. He also looked at Li Qingshu in surprise. He tried his best to urge his spiritual power to avoid Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. You're going to die too. Of course, Xiaohua's astonishment only lasted for a moment. He definitely wouldn't let anyone know that he was the one who killed Marshal Kun, especially Li Qingshu who was bent on taking his life. Xiaohua's sneak attack was absolutely successful. He took advantage of Li Qingshu's side to suddenly turn around and seize the opportunity. How could he be merciful? Li Qingshu was a cultivator of the late gold core stage. It was rare to have such a good opportunity to get close. If Xiaohua couldn't kill him at this time, the trouble in the future would be big. Sure enough, although Li Qingshu's invisible amulet had some origin, under Xiaohua's continuous attacks in a short period of time, some of its brilliance had dimmed. Li Qingshu urged his flying technique to escape, but no matter what, he couldn't be faster than Xiaohua's wind escape technique. Xiaohua, little bastard. This old man originally wanted to let you live. Who knew that you could actually see through this old man? Li Qingshu's face was gloomy. He gnashed his teeth and said fiercely. Then, when Xiaohua's stick hit the light protecting his body, Li Qingshu ignored his injury and clapped his hand. A palm-sized pipa appeared in his hand. With a flick of his thumb, the sound of a golden drum rang out from the pipa and directly pierced Xiaohua's ears. Chapter 2492. Seeing his full strength hit Li Qingshu's body, the defensive brilliance only flickered slightly, and his strength was neutralized. Xiaohua knew that the origin of this invisibility amulet was extraordinary. When Li Qingshu urged his magic weapon, the sound of the golden drum entered his ears. Xiaohua's eyes suddenly became dizzy, as if a golden needle had pierced his brain. The wishful steel staff in his hand swayed, and there was a tendency that he could not hold it. Xiaohua was shocked by Li Qingshu's means and did not dare to neglect. He held the wishful steel staff in one hand and took out the soul-absorbing bell in the other. At the same time, he also took out the toad soul tool. The soul strands flew out from the Dharma eye and rushed into the soul tool. Dang! The sound was like a great bell. That sound rushed into Li Qingshu's defensive brilliance. Li Qingshu originally wanted to use his magic power to play the pipa again, but that extremely loud sound actually broke through his defense and rushed straight into his mind. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the defensive brilliance overflowed with extraordinary splendor, and Li Qingshu's pipa also emitted a babbling sound. Li Qingshu's sluggish eyes showed signs of life. "Oh, what a pity," Xiao Hua secretly said, as he urged his soul thread again, and forced himself to attack again. Dang! At this moment, Li Qingshu's face revealed a horrified expression. He urged the spiritual power in his hand. With a clang sound, the two kinds of sounds collided with each other, producing a crackling, explosive sound. Countless extremely small airwaves were generated between the two of them, and the two of them were pushed back several feet. "Oh, not good." Xiao Hua did not expect such a result. While he was complaining in his heart, he waved his hand and the soaring dragon shears suddenly flew out. A golden light flashed in the air, and a "kacha" sound was heard. Several cracks appeared on Li Qingshu's defensive brilliance. "See, isn't this amulet too powerful?" Xiao Hua was once again flabbergasted. He was very clear that even the flying sword of an illusory sword cultivator would have several cracks under the full force of the soaring dragon shears. Li Qingshu's protective talisman actually had several cracks on it. Its degree of toughness was comparable to an illusory sword. Who would have thought that Li Qingshu was even more shocked? He was hiding at the foot of the mountain and saw the whole process of Xiao Hua killing Marshal Kuan. He was shocked by Xiao Hua's methods and was already hesitating whether to kill Xiao Hua by surprise. But he didn't expect Xiao Hua to turn around and directly see through his hiding place. His invisibility talisman was not an ordinary talisman. He had just obtained it from one of his teachers. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that Xiao Hua's magic tool would actually be able to break it. And what shocked Li Qingshu the most was that Xiao Hua's method of attacking him was very different from the method he used to kill Marshal Kuan. He simply didn't know how many methods Xiao Hua had. "You. Who are you? How could your magic power be more profound than Marshal Kuan's? You. Don't tell me you're really." Li Qingshu's eyes widened. He clenched his teeth and squeezed out these few words from between his teeth. "Of course it's me. Who else could it be? Why would Xiao Hua care about him?" Seeing that the brilliance that was cracked by his soaring dragon scissors was actually showing signs of gradually healing, and Li Qingshu's figure was also showing signs of blurring, Xiao Hua also clenched his teeth and waved his hand. The sword pouch was in his hand. "Quick!" Xiao Hua's hand formed a sword seal. 7 flying swords from the sword pouch rushed into the air. The killing intent swept away all the snow in the mountain valley. "You. It was actually you who assassinated Tu Hong." Li Qingshu's eyes revealed a flash of understanding. "Damn it, I only had this thought that flashed through my mind that day. I didn't think that it was really you who entered." Just as Li Qingshu was in a daze, the 7 flying swords crossed in the air and formed a 7-star great array, firmly controlling Li Qingshu within the sword array. Seeing that the 7-star great array was instantly formed, Xiao Hua's heart slightly relaxed. "He, Tu Hong was the first, and you're the second." Xiao Hua sneered, "Didn't you always want to kill me? Now, I want to see how you're going to do it." "Oh, so you already knew." Li Qingshu looked at the brilliance that had already healed a little and sneered, it was this old man who was stupid. "You're old." Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Within the 7-star sword great array, the 7 flying swords trembled slightly and emitted a sword cry. A powerful restrictive force pressed down on Li Qingshu's protective brilliance. The brilliance flickered along with the sword cry, and the cracks gradually expanded. "I want to ask you a question." Li Qingshu couldn't hold back his curiosity and whispered. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Li. I'm the same as Marshal Kuan. I definitely won't say a word." Xiao Hua's hand moved again, and the 7 flying swords actually began to rotate like 7 stars dancing in the night sky. The restrictive force became even stronger. Are you a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect? Are you a middle stage foundation establishment cultivator? Li Qingshu still asked the question. Li Qingshu's question was quite strange. Xiao Hua was stunned and sneered, "Of course I'm a cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect. However, as for whether I'm a foundation establishment cultivator or not," Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he patted his forehead and used a secret technique to deceive everyone. Xiao Hua's cultivation rushed from the peak of the early stage foundation establishment to the middle stage foundation establishment, and then to the late stage foundation establishment. Moreover, the pressure didn't stop at all. It went all the way from the early stage gold core to the middle stage gold core, and then stopped at the peak of the middle stage gold core. You really are a middle stage gold core cultivator. Li Qingshu sighed. No wonder Marshal Kun died in the Forbidden Law record. I was also almost deceived by you. If that's the case, then you should. At this point, Li Qingshu's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Oh. Forbidden Law record. Xiao Hua wrinkled his brows and withdrew the fake pressure of the secret technique. However, when he heard the last half of Li Qingshu's sentence and the joy in Li Qingshu's eyes, he felt something was wrong. Go. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and the dream executioner transformed into 64 azure and red sword lights that rushed into the sword formation. Li Qingshu's heart palpitated for no reason. It was as if he was a stranger in front of him. Li Qingshu was so frightened that he hastily urged the secret technique. His entire body flashed with brilliance, and the faint sound of heavenly music echoed in his mind. Only then did he expel that fear. That day. I'm afraid Tu Hong was helpless in front of the piercing swords because of this. Li Qingshu thought with lingering fear. However, looking at the 64 azure and red sword lights that pierced with absolute sharpness, and the 7 flying swords that were revolving like stars, the power of confinement within was like a millstone being squeezed. Within the brilliance, a faint ka-ka sound could be heard. Xiao Hua is actually a middle-stage gold core cultivator. And he has so many tricks up his sleeves. Li Qingshu's eyes narrowed. He knew that today was the day he had to make a choice. He concealed himself so deeply. I'm afraid it's really like what he said. Even he doesn't have much certainty. I can only do this. Thinking this, Li Qingshu clenched his teeth and took out a spirit talisman from his storage pouch. He dripped a drop of blood essence into it and then sneered as he urged his magic power. The spirit talisman received the blood essence and suddenly emitted a resplendent brilliance like a rising sun. As soon as this brilliance appeared, a powerful suction force was born from the spirit talisman. The gold core in Li Qingshu's body surged, urging his true essence to circulate, and all the magic power in his body poured into it. Wang, there was a loud sound like millions of bees and flies flapping their wings. Within the entire valley, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within several li converged towards this brilliance. After a series of hurricanes blew past, within the brilliance, a large blood-red hand appeared from within the spirit talisman. Ah! Xiao Hua had seen this large hand several times. Naturally, he was very familiar with it. This was one of the divine abilities of a nascent soul cultivator. Xiao Hua couldn't help but cry out in alarm. What else was there to say? This spirit talisman was the life-saving means that Li Qingshu obtained from the sect leader of the Utopia faction when he was on duty at the conference hall. As soon as the blood-red hand formed, it immediately produced a powerful force from its 5 fingers. This force not only tore apart the imprisonment force of the 7 stars great array, but also completely disrupted the 7 stars great array. The 7 illusory swords let out a mournful cry in midair. Moreover, as the large hand shook slightly, the 64 sword lights of the dream executioner were suddenly crushed, revealing only the small green and red swords suspended in the large hand like a dead fish. It looked quite lonely. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. The imprisonment force of this large hand is too powerful, right? Xiaohua hurriedly urged the dream executioner. The dream executioner was like a panicked bird, struggling in the large hand, trying its best to break free from the imprisonment. Not only that, the large hand tore apart the 7 stars great array and didn't stop at all. It once again covered the direction of Xiaohua. Damn it! Feeling the irresistible imprisonment force falling from the sky, Xiaohua's eyes turned wildly. He waved the wishful staff in his hand, wanting to fight against the nascent soul's hand. But his heart moved, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of refined fire talismans were scattered. Rumble, 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 a series of earth-shattering explosions rang out, and the entire valley was dyed red. What kind of yellow talisman is this? Li Qingshu obviously didn't see Xiaohua's jade talisman clearly. He didn't care about Xiaohua's jade talisman at all. He only wanted to urge the nascent soul's hand to grab Xiaohua to death. However, when he saw an explosion that he had never seen before, the imprisonment force of the nascent soul's hand exploded, and even some parts of the nascent soul's hand cracked, he exclaimed. However, he only had time to let out a cry of surprise before Xiaohua actually took out a dozen more fire talismans from the space. Ah! This is a jade talisman. How could he have a jade talisman? Li Qingshu was shocked. And, it's actually a fireball jade talisman. Xiaohua waved his hand without hesitation, and dozens of fire talismans were scattered again. He didn't look distressed at all, as if he still had a lot of them in his storage bag. And these dozens of fire talismans exploded, blocking the nascent soul's hand from moving further, making Li Qingshu feel really stretched. Chapter 2493. Let's go. This idea immediately appeared in Li Qingshu's mind. The one who wants to kill now is Xiaohua. As long as I return to the Sky Patrol City, I can expose this guy's face. Not to mention that killing Tu Hong is a big crime. Shuizhenren will be the first to not let him go. There must be something fishy about him hiding in the Imperial Thunder sect with his gold core cultivation. If I'm not wrong, Xiaohua is the person that the senior is looking for. As long as I tell the senior about this, I don't need to do anything. Thinking of this, Li Qingshu urged the hand of the nascent soul. The big hand shook violently and slammed toward Xiaohua again. Sure enough, Xiaohua took back the dream executioner and threw out more than 10 fire talismans. At the same time, the Tingjiao scissors that stopped in mid-air slashed again. The violent explosion lifted the big hand, and the Tingjiao scissors even left a crack on the big hand. Looking at the giant hand, it took advantage of the moment when Li Qingshu was moving upwards to wrap around Li Qingshu. With a sway, it was about to rush into the air. Where do you think you're going? Xiaohua didn't expect the giant to escape before Li Qingshu even used any means. He couldn't help but feel anxious. His figure flickered and rushed to the side of the Yuanying's hand. He waved the wishful steel staff towards the big hand. Unfortunately, although the wishful staff shook the nascent soul's hand and even cracked it, the nascent soul's hand could not be stopped. Quick! Xiaohua did not dare to let the nascent soul's hand fly away. He opened his mouth and a thread of spiritual fire flew out, entangling the nascent soul's hand. The spiritual fire was indeed useful. The nascent soul's hand shook and seemed to be trapped. Moreover, the nascent soul's hand began to show signs of collapse in the spiritual fire. Buzz, at this time, Li Qingshu also went all out. He dripped another drop of essence blood into the big hand. The bloody big hand shone red. You can stay here. Xiaohua saw that the spiritual fire was tied with the nascent soul's hand. He slapped his forehead and released the Buddha's Sarira. Ah! Buddha! Buddhism sect. Li Qingshu couldn't help but groan when he saw the Buddha's relic shining with Buddha's light. This Xiaohua what is his background? However, before he could think any further, the pure water bottle in the Buddha Sarira's left hand tipped slightly, and the primordial water gushed out like waves, covering the entire valley in an instant. Even the nascent soul's hand was completely covered. This was something that Xiaohua didn't even take out when facing Marshal Kun's Xiantian True Fire. As soon as it appeared, it immediately displayed a boundless might. Li Qingxiu, who was in the Yuanying's hand, immediately felt as if there was a huge force pressing down on his body. The most frightening thing was that there were tens of thousands of whirlpools spinning around the Yuanying's hand in the Xiantian True Water. Not only did the Xiantian True Water corrode the Yuanying's hand, it also corroded the Yuanying's hand even more. How many tricks does this bastard have? Li Qingxiu was about to cry as he groaned. He really didn't think, not even in his dreams, that Xiaohua, whom he had always looked down upon, would actually become his own nemesis. Go! Li Qingxiu saw that the Xiantian True Water had trapped the Yuanying's hand, and that it was only trapped for a short moment before it showed signs of dissipating. At that moment, he slapped his hand and took out a shiny object from his storage pouch. What kind of tricks does this bastard have? Xiaohua didn't believe that Li Qingxiu, a late-stage golden core cultivator, only had these few tricks. Seeing the shiny object appear, his heart trembled. However, when Li Qingxiu activated his magic power, that shiny object turned into a ray of light and rushed out. The light was like a sharp arrow, splitting the Xiantian True Water apart and rushing out. He immediately shouted, "Oh no! Isn't this thing the same as the transmission talisman that Feng Buping released that day? Where do you think you're going?" Xiaohua's figure flashed, and thunder rumbled around him. Immediately, a series of afterimages flashed as he chased after that light. Fortunately, the Xiantian True Water blocked the light for a moment. When Xiaohua flew out of the Xiantian True Water, the light had only rushed out a few dozen feet. Just as that light was about to speed up, Xiaohua shook his hand, and the heaven and earth sleeve came down. Pooh! Xiaohua's Taoist robe sleeve exploded, and the light that broke through Xiaohua's restriction slowed down. Luo, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. His left and right hands used the heaven and earth sleeve consecutively, stopping that light in midair. When the light dimmed, its true form was revealed. It was a transmission talisman. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and grabbed that transmission talisman. Just as he was about to use his magic power to crush it, his heart was moved again. He released his divine sense and stored the transmission talisman into his space. Perhaps I can find out who is instructing Li Qingxiu from this transmission talisman. Xiaohua thought as he fell into the Xiantian True Water again. Seeing Xiaohua return with a calm expression, although Li Qingxiu's divine sense was blocked by the Xiantian True Water, he knew that his transmission talisman was intercepted by Xiaohua. At this time, he was already numb from Xiaohua's endless methods. He couldn't think of anything else. Looking at the boundless Xiantian True Water that completely surrounded him, Li Qingxiu's face turned ashen. Xiaohua stabilized himself and immediately activated the Buddha Sarira. The Buddha's merciful and compassionate expression became even stronger. The Buddha seal in his hand slowly rotated, and the Xiantian True Water roared fiercely along with the Buddha seal. The Yuanying's hand that was corroded by the Xiantian True Water earlier couldn't hold on anymore. With a rumbling sound, the transmission talisman fell into the Xiantian True Water and disappeared. After breaking through the Yuanying's hand, the Xiantian True Water directly flooded the defensive light around Li Qingxiu. But what surprised Xiaohua was that this defensive light was actually not afraid of the Xiantian True Water. After several impacts, it didn't move at all. Seeing Li Qingxiu using his magic power within the light, he rushed into the Xiantian True Water, wanting to break out of the water. Xiaohua snorted coldly. He formed a sword seal and hit the sword pouch. Wang. With another burst of sword cries, the 7 flying swords rushed up again and formed a 7 stars great array in the Xiantian True Water, once again surrounding Li Qingxiu. Xiaohua, this old man will fight it out with you. Li Qingshu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He clapped his hands, and a beam of bright light flashed past. A round magical treasure rushed out of the defensive light and struck towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's body trembled. Li Qingshu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As soon as the magic treasure came out, an indescribable noise came from the magic treasure. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was shaken into chaos. Even Xiaohua was somewhat unable to stand steadily when he heard it. This magic treasure was not weak, but under the 7 stars great array and the heavy pressure of the Xiantian true water, the magic treasure was somewhat difficult to fly. Moreover, the magic treasure was very close to Xiaohua at this time. Xiaohua raised his hand without hesitation. With the wishful staff in his hand, he smashed it without hesitation. Dang! With a loud sound, the magic treasure fell and flew obliquely into the Xiantian true water. Sai, seeing that he could not control the magic treasure as he wished under the heavy pressure, and that his last blow was actually hit by Xiaohua, Li Qingshu sighed. He seemed to have aged a lot. The situation at the auction in Sentry City was clearly reflected in his mind. Could it be that, since then, this old man's fate has been decided? As soon as this idea flashed in his mind, Li Qingshu heard a "kacha" sound in his ears. He saw that the light of the invisible amulet was damaged under the 7 stars great raised 7 flying swords. Now that it had been damaged, the Xiantian true water, which was previously powerless against the brilliance, immediately began to corrode. The brilliance of the amulet was about to collapse. Forget it. Li Qingshu's vitality was extinguished. Thinking of the scene where Xiaohua destroyed the evidence, his face gave birth to a grin. Even if this old man dies, I will fight it out with you. As he spoke, the brilliance around Li Qingshu's body swayed, and his spiritual power suddenly converged. Golden core self-explosion. Xiaohua was shocked, and his figure hurriedly flew back. Xiaohua's flying speed was fast. He had just flown a few feet when an explosion of extermination intent rushed out from the Xiantian true water. The innate true water, which could even crush a nascent soul's hand, was blasted into waves of over 100 feet tall by the violent explosion. The body of the Buddha relic that controlled the innate true water flickered with a bright Buddhist light, and its body began to sway. An extremely indescribable feeling came from the left side of Xiaohua's Naiwan palace. This was not the most important thing. The 7 stars great array that imprisoned Li Qingshu was shattered by this explosion. The 7 flying swords flew out and rushed to an unknown place. The shockwave that followed the direction Xiaohua flew in pushed him back a few dozen feet, smashing him into the mountain beside him. Although Xiaohua hurriedly struck a spell and used the earth escape technique to rush into the mountain, his body was also violently shaken, and he suffered a rare injury. Xiaohua's figure came out from the other side of the mountain. He slapped his hand, and a parasol pill entered his mouth. After adjusting his breathing, he rushed into the sky and circled around from the foot of the mountain. The wave-like Xiantian true water was also turned into a mess by Li Qingshu's self-explosion. The Buddha's Sarira's Buddhist light dimmed, and it actually looked dispirited. Collect. Xiaohua urged the Buddha's Sarira, and the clear water bottle produced a suction force, slowly sucking in the scattered Xiantian true water. A force that he had never felt before came out from the clear water bottle. The hand of the Buddha's Sarira shook slightly, and it actually felt like it could not hold it. I hate people like Li Qingshu who harm others without benefiting himself the most. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense, and he knew that the entire valley was destroyed by Li Qingshu's self-explosion, not to mention his storage pouch. Most of the things were destroyed, and the broken things were scattered all over the ground. Moreover, this self-explosion also affected the Buddha's Sarira. Or maybe it's because he controlled the clear water bottle that the Sarira became so decadent. Xiaohua complained again. Then, his eyes turned, and the 9 syllables mantra was recited from the mouth of the Buddha's Sarira. In a moment, Li Qingshu's soul that had not yet dissipated was captured by Xiao Hua's Saraira. After a moment of questioning, Xiao Hua finally sent his soul away. Chapter 2494. The self-destruction of a gold core cultivator is really too powerful. If it wasn't for the innate true water and the 7 stars great array, I would have been seriously injured. Xiao Hua put away the Buddha Saraira, then found the 7 scattered flying swords from the nearby mountain and put them into the sword pouch. Only then did he look at the messy valley inside. I originally thought I could fish out a storage pouch from Li Qingshu, but in the end it was all for naught. Other than the golden alms bowl that had long been knocked down and some sturdy refining tools, everything else was destroyed. Even that guy's magical treasure, the pipa, was gone. If I knew it would be like this, I would have used the heaven and earth sleeve to confine it. However, he was just thinking about it. The situation was so urgent that he was injured by the air wave even though he tried his best to escape. Even if he used the heaven and earth sleeve, he would have been seriously injured. After cleaning up the mess, Xiao Hua sat on the ground and thought to himself, Master Du Pi. Why is he inquiring about me? But it doesn't necessarily belong to me. A cultivator who may be a body cultivator, a cultivator who may have no foundation, a cultivator whose cultivation is beyond imagination, a cultivator whose cultivation is not high, but whose magic power is far superior to other cultivators of the same level. Damn it, no matter how I look at it, he is looking for me. See, thinking of this, Xiao Hua quivered and almost jumped up from the ground. It can't be the cultivator who sealed my Nai Wan Gong. But then, he shook his head slightly. It seems, it can't be. If it was the cultivator who sealed me, he should know my appearance. My face hasn't changed for dozens of years. Wouldn't it be easy for him to find me? That's even more strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Maybe, this Master Du Yi isn't looking for me, but Li Qingshu saw that I wanted to kill him, so he used that nascent soul cultivator's communication talisman to ask for help. Nascent soul cultivator. I am not his opponent now, but I can't break the invisible protective talisman that Master Du Yi gave Li Qingshu in a short time. Not to mention the jade talisman that Xian Lusek's fairy Hong Xia gave to Li Qingshu. My goodness, that's a life-saving item for a golden core cultivator. If I didn't obtain the 7 stars grand formation and the innate primordial water, I'm afraid the one lying here today would be me, right? Thinking about this, Xiao Hua felt a lingering fear. Actually, the spiritual fire could also break that jade talisman. It's just that Li Qingshu insisted on running away. This young master still didn't have any good ideas. If he really escapes. Damn it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Forget it, there are still more than 10 days before the attack of the 7 Extremes Ridge. This time, not only are the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect attacking the 7 Extremes Ridge, but my wife is also there. How can I not go and take a look? I'd better use this time to refine the ice deadly mirror. It's really awkward to not have a handy artifact. Xiao Hua waved his hand and ignited a few wisps of true samadhi fire, burning all traces of the battle in the valley. Then, with a sway of his body, he flew towards the direction of the 7 Extremes mountain range. After waiting for an hour, he landed again, looking left and right, looking for a low-lying place and diving in. Back to Yan Shi's mansion in Sky Patrol City, the meeting hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Today's duty was Heng Zhao from the Utopia faction. He asked, fellow cultivators, have all the disciples sent out to test the waters been sent out? I'll let you know, fellow cultivator Heng Ming. We've already discussed this matter properly. We've been working on it since the beginning of the year. Which fellow cultivator didn't do their best? They must have sent out the disciples according to the previous discussion. Zhou Qingping from the Thousand Leaves Ridge replied with a chuckle. Zhu Junwei from the Cool Breeze Valley stood up and said, fellow cultivator Heng Ming, the disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley were the last to leave through the teleportation device. They all left the Sky Patrol City at noon the day before yesterday, but there's no further news yet. Well, the Sky Patrol City is quite a distance away from the Spirit Stone Veins. Even the Nanming sect that left first didn't have any news, right? Han Ming nodded slightly, then stretched and smiled. After this exploration is successful, we can fully engage in the battle. If possible, we'll kill all the swordsmen in the Spirit Stone Veins and end this sword principle war as soon as possible. Huh, fellow cultivator Han Ming, you're thinking too much. Xiong Huasong from the Black Sky sect also looked relaxed and smiled. In the sword principle war that has been going on for nearly 10,000 years, there have only been a few times when it was ended by cultivators in the Gold Core realm. Our Dao sect had always gained the upper hand from the start of the battle and forced the sword cultivators out of the sword tomb. We had even killed all the sword cultivators within the sword tomb. That was why the swordsmen from the Huan country had no choice but to hastily retreat. Today, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Indeed, our sect's battle line has yet to touch the sword tomb. I'm afraid it won't be as simple as fellow cultivator Han Ming thinks. Hua Ping from the Blazing Fire Mountain agreed. However, Han Ming did not agree. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said, "The sword cultivators this time are really fierce. They've been suppressing our attacks. We've been hiding our strength again and again, so of course, we can't attack the sword tomb. However, we've already mobilized the elites of each sect to the Sky Patrol City in advance. The Gold Core disciples have also come to help. As long as we kill all the swordsmen in the sword tomb, those swordsmen will be disgraced. Do you think they'll wait for our masters to come?" "That's right." Xiang Ming from the Huanhua sect clapped his hands arrogantly and said, "I agree with fellow cultivator Han Ming's opinion. We've been scheming for several years and have always been showing weakness. Isn't it to lure these sword cultivators who come and go like the wind into a trap? Now that they've occupied the Spirit Stone Veins and taken away some of the fortresses that we used before, aren't they falling into our ambush? This time, we only need to probe a little more. Once we get the correct information, we'll send out all the disciples. This old man doesn't believe that a mere Huan country can be a match for our cultivation 3 countries. Ha ha ha, it's really like that." The cultivators were all jubilant, as if victory was already in their hands. After a long while, Qian Mo, who had been silent all this time, said faintly, "This old man knows that everyone might not like what I'm saying. However, this old man doesn't have any selfish motives. I'm just thinking about the 3 countries of my Dao sect. I'm just stating facts. Since you know that your words aren't nice to hear, then don't say it." 7 Skills Sect's Wang Yi clearly looked down on Qian Mo and said coldly. Fellow cultivator Wang Han Ming smiled and said, "The conference hall isn't a place where one person has the final say. Fellow cultivator Qian Mo naturally has the right to speak. His Imperial Thunder Sect's battle achievements are illustrious. They're not inferior to your 7 Skills sect. Who knows where their battle achievements came from?" Wang Yi coldly snorted. "Oh. Fellow cultivator Wang, could it be that you have something to say?" Han Ming narrowed his eyes and asked with a sneer. Wang Yi hurriedly waved his hand, "Of course not. Fellow cultivator Qian should speak. Fellow cultivator Qian has always been a modest gentleman who keeps his promises. Even if his Dao heart is damaged, he would still be a man of his word. This old man can't compare to him." He, the cultivators all covered their mouths and snickered. Clearly, everyone knew about Dui Chimeng's matter. Cough cough, Qian Mo's face was slightly red. He coughed twice and said, "Fellow cultivators must still be laughing at my Imperial Thunder sect because of Dui Chimeng and Tu Hong's matter. If it was any other day, I naturally wouldn't say anything. In this world, there are clear and turbid matters. The clear ones are clear and the turbid ones are turbid. This old man doesn't care what others say. However, today, this old man has to say a thing or two. Let's talk about Dui Chimeng. This old man knew that she and Cui Hongshan were lovers. However, don't you think that the reason Tu Hong fell in love with Dui Chimeng was because of love? If he wasn't infatuated, why would he put down his pride and propose marriage to a foundation establishment female cultivator? Ha ha ha, fellow cultivator Qian, it seems, this old man heard that he didn't just do it to dual cultivate with Dui Chimeng, right? Wang Yi laughed loudly. At that time, did fellow cultivator Wang know? Does anyone here know? Qian Emo said solemnly, it was because I didn't know that this old man helped Tu Hong. At the same time, I also helped Dui Chimeng. Even after Cui Hongshan survived, this old man still wanted to marry Dui Chimeng to Tu Hong behind his back. This was all for their own good. Let's not talk about Tu Hong being a golden core cultivator. In these 5 years, Dui Chimeng and Tu Hong already had feelings for each other. Cui Hongshan only survived 5 years later. His appearance was definitely a mistake. What about Dui Chimeng? She might have some feelings for Cui Hongshan in the past, but now? Who does she have more feelings for? This old man naturally cares about his own disciple. I won't hide it from everyone. In this old man's opinion, Dui Chimeng is still biased towards Tu Hong. What's more, if Dui Chimeng sees Cui Hongshan now and suddenly goes back on her words and doesn't want to hold the dual cultivation ceremony with Tu Hong? Tell me, what about the 2 nascent soul masters' faces? Alright, let's not talk about the 2 nascent soul masters' faces. After all, my sect master said that everything depends on Dui Chimeng herself. He definitely won't force her and really cancel the dual cultivation ceremony. Then what about Tu Hong's face? Do you think Dui Chimeng and Cui Hongshan can peacefully cultivate on Dawn Rain mainland? Unless they are always under my Imperial Thunder sect's protection. If they go out to train and something happens to them, tell me, how will my Imperial Thunder sect pursue this matter? Rather than letting them lose their lives, why not let them suffer for a long time and turn it into a short one? To help the 3 of them. If that's the case, then it's your fellow cultivator Qian's good intentions. You actually killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did you save their lives, but you also saved the master's face. Wang Yi said disapprovingly. Not only that. Qian Emo waved his hand and said, it should be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. 3. Wang Yi asked curiously, and whose lives? It's the lives of tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of cultivators in my Dao sect. Qian Mo said excitedly, Tu Hong is a talented general. In the 5 years that he has been in the discussion hall, he has indeed made illustrious military achievements. Wasn't today's plan to lure the enemy into the discussion hall the one that Tu Hong suggested? Since he is a talented general of my Dao sect, he has an important role to play. In order to keep this general in my discussion hall, my Imperial Thunder sect has suffered some losses. So what if I, Qian Mo, lose some face? Chapter 2495. Wang Yi looked at the displeased Oris core stage cultivators around him and laughed. Tu Hong is a member of my discussion hall. This plan of luring the enemy into the finals was the result of the collective efforts of everyone in the discussion hall. How can it be credited to him alone? Luckily Qin Jian killed him. Otherwise, wouldn't the victory of our Dao sect be credited to him alone? I've already said that I have a clear conscience. I'm just stating facts. Qian Mo said in a low voice, what I want to say is that when we are organizing the disciples to kill the sword cultivators, we should also be grateful. If not for Tu Hong, of course, this plan of luring the enemy would be, at this moment, there was a wave of dermic power in the meeting hall. It came from the direction of Immortal Music sect. Heng Zhao was slightly stunned. Looking at Li Qingshu's empty praying mat, he hesitated and pointed his hand. After the dermic power wave flickered violently, an angry young woman's face appeared. Heng Zhao and the rest were shocked. They hurriedly got up and bowed respectfully, greetings to Fairy Hong Xia. You can wait. In the mirror was the head of immortal music sect, Fairy Hongxia, a middle-stage, nascent soul cultivator. Fellow Taoist Li has already taken leave for a few days. Heng Zhao hurriedly explained, we don't know, I know. Fairy Hongxia said coldly, Li Qingshu's natal spirit tablet is already broken. Ah! Heng Zhao could not believe it, Li. Fellow Taoist Li Qingshu's natal spirit tablet is really broken? If not, why would I inform all of you? Fairy Hongxia chided, what are all of you waiting for? What are all of you doing? The war has been going on for more than 10 years, but I don't see any great contributions. Instead, it's the golden core cultivators who fall one after another. That Tu Hong was just assassinated in Sky Patrol City, and Li Qingshu is dead. Is old Shui still in Sky Patrol City? Yes, yes. Heng Zhao's forehead was sweating. He could only lower his head and say yes. Hurry up and check the cause of Li Qingshu's death and report it to me as soon as possible. Fairy Hongxia threw a tantrum and said coldly, I'll discuss with them. If it doesn't work, you can prepare to go to the battlefield. Yes, yes, this disciple understands. Heng Zhao continued to bow. This disciple will immediately send someone to investigate. Immediately send someone to investigate. Humph. Fairy Hongxia snorted and disappeared with a wave of her hand. After Fairy Luoxia left with a scolding, Heng Jiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly called over the disciples on duty. He took out the discussion hall token and wanted to order them to investigate. However, Qian Mo raised his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Heng Jiao, it's a bit difficult for the disciples to investigate this matter. Why don't you let me go? I'll bring some disciples with me and they'll be able to send news back in time. Taoist Qian. Heng Zhao reminded him, Li Qingshu has been on leave for a few days, and there was no movement after he was killed. He must have left Sky Patrol City. If you go there now, it's still very dangerous. Sigh, Li Qingshu was on duty in the conference hall. His death must have been caused by a sword cultivator. He sacrificed his life for our Tao sect. How can we not find the culprit? This old man is willing to take this risk. Qian Mo sighed. Good. Peng Dai from Su Yen faction clapped her hands and said, Fellow Taoist Qian Mo, it's still dangerous for you to go alone. How about this, I'll go with you. Great. Heng Yi smiled. Since that's the case, please take the medallion of my conference hall and bring 20 disciples on duty with you to investigate. Yes, Qian Mo took the token and cupped his hands in acknowledgement. However, just as he turned his head, he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Heng Ming and said, Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, I only said half of what I wanted to say. This is what I thought and said when I was chatting with Tu Hong that day. It's the layout and deduction of this battle. I'm not talented and I know that I don't have the talent to command a battle. I can only carefully record it down for the discussion of the cultivators in the discussion hall. Oh. Heng Li raised his eyebrows and hesitated. However, he still sighed and took the jade slip with a wave of his hand. After reading it with his spiritual sense, he was stunned again and said in surprise, Tu Hong, this guy is indeed a great talent. Although we were at a disadvantage in the battle of the spirit veins, the attack on the spirit stone veins today was a feint. Not only did we attract the attention of the sword cultivators to the spirit stone veins, we even set up an ambush between the spirit stone veins to cut off the escape route of the sword cultivators. After speaking, Heng Li glanced at everyone and said, although Tu Hong is dead, he actually predicted the current situation. Even. Alright, I won't say any more. Just wait and see. If Tu Hong is here today, this battle, we will definitely win. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming is too much. Zhou Qingping from Thousand Leaf Ridge was unhappy. Do you mean that without Tu Hong in the discussion hall, this battle cannot continue? Of course not. Heng Li handed the jade slip to the cultivator beside him and said with a smile, after all, the ones doing the work are the cultivators of the Tao sect. However, with this idea, we are confident that we can save tens of thousands of disciples from dying. After speaking, everyone looked at the jade slip one by one. Everyone had different expressions. Some were shocked, some were deep in thought, and there were even some who were disdainful. Alright, this is Tu Hong's idea. It is also my idea. Seeing that the jade slip returned to Heng Li's hands, Qian Mu cupped his hands and said, I hope it will be useful for the battle of the Tao sect. After speaking, Qian Mo cupped his hands and was about to leave. However, after floating a few feet, he stopped again with a hesitant expression. Fellow Taoist Qian, is there something else? Heng Li asked curiously. Qian Mo looked around and looked at the golden core cultivators who looked at the jade slip with a complicated expression. However, this complicated expression only lasted for a moment. Qian Mo transmitted his voice again, fellow Taoist Heng Ming, actually, what I showed you earlier, was only a portion of what Tu Hong said. Tu Hong had a plan which I find extremely inconceivable. However, if you think about it carefully, it does make some sense. However, even if I use up all my brain juice, I still can't think of anything. This is perhaps the difference between a mediocre person and a great person. Fellow Taoist Qian, what do you mean? Heng Li admired Tu Hong's plan. However, when Qian Mo said something like this, he was even more shocked. Why can't you say it in person? He. Qian Mo glanced at everyone and said, didn't you see their expressions? Just this plan alone makes them unhappy. If I take out the last portion, won't they turn the sky upside down? If that's the case, I might as well not take it out. In addition, even if I take it out, I definitely can't discuss it in front of all the cultivators in the conference hall. This is because I don't trust some of them. This. Heng Li hesitated and looked at the jade slip in his hand. He really wanted to see what other plans Tu Hong had. Fellow Taoist Qian, the other golden core cultivators are still fine. However, the cultivators on duty in the 3 countries can't possibly not participate, right? Yes, other than the cultivators on duty, the others, can't let them know a single word. Qian Mo's face flashed with a serious expression. As you wish. Heng Li took out the token and pointed his finger. A cluster of green light flew out from the token and shot into the sky like a fountain. Then, with a shwa sound, it fell and covered the first row of golden core cultivators who were sitting on the praying mats. What is this for? The Sun from the Taiching sect frowned and said in a low voice, all the fellow Taoists in the conference hall are one. All matters should be discussed together. When we came to the Sky Patrol City, Lord Sect Leader had already made it clear that this restriction should not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would cause a rift among the fellow Taoists in the conference hall. Fellow Taoist Qian, you can speak now. Heng Zhao ignored the Sun and said to Qian Mo. Then, he looked at the others and sighed. Fellow Taoist Li Qingshu has left us without us knowing. Perhaps, this is the last resort. Oh. There's news about Li Qingshu? Xiong Huasong asked curiously, why didn't you say so just now? Could it be? Fellow Taoist Xiong, you think too much. Qian Mo cupped his hands and said, in a while, when the restriction is lifted, all of you can use the news about fellow Taoist Li Qingshu as a perfunctory excuse. However, what I want to say now is Tu Hong's other plan that is absolutely inconceivable. As he spoke, Qian Mo clapped his hands and took out another jade slip. He handed it to Heng Ming and said, fellow Taoist Heng Ming, take a look. Heng Li could not wait any longer. He grabbed the jade slip and it fell into his hand. When he immersed his divine thought into it, the expression on his face was simply too wonderful. A kind of astonishment, puzzlement and even a dumbfounded expression appeared on Heng Li's face. Everyone was baffled. They could not imagine what kind of arrangement Tu Hong had in this jade slip that could make a golden core cultivator so astonished. The time Heng Li spent looking at this jade slip was several times longer than the previous one. It was as if he was reading it word by word. This was extremely rare for a golden core cultivator who was used to using divine thought. Seeing how serious Heng Li was, De Sun and the rest unconsciously looked at Qian Mo's face. Although they did not say anything, weren't their eager gazes waiting for Qian Mo to explain? Cough cough, Qian Mo coughed twice and smiled apologetically. Logically speaking, this Qian should be the clearest about this matter. However, this battle plan. I copied it from Tu Hong. It's better if I don't say it. Fellow Taoists, please take a look and you will understand. He, Wang Yi saw that he could not see the jade slip for the time being and said with a fake smile, since this jade slip records the battle plan of the great battle of Dao and sword, why did fellow Taoist need to borrow Tu Hong's hand? Wouldn't it be better to just say what you came up with? Chapter 2496. Who knew that Qian Mo was so serious, as if he did not hear the sarcasm in Wang Ye's tone. He said, I just said that my heart can be seen by the heavens. My heart is so magnanimous that it can be seen by the sun and moon. This merit belongs to Tu Hong, so it belongs to Tu Hong. Just because Tu Hong was assassinated by Qin Jian's mistake will not taint Tu Hong's merit. Wang Yi still sneered and did not say much. The people around him looked at Qian Mo thoughtfully. After Heng Yu finished reading, he passed the jade slip to De Sun. De Sun waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, just tell us what is written in this jade slip. I don't know how long it will take for us to finish reading it. I understand. Heng Yu thought for a while and passed the jade slip to De Sun. He said, everyone, take a look. This is the credit of Qian Mo, and Tu Hong. Seeing is believing. Also, while you're checking, I'll explain the details to you. Alright, De Sun nodded and took the jade slip. He used his spiritual will to read it. Indeed, when he saw the contents, his face turned strange. This time, the people who were rejected by Qian Mo were even more curious. Tu Hong is indeed a hero of his generation. Heng Yu sighed and said simply, he wants to set up a spirit howl array in the sword tomb. This spirit howl array is 10 times bigger than the one on Jin Shan Quan. When our Dao sect cultivators push the sword cultivators of Huan country back to the sword tomb, we will lure them into the array and activate it, to kill hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators in one go. How is that possible? Indeed, Heng Yu's words stunned everyone. They did not even consider the sword tomb, nor did they consider setting up a large array in the sword tomb. While Wang Yi was shocked, he said disdainfully, setting up a large array in the sword tomb, is not considered a special strategy. In the previous battle, it was not used like this. There is no need to be so shocked. Fellow Taoist Wang. Heng Li looked him up and down and said indifferently, to be honest, have you ever thought about this? Wang Yi was startled. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, to tell you the truth, fellow Taoist Heng Ming, I really haven't thought about it. After all, the sword catacomb is behind the sword cultivators. Since the beginning of the war, we have been forced to stay in the country of Shi and the country of Lian. It is impossible to force the sword cultivators into the sword catacomb. Why is it impossible? Heng Zhao asked with interest. That's the truth. Wang Yi spread out his hands and said, even though we are preparing to test the sword cultivators' strength for the final battle, but... Fellow Taoist, what do you think are our chances of winning? Let's not talk about our chances of winning for now. Even Wang Yi, a golden core cultivator on duty at the conference hall, has not thought of the sword tomb. Then do you think, sword cultivators will think of the sword tomb? Of course they won't think of it. De Sun's eyes flashed with admiration. He hurriedly looked through the jade slip and handed it to Xiong Huasong and said, "The sword tomb is already far behind them. Moreover, they have occupied many spirit stone veins and have pushed the battle line into the 3 countries of our Tao sect. Why would they guard against the sword tomb? Catch them off guard?" Xiong Huasong asked as he looked through the jade slip. "Exactly." Han Ming clapped and said, "In fellow Taoist Qian Mo's jade slip, Tu Hong's plan is like this. The sword tomb is extremely special. It is the passage that most sword cultivators need to use to travel from the country of Shi to the country of Shi and the country of Lian. Although other places can be passed through, they need to go around and it is extremely dangerous. Under the illusory sword, they need to pass through the sword tomb to attack our Tao sect. Therefore, all the battles are marked by the sword tomb. If we can force the sword cultivators into the sword tomb, our Tao sect will win. Who knows how many times the sword cultivators have passed through the sword tomb?" Wang Yi asked in a strange tone, "What is the use of setting up an ambush there?" "There are many uses." Han Ming raised his voice and said, "Firstly, if we can set up an ambush in the sword tomb at the same time as the final battle, then, it will be a 2-pronged attack. It can make the sword cultivators unable to take care of both sides. Secondly, even if we can't carry out the final battle and we can't figure out the strength of the sword cultivators, the sword catacombs ambush can still cut off the path of the sword cultivators so that they can't smoothly enter the territory of the 3 cultivation countries in large numbers. Thirdly, this is an ambush, a hidden hand. If it can be used, then it will be of great use. If it can't be used, then it won't be a waste. Actually, I still have some doubts." De Sun finished reading the jade slip and said, "This great battle of Spirit Howl is indeed powerful, but the array is extremely unstable. The sword tomb is a place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is extremely rich in the gold attribute, so it is not suitable to set up this array. Moreover, we don't have the array diagram for this array. We have to ask the Shui region sage for it from the Sky Patrol City. Why is there a need to set up the Great Battle of Spirit Howl Array?" Xian Mo said, "That Great Battle of Spirit Howl Array requires a huge amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The array is set up in Jinquan Mountain because it is supported by the spiritual stone mine. But what about the sword tomb? I'm afraid it won't work, right? With sufficient sword chi and enough gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth, I'm afraid it will be even more effective for sword cultivators." What does Daoist Qian mean? Han Ming knew that Qian Mo must have thought it through carefully, so he asked in a low voice. "I don't know how to set up arrays." Qian Mo smiled and said, "However, I don't lack people who are proficient in arrays in the conference hall. Let's listen to their opinions." After Qian Mo finished speaking, everyone looked at Xian Tian's sect's Xiong Huasong. Xian Tian's sect was known for their arrays, and Xiong Huasong was the golden core cultivator who was most proficient in arrays in the conference hall. Actually, when Daoist Heng Ming mentioned the Great Battle of Spirit Howl Array, I was already thinking about it. Xiong Huasong didn't hide anything and said, "Only Tu Hong, that kind of crazy and ambitious person would dare to use the lives of tens of thousands of cultivators as bait to activate the array. If we want to set up an array in the sword catacomb, we definitely can't use the Great Battle of Spirit Howl Array. However, if we want to make use of the sword chi and the sword essence of Spirit Howl, the sword cultivator's sword array is the most suitable. Although the gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the sword catacomb is abundant, I really can't think of a suitable array in such a short period of time." Xiong Huasong's tone was very pertinent, and everyone liked what he said. If he suddenly said a very useful array in such a short period of time, they might not believe him. After all, this was an era where arrays were lost. By the way, since Tu Hong can think of the array in the sword catacomb, will the sword cultivators also think of the sword array as Daoist Xiong said? The experienced and prudent De Sun asked again. "We can't rule out this possibility." Han Ming didn't care, however, "As far as I know, the possibility is not high. After all, they have already crossed the sword catacomb, so it's meaningless to set up an array there. Unless we push them back to the sword catacomb. Wang Yi smiled and said, however, looking at how they want to attack the Sky Patrol City, I'm afraid they won't think of it. A few years ago, I already asked the city guards of the Sky Patrol City to pay attention to the sword catacomb when they patrolled the area around it. Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect said with certainty, there are no traces of high-level sword cultivators there. Oh, Daoist Lu, you're really far-sighted when it comes to strategizing. Heng Ming was stunned and said, so you've already paid attention to the sword catacomb in the early years? Yes, back then, the sword cultivators didn't go too far from the sword catacomb. I was afraid that something might happen, so I made the Sky Patrol City check it out. Lu Xinwu smiled proudly and said, however, the sword catacomb is too dangerous, and there are too many sword cultivators along the way. The Sky Patrol City can't check it out often, so there's some news from time to time. It's nothing too important. That's great. Heng Ming clapped his hands and said, it seems that the sword cultivators have neglected the sword catacomb. This is really a good opportunity for us to plan. Li Jijia of the Changbai sect said coldly, everything you said is just an armchair strategist. If we don't push the sword cultivators back to the vicinity of the sword catacomb, the array won't be effective. If we only block the sword cultivators from entering and exiting the sword catacomb, won't the array be destroyed if it's discovered by the sword cultivators? Daoistly, how do you know that we can't push the sword cultivators back to the vicinity of the sword catacomb? Qian Mo said indifferently, even if we use the array to kill the sword cultivators in the sword catacomb, we can still kill many sword cultivators. We can also attack the sword cultivators' morale and boost our cultivators' morale. Indeed. Gao Wei, who had been silent all this time, said, doesn't Qin Jian often set up ambushes? Doesn't he often kill the cultivators of our Dao sect? Now, we'll set up a huge ambush in the sword catacomb and slap the sword cultivators' faces. Everyone knew that Xuanyan school had suffered a lot because of Qin Jian and hated the sword cultivators' ambushes. Gao Wei's words were to wipe away the humiliation of the cultivators. I feel that, this is a little rash. Cheng Ming of the Immortal Ascension sect said, in Tu Hong's plan, the most important thing, is to speculate about the sword cultivators' dependence on the sword catacomb. But in fact, the sword catacomb is far less important than what the Jade Slip said. The sword cultivators entering and exiting the Han country may not be completely through the sword catacomb. There are still many paths to choose from. If it's as Tu Hong thinks, we don't have to be so passive. We only need to set up a stronghold in front of the sword catacomb and move the Sky Patrol City to the sword catacomb. One man can hold back 10,000 men and kill every sword cultivator that comes. How can they invade the 3 cultivation countries? Why do we need to set up an array in the Sky Patrol City? Fellow Daoist Cheng's words are reasonable. However, this matter is a little urgent and does not allow us to discuss it in detail. I think this plan is feasible. Heng Li raised his hand and said, who else agrees? Qian Mo raised his hand without hesitation. Heng Li wanted to remind him that the Imperial Thunder sect was not a sect on duty, but after thinking about it, he kept quiet. De Sun hesitated and raised his hand. Xiong Huasong also raised his hand. In the end, other than Li Jijie of the Changbai sect, all the other Golden Core cultivators agreed. Even Cheng Ming agreed after a slight hesitation. Chapter 2497. Fellow Cultivator Li. Heng Ju smiled and said, although Changbai sect doesn't agree to set up the formation, you still have to obey the arrangement of the disciples. Humph, I understand. Li Jijie snorted and said, you don't send the useful disciples to fight against the sword cultivators, but learn from the treacherous Tu Hong. Can you be successful? Heng Ju ignored him and said to Xiong Huasong, this. I'll leave it to fellow cultivator Xiong. What do you think? Good. After I've thought it through, I'll discuss it with all of you. Xiong Huasong did not decline and said. Also. Qian Mo was happy and said, this should be kept a secret. There are many sword cultivator spies in Sky Patrol City. We can't rule out the possibility of some cultivators leaking information about our sect for some benefits. I think that other than all of you, even Sky Patrol City. Don't let them know about this. When he said the last sentence, Qian Mo gritted his teeth fiercely. Yes, although he admired Tu Hong, but Tu Hong had also caused him a lot of trouble. When the palace master of Dui Lei Palace heard the news outside Sky Patrol City, she did not get off the thunderboat and did not even meet Qian Mo. Although she did not scold or reprimand Qian Mo, how could Qian Mo not know about Dui Jie's anger? Fortunately, Qian Lei Zi did not come to Sky Patrol City. Otherwise, Qian Mo would not know what to do. The reason why he recommended Tu Hong's strategy was to explain his relationship with Tu Hong, to explain what he had done and how he had become a laughingstock. On the other hand, he wanted to make more contributions so that his future would not be clouded by the shadow of the previous incident. That's right. De Sun narrowed his eyes and said, Sky Patrol City is full of evil. Who knows how many sword cultivator spies there are? The city master's mansion has long been the focus of the sword cultivators. Who knows who could leak information to the sword cultivators? It's better to be careful. Actually, forget it, let's not talk about it. Fellow cultivator De Sun, what's so hard to say? Li Jijie said coldly, isn't it because you suspect that our arrangement was leaked to the sword cultivators? Otherwise, why would we lose again and again in this battle? Why are we always at a disadvantage? Fellow cultivator Li, be careful with your words. Heng Ju hurriedly waved his hand and said, Sky Patrol City is part of our sect, they would never do such a thing. However, we can't guarantee that others will not do it. We'd better not inform them. Well, according to the dispatch of the conference hall's hall, it seems that the last batch of our sect's disciples will come to Sky Patrol City. Cheng Ming from the Immortal Ascension sect suggested, why don't we let them go to the Sword Tomb and let Dao friend Xiong train them in setting up the array? Sun, I, de Sun's do, des, I, de Sun, s, tts to. We sun to sun sun sun. Tit, est, t, sun, ss, sss to arrange, s begin, t, yes, I understand. Xiong Huasong bowed and said. After everyone finished their discussion, they lifted the restriction again. Qian Mo said, that's all I know about Li Qingshu. His death outside the Sky Patrol City is a threat to us. We'll have to wait for fellow Taoist Peng and I to investigate before we come to a conclusion. Well, in that case, we'll have to trouble fellow cultivator Qian. Heng Ju said. Following which, Qian Mo and Peng Dai left. The assembly hall was originally filled with whispers due to the activation of the restriction. However, at this moment, the entire assembly hall fell into a dead silence. Qian Mo's parting words had truly touched their hearts. Yes, Tu Hong was dead. He was assassinated in the sky. In front of Shui Yu's, everyone felt that it was funny. A nascent soul realm cultivator's face was shredded. If it was in their own sect, this would never happen. But now. Li Qingshu had been killed without anyone noticing. And it happened outside Sky Patrol City. Generally, Golden Core Realm cultivators in the conference hall would not leave the city. Why did Li Qingshu leave the city? What was so important that he had to leave the city? Li Qingshu was the same as Tu Hong, a middle Golden Core Realm cultivator. However, he was not of the same age as Tu Hong. Tu Hong was only at the middle Golden Core realm, but Li Qingshu was already at the late Golden Core realm. Moreover, Li Qingshu had a life-saving talisman given by Fairy Hongxia. If one was not at the sword transformation realm, it would be impossible to kill him. Even if he met an illusory swordsman, if he was careful, escaping would not be a problem. However, Li Qingshu was still killed. An inexplicable sadness filled the conference hall. This was something that had not happened since the beginning of the war. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Heng Ju's heart thumped. Earlier, everyone was still in high spirits, as if victory was within their grasp. Who would have thought that a single piece of news from Fairy Hongxia would turn the atmosphere of the meeting hall into this? Even with Tu Hong's good plan, it would not work. Alas, we are just cultivators. We are not talented enough to command a war. Normally, people would think that since their cultivation was high, their aptitude would be high and they would be able to command a war easily. It was just like how ordinary people would have more experience when they were older. However, it was a huge mistake to think this way. Experience was high, but it was not always right. These Golden Core Realm cultivators might have good aptitudes, but they could only be used for cultivation. As for commanding a war, it was really impossible. In fact, the reason why these Golden Core Realm cultivators were sent out first in every war was to see if there were any geniuses who could command the war. These geniuses? Of course, they had to be nurtured. Even if their cultivation could not be raised, they had to be nurtured within the sect so that they could be used in the Taoist Devil War in the future. In fact, in the previous war, there were many times when one or a few geniuses would appear and lead the sect to victory. How could it be the same as this time? Until now, there had not been a single Golden Core Realm cultivator who had displayed his talent. From the beginning to the end, it was a mess of command. There was no priority or long-term planning. The strategy of luring the enemy was also proposed by Tu Hong out of desperation. Although it was not a brilliant move, it could be taken as their own by these Golden Core Realm cultivators. As for why Shuiyuzhenren was so embarrassed and angry, it was because of his face. On the other hand, he had spent a lot of effort to nurture Tu Hong. He had taken a fancy to Tu Hong's fighting talent and thought that Tu Hong could help his Sky Patrol city gain a foothold in the Xiaoyu continent. Even if Tu Hong had some ulterior motives, even if Tu Hong had ruthlessly abandoned tens of thousands of Sky Patrol city disciples, he had endured it. However, the result of enduring it was that he was assassinated by Xiao Hua. How could Shuiyuzhenren not be furious? Fellow Taoists. Heng Ming said in a low voice, although fellow Taoist Li Qingxiu has died, this was an accident. It was definitely not an ambush by sword cultivators, and it will definitely not affect the outcome of this battle. As long as we follow our previous plan and Tu Hong's current plan, we will attack in an orderly manner, and our Tao sect will definitely win this battle. Yes, fellow Taoist Heng Ming is right. Kunlun Sect's Yuan Zhongjue clapped his hands and said, everything is ready except for the east wind. As long as we win this war, everything will be fine. Yes, we have a good idea. However, Fairy Hongxia's words have given us a reminder. Taiqing Sect's De Sun frowned and said, even if Li Qingxiu was not killed by sword cultivators, it must have been done by several illusory swordsmen. This time, we have gathered many Golden Core disciples in our sect and put in a lot of effort. If we don't go to the front line and only rely on those early-stage Golden Core disciples to fight, if they end up like Li Qingxiu, won't our efforts be in vain? Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist De Sun, you worry too much. Heng Ming clapped his hands and said with a smile, this is the last battle. We have killed all the swordsmen hiding in the Spirit Stone Vein and other places. Then, the illusory swordsmen under their command will definitely show up. In Tu Hong's Jade Slip. Oh, even if he doesn't have his Jade Slip, of course, we have to settle the karma. Of course, we have to meet the opponents we have fought for several years. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain when we return to the mountain in triumph, right? Yes, that's right. The group of Golden Core cultivators rubbed their palms together as if they were about to enter the battlefield. Also, fellow Taoist Heng Ming, we have to send out an order from the conference hall to inform the Sky Patrol City that they will also send out disciples and Golden Core cultivators to assist us in the battle. Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect reminded them. Fellow Taoist Lu, that's a good idea. Heng Ming nodded and said, I will send out a token to the Sky Patrol City now. When there is news from all the disciples, we will enter the battle. I think the sword cultivators will definitely not expect this. Lu Xinwu narrowed his eyes. We have sent out so many disciples, just to test the waters. After the test, the storm will come. That's right. Kill the sword cultivators with the force of a storm. Heng Ming's face was filled with excitement. Let's get ready immediately. Let all the disciples start moving. This is the chance to determine the outcome of the battle. Yes, all the Golden Core cultivators stood up and shouted in unison. The death of Li Qingxiu alone had caused the Golden Dan cultivators in the meeting hall to feel a sense of crisis. However, the culprit had actually escaped into a pitch-black cave. He took out a piece of bright flower stone and placed it on top of the cave, illuminating the entire cave. The cave was about 100 feet in size and was rather dry. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine consciousness and was extremely satisfied. He took out a futon and threw it on the ground, then sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, he took out 2 hung storage bag. After searching for a moment, he took out a jade slip. He did not have time to look at the other things and kept them in the storage bag. After looking at it for a moment, Xiaohua frowned. It seemed like there was a problem that was hard to solve. However, when he raised his head and looked at the cave, the corners of his mouth curled up and he revealed a cold smile. Chapter 2498. Immediately after, Xiaohua grabbed Tu Hong's Mitsubishi magic treasure with his left hand and struck it with a spell. The magic treasure trembled slightly and emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately after, 3 rays of light shot out from the 3 sides of the magic treasure, as if Xiaohua's spell was wrong. Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly. His right hand covered the magic treasure, and the universe in the sleeve technique firmly suppressed the magic treasure. The light on the Mitsubishi magic treasure overflowed and flickered abnormally, but it couldn't emit the slightest bit of light. Quick! Xiaohua's left hand continuously struck the magic treasure. Every time a spell struck the magic treasure, there would be the sound of a golden drum beating. Xiaohua actually used the Sunset Islands method of refining jade tablets to refine this magic treasure. When the Mitsubishi magic treasure completely calmed down, the 3-colored brilliance was as stable as congealed fat. Xiaohua bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the magic treasure. Gugugugu, as soon as the blood entered the magic treasure, it immediately seeped in. The entire magic treasure seemed to be boiling, and the 3-colored brilliance alternated with each other. A golden dot suddenly appeared inside the magic treasure, and then gradually expanded until it submerged the entire Mitsubishi magic treasure. Strangely, the golden dot had just dyed the entire magic treasure when it immediately flashed again. After a few breaths of time, the golden dot disappeared, and the 3-colored brilliance began to alternate again. However, at this time, the 3 colors were so dazzling and vivid that they couldn't jump out of the magic treasure. Xiaohua let out a breath and flicked his hand. The magic treasure jumped into the air and slightly rotated. The entire cave was reflected in the 3-colored brilliance. Little Yellow, come out. Xiaohua's mind entered the space and called Little Yellow out. What's the matter, mother? Little Yellow cheerfully flew out. It first looked at the magic treasure in the air, then flew around a few times. It didn't find anything, so it asked curiously. You stay here. I'm afraid something delicious will appear in a while. Xiaohua smiled and instructed. Immediately, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the ice sea mirror. A few rather unfamiliar spells were cast on the ice sea mirror, but the mirror was also overflowing with brilliance, radiating in all directions. Xiaohua's expression was grave and stern. His hands continued to form spells. With the influx of magic power, the ice sea mirror began to vibrate. On the surface of the mirror like ripples, the brilliance gradually rippled and a vortex slowly formed. The center of the whirlpool was a gray color that alternated between black and white. As the whirlpool gradually expanded, it sucked in all the light. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, all the light disappeared. The entire mirror also disappeared, leaving behind only a deep whirlpool. That whirlpool was dark gray in color, and it seemed like it was going to suck in all the light from the bright flower stones. Go! Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the Mitsubishi magic treasure in the air flashed with brilliance and flew into the air above the whirlpool. Wu, a suction force was generated from the whirlpool and landed on the magic treasure. When the magic treasure's brilliance landed in the whirlpool, the magic treasure also slowly descended. Mitsubishi's magic treasure was originally rotating slowly, but as it fell, it gradually sped up. When the rotation was the same as the vortexes, Xiaohua shouted, "Go!" The spell that he had been preparing in his hand was struck, but a thunderclap was produced in midair. Xiaohua poured all the magic power in his body into the magic treasure. Whing! A loud sound was heard. The magic treasure's brilliance suddenly converged and its whole body turned gray. The center of the mirror vortex was in contact with the magic treasure. With a "kacha" sound, the vortex wrapped the magic treasure and then began to condense. Ha ha ha! At this moment, a burst of wild laughter came from the bottom of the vortex. It was the laughter of Tu Hong's scheme succeeding. Immediately, a faint shadow rushed out of the vortex and rushed toward Mitsubishi's magic treasure. Ah! What? What's going on? When the faint shadow pounced on the magic treasure emitted a faint golden light and blocked the shadow outside. The shadow screamed in panic. Not only that, when Goldie saw the shadow, its eyes immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. With a sweep of its big tail, it flew in front of the shadow. With a humph sound, it spat out a silver light from its nose and firmly covered the shadow. Within the silver light, Tu Hong's faint figure appeared. It was the trace of his primordial spirit that was hidden in the ice sea mirror. Fellow Taoist, spare my life, spare my life. Facing Goldie's silver light, Tu Hong panicked from the bottom of his heart and anxiously begged with a soft voice. Humph, how can this young master spare your life? Xiaohua sneered, first, you planned to kill this young master, then you wanted to kill Dui Chimeng's soul. Now you want to tamper with the magic treasure's refining method to seize this young master's body. With so many schemes, how can this young master spare you? This young master has his reasons. Hearing Xiaohua mention Dui Chimeng, Tu Hong hurriedly shouted, Yu Meng died for I can't ignore her life and death, you shut up. Xiaohua sneered, it's fine if you want to save Yu Meng. You should use the right path and walk the right path. This young master might be able to help you or even let you go. However, your heart is evil. You used saving Yu Meng as an excuse to do evil things. Yu Meng's life is a life, but Dui Chimeng's life is not a life. How can this be? Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be repaid with evil. It's not that there's no retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come. Now that you've met this young master, it's the right time to settle the karma. There's no point in saying more. Do you think I'm evil just because you say I'm evil? Do you think I'm good just because you say I'm good? What qualifications do you have to judge this old man? Tu Hong shouted angrily. Although Tu Hong's voice was somewhat hysterical, it was still shrill and weak in Xiaohua's ears. Ha ha ha, you're right. If this young master says you're evil, then you are evil. Xiaohua laughed and ordered Goldie, swallow him. Yes, mother. Goldie agreed. A silver light flashed from its nose, and Tu Hong's primordial spirit was sucked into it and disappeared. Burp, Goldie burped and laughed, Mother, if there's such a good thing, you must call me boy more often. Hee hee, don't worry. There are many evil people in this world. It's enough for you to eat. Xiaohua laughed and kept Goldie into his space. At this time, the Ice Sea Mirror had already swallowed Mitsubishi's artifact and returned to its original state. It was an oval mirror with tricolored runes faintly flowing on it. There were even golden threads mixed in. It was exactly the same as the Kunlun mirror that Xiaohua had seen before. See this. Xiaohua was obviously caught off guard. He took out Tu Hong's jade slip again in disbelief. After looking at it with his divine sense for a moment, he shook his head and said, apart from the refining method that Tu Hong changed, there are no other changes to this jade slip. Isn't this the Ice Sea Mirror? How did it become the Kunlun mirror? Or maybe this thing is the Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua thought and waved his hand. The Ice Sea Mirror fell into his hand. At this time, all of Xiaohua's magic power was used to refine the Ice Sea Mirror. There was only a small amount left. Xiaohua urged his magic power and slightly shook the Ice Sea Mirror. A green light flashed and several huge logs flashed out of the light, smashing into the stone wall opposite him. A hole several feet in size appeared in a flash. Ha ha ha, this is a true artifact. This young master just urged his magic power. Xiaohua laughed heartily. Then, he swayed slightly and shot out a series of blue lights that froze the big hole in the ground. The last yellow brilliance was even more powerful. It directly penetrated the frozen big hole by several feet. The rich earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth was almost comparable to Xiaohua's wishful staff. When Tu Hong took this artifact, he could only use the core of the Kunlun mirror. I couldn't see its power. A part of the Kunlun mirror was used as the Ice Sea Mirror to transform into an illusion of ice and snow to protect Yu Meng's corpse. Now that the two parts are combined into one, others shouldn't be able to see any clues. Xiaohua's hand caressed the Kunlun mirror very lovingly. He muttered in his heart. After all, he didn't have a suitable artifact now. When he fought with others, he would be at a disadvantage. After refining the Kunlun mirror, Xiaohua opened his mouth and still wanted to fuse it into his body. Unfortunately, his body was of the Phoenix bloodline and had been tempered by the primal chaos chi. No artifact could be fused into his body like ordinary cultivators. Therefore, he could only send it into the Buddha fire. There were still many things in Tu Hong's storage bag. Xiaohua only roughly looked at them before. However, he didn't have the mood to carefully look at them now. Not only did he not know the origin of these things, but Tu Hong's rumors had not stopped for a day. All of these things could be the source of Xiaohua's exposure. He wouldn't be anxious to be fooled. Damn it, Li Qingxiu, you are a golden core cultivator of the discussion hall. How could there be few things in your storage bag? It's a pity that your self-destruction was too ruthless. Other than the incomplete jade strips, everything else turned into nothingness. And, there was a golden alms bowl left behind. That pipa or whatever was left behind. Nothing was left behind. Xiaohua recalled Li Qingxiu's self-destruction and felt pity in his heart. Fortunately, Marshal Kuen's storage bag is still intact. Otherwise, this young master's efforts would have been in vain. Then, Xiaohua took out Marshal Kuen's storage bag. When he immersed his divine sense into it to take a look, he almost jumped up from the ground. How is this possible? This guy, there are materials in his storage bag that can repair the Grand Universe shifting token. Joy appeared on Xiaohua's face. Almost without hesitation, he took out all the jade strips in Li Qingxiu's storage bag. When he hurriedly finished looking through them, he couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. Damn it, these materials are indeed needed to repair the Grand Universe shifting token. However, the most important materials are missing. I'm afraid that this guy randomly collected them. Thinking about it, Xiaohua's gaze landed on the other materials that were placed together with those materials. He seemed to be deep in thought. Thunder Roll Stone. Isn't this the material that Li Zongbao mentioned to refine some lightning pool? This guy actually has so many Thunder Roll Stones. Moreover, his jade strips even have the secret method to refine a lightning bolt. This is the secret of my Imperial Thunder sect. How could he possibly bring these things to Sky Patrol City? Moreover, his storage bag only has the materials to refine the Grand Universe shifting token but doesn't have the secret method to refine or repair it. It's very obvious that he doesn't know how to refine the Grand Universe shifting token. Then why did he collect so many materials? Chapter 2499. Other than Daoist Jingyu, I'm afraid I can't think of any other reason. Marshal Kun has a fire attribute physique, so he must be a weapon refiner in my Imperial Thunder sect. That Daoist Jingyu is also a weapon refiner, so the two of them might be related. Also, I've never met this Marshal Kun before, so why would he set up some 6-ding mountain ceiling magic formation here to plot against me? Also, he knows so much about me. If he didn't take orders from Daoist Jingyu, what other reason could there be? Right, how did this guy know that I have the strength of a golden core? I'm afraid, it was Ming Mao or Dui Ling, who revealed it. Alas, this woman, how could she keep a secret? Xiao Hua sighed, but then he was shocked again. Also, Kun Fian. That's right, Kun Fian is a disciple of the Earth Thunder Palace. During my second Foundation establishment experience, she suddenly attacked and wanted to kill me. Looking at the situation, she seemed to have no choice. Although she was extremely unwilling to attack, she still had to attack. Could it be Marshal Kun? Forget it, Marshal Kun is already dead, and Kun Fian is also dead. Who knows if it's them? Xiao Hua sneered. Looks like I was right to hide my cultivation. Just now, I saw from the jade slip that this forbidden law record is an extremely evil magic treasure. It requires 2 cultivators to enter this magic treasure at the same time, and it specifically tests the 2 people's magic power. As long as the magic power is strong, the other party will die in the strangulation of this forbidden law record. Unless the 2 people's magic power is extremely similar, then both of them can survive. Otherwise, only one person can come out from inside. Presumably, Marshal Kun found out from Ming Mao or Dui Ling that I have the strength of a golden core early stage and felt that he couldn't win with just magic power, so he set his sights on a competition of magic power. What a pity, if we compare magic power, I can compare to a golden core late stage. How can you be my opponent? Alas, looks like no matter when, I can't expose my bottom line to others. No matter when, I have to keep a life-saving method. Hee, but this Marshal Kun is really cute. Xiao Hua immediately revealed a smile. Usually, it's the cultivators of other sects who send good things to me, but this time, it's my own sect's cultivators who send it to me. Oh, that's not right, Marshal Kun, this guy. His intentions were unforgivable. Why did he bring my thunder-controlling sect's thunderbolt refining method from the Sky Thunder Peak? I'm afraid he wants to make an exchange with Reverend Jing Si. Not to mention whether or not he wants to exchange the secret refining method of the Grand Universe shifting token, even if it's anything else, he's harming the interests of my Imperial Thunder sect. Killing him was the right thing to do. Humph, it's all for nothing. As Xiao Hua thought about it, he looked at the jade strip for refining the thunderbolt, and this thunderbolt is really something. It's not something that can be understood in a day or two. Moreover, repairing the thunderbolt is not something that can be done in a short period of time. There are only a few days left before the Battle of the 7 Extremes mountain range. Let's refine as many fire talismans as possible. Although Li Qingshu's invisibility talisman and Xiao Hua's fire talisman were both jade talismans, their advantages and disadvantages could be clearly seen. Xiao Hua's jade talisman was not just a little bit inferior. The fire talisman's talisman was much worse than the invisibility talisman's talisman. However, from the performance of the fire talisman, it was indeed not bad. It could actually block the talisman of a nascent soul cultivator. Even if the opponent was a golden core cultivator, this large number of fire talismans could definitely make the opponent suffer. Therefore, Xiaohua still hoped to refine a few more. However, just as he put away the jade talisman, his gaze fell on a strange message talisman. This message talisman was somewhat similar to a flying sword. There was a faint flowing light on it. Oh. This seems to be a sword cultivator's flying sword message. Could it be? Martial Kuan is a sword cultivator. No, this is the Changbai Sect's message talisman. Xiaohua thought for a moment and understood, this guy is colluding with Changbai Sect's Reverend Jing Si. There must be that guy's message talisman in it. Humph, that old man Jing Si is a big enemy of mine. He killed Martial Kuan for me. Xiaohua scratched his chin and thought again, I don't know when Jing Si will come to Sky Patrol City. If I can condense my core, I will have some ability to protect myself. Thinking about this, Xiaohua took out the many jade slips that he had thrown into the storage bag and checked them one by one. Not long after, Xiaohua frowned slightly. When his divine sense came out of the jade slips in his hand, his brows relaxed and the corners of his mouth actually revealed a trace of a smile. Martial Kuan, my brother yours truly, Guan Ni. Haha, this must be the message talisman sent to Martial Kuan by the early golden core cultivator who robbed the Zhongling mountain village of qi refining materials. Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly, the two of them agreed on a place but didn't say a time. However, since Martial Kuan left the city at this time, it should be soon. According to the jade slips, Guan Ni has the key materials to repair the Grand Universe shifting token. Martial Kuan probably wants to exchange the refining method of the thunder boat with him, right? Damn it, it seems that I must go. Not only can I kill that old man Jing Si's disciple, but I can also obtain the refining materials. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Hee, it's more than killing two birds with one stone. Guan Ni has always been ruthless. He even managed to get so many materials from a small Zhongling mountain village. How can there be few things in his storage bag? This young master's method isn't too vicious and merciless, right? Ruthless, I'm a ruthless and terrifying phoenix. Xiaohua secretly snorted. He kept the jade slips and began to refine the fire talisman. When the time was almost up, Xiaohua collected all the items and flew out of the cave. After identifying the direction, he flew towards the Seven Extremes mountain range. The Seven Extremes ridge was like 7 huge barriers, standing tall in the snowy highlands. The high foothills stretched across the sky, making people feel as if they had reached the end of the snowy highlands. Beyond the end, there was no wind, no snow, no cold. Yes, there was no paradise beyond the Seven Extremes ridge. It was still snowy and bone-piercing cold. However, there were spirit stone veins in the Seven Extremes ridge that cultivators coveted. Although the Seven Extremes ridge was a small-scale spirit stone mine, it had yet to be fully exploited. After the sword cultivators launched their attack that day, they were overjoyed. Not only did they send over a large number of sword-nurturing disciples to mine, they also asked the sword cultivator Failing Sword Manor and the blacksmith cultivator Bronze Bell sect to send over more people to guard the place. In addition, the other sword sects also sent over disciples to support them. At this time, in the cave residence where the cultivators of Sky Patrol City were resting, Roasi and Yunbai of Failing Sword Manor, as well as more than 10 disciples from other sects, were sitting on jade chairs. The sword light on each person's body was faintly discernible, and the faint sound of the sword was incessant. It seemed that they were practicing some kind of sword array. As the sword light on everyone's body became more and more obscure, the sound of the sword also became more and more uniform. In the end, there was a clang like the sound of a golden drum. A huge flying sword suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd and rushed into the rock wall above the cave residence. With a loud boom, a black hole of several feet in size was blasted out by the huge sword. Roasi, who was sitting on it, was a strong female cultivator of grade 1 illusory sword. She had thick eyebrows and big eyes, quite masculine. She laughed and stood up, saying, "Sword friends, you've worked hard. Our sword array is so powerful with just a little cooperation. It's more than enough to protect this small spirit stone vein. When you go back to your respective sects, you still have to practice this sword array well." Senior Ruosi, a sword cultivator of grade 6 illusory sword, stood up and said with a smile, "Senior, thank you for teaching us. This sword array is the secret of failing sword manner. Now for the battle of our sword realm, Senior taught us without reservation. We have benefited a lot. Whether it's failing sword manner, Lujian sect, failing feather sect, or Yinyang sword sect, they are all members of our sword realm. The most important thing is to kill the Tao cultivators and control all the spirit stone veins in the hands of us sword cultivators." Ruosi waved her hand casually and said with a smile, "You just have to remember these words and practice the sword array well. As long as you kill more sword cultivators, I will be gratified." This sword formation was passed down long ago when Senior seized this spirit stone mine while bathed in blood. Over the years, we disciples of various sects and even disciples of different sects have diligently practiced it. We've long been familiar with it. Another sword cultivator of grade 5 illusory sword stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "It's just that our 7 extremes ridge has exceeded the vision of the Tao sect cultivators. I'm afraid they won't pay attention to this place. Otherwise, our flying swords will definitely kill more cultivators." Qin Jianyo's words are wrong. The sword cultivator of grade 6 illusory sword shook his head and said, "It's not that our 7 extremes ridge is too far, and it's also not that our spirit stone vein is too small. It's just that our sword cultivators' warriors are too outstanding in this battle. They've beaten the cultivators to the point that they've retreated. They've gained the upper hand in every aspect. That bullshit meeting hall is badly battered and exhausted. They're simply unable to reach my 7 extremes ridge. What Yuan Jianyu said is right. It's all because this little brother knows too little." The sword cultivator of grade 5 illusory sword bowed humbly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a brilliant sword light flashed. "It's a pity that other than killing a few foundation establishment cultivators 50 kilometers south of the 7 extremes ridge a few months ago, my flying sword hasn't seen any blood. Soon." A similarly tanned and skinny female cultivator of grade 1 illusory sword beside Ruosi chuckled and said, "You guys take turns every 10 days. We'll be able to send you out soon. You'll be able to kill cultivators easily. Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior Yunbai." The sword cultivator with the surname Chen bowed and said, "I hope that every sword cultivator on duty will be able to kill more." At this moment, without waiting for the sword cultivator with the surname Chen to finish his words, an intense sword light suddenly flashed from a corner far away in the cave. Oh! Everyone was slightly stunned and looked towards that corner. "Ha!" Yunbai laughed when she saw this. "Look, just now when we were talking about killing cultivators, there are cultivators passing by our 7 extremes ridge. Let's see who you're waiting for to go out and make a fortune." Chapter 2500. With that, Yunbai waved her hand and a crimson sword energy fell into her hand. It was a small sword about an inch long. "Go!" Yunbai shouted. The small sword flew into the air and exploded with a pang sound, revealing a square sword shape. Inside the sword shape was a vast expanse of whiteness. After everyone looked at it for a moment, more than a dozen swordsmen of both sexes appeared from the white expanse. These flying swords were actually set up by sword cultivators. The situation from 100 miles away could be transmitted to this place through the other flying swords. Oh. So it's another group of sword cultivators here to support. Yunbai couldn't help but reveal a trace of bewilderment when she saw this. That's over 10 swordsmen at the 6th grade of the sword. Why were they suddenly sent here? They might not be reinforcements. Ruosi shook her head. Maybe they have another mission and are just passing by the 7 extreme mountains and are resting here. Okay, I understand. Yunbai nodded and waved her hand. The square sword shape gradually closed and turned into a crimson flying sword that landed in a corner of the cave. Ruosi pointed with her hand and ordered, "Sword Cultivator Chen, take a few disciples to greet them." "Yes, this disciple understands." Sword Cultivator Chen bowed and flew out of the cave with a few 6th-grade swordsmen. After a while, Swordsman Chen and the dozen or so bright swordsmen came into the cave. The first one was a swordsman with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He led everyone forward and bowed. Junior Li Chun of the Void Heaven Sword School greets Senior Ruosi, Senior Yunbai, and the other sword friends. "Oh. So it's sword cultivators from the Void Heaven Sword School, please rise." Ruosi was slightly surprised to hear that these dozen swordsmen were actually disciples of the Void Heaven Sword School. The Void Heaven Sword School was in the limelight in this battle. Qin Jian's reputation was even more resounding than Lu Ruochang's. If it wasn't for the illusory sword school's swordsmen, ordinary swordsmen would have thought that the Void Heaven Sword School was hosting this battle. Therefore, the disciples of the Void Heaven Sword School were very popular wherever they went. Moreover, wherever they went, that place would be the center of attention. "I wouldn't dare." Li Chun was very respectful and stood up with a smile. "May I know if all of you are just passing by, or do you plan to stay in the 7 Extremes Ridge for a long time?" Yunbai asked with interest. "Good lesson, Senior White Nose. We juniors are here on the orders of our masters." Li Chun clapped his hands, took out a sword slip, and respectfully handed it over. "At this point in the war, our sword region's goal of occupying the spirit stone veins has already been seen through by the cultivators. They stubbornly defend their own spirit stone veins, and on the other hand, have begun to send cultivators to attack the spirit stone veins that we sword cultivators occupy. The disciples who were stationed at the side have all been mobilized. Send reinforcements to the various spirit stone mines." "Oh, I see." Ruosi took the sword slip and looked at it for a moment before nodding slightly. "Since the sword friends of the Void Heaven Sword School have come to reinforce us, my 7 Extremes mountain range should be safe. Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior." Li Chun respectfully said, "We are willing to follow Senior's orders and kill cultivators in the 7 Extremes mountain range." "Good." Ruosi clapped her hands and looked at the 11 swordsmen behind Li Chun. Her gaze fell on a petite woman with delicate facial features, and she said with a smile, "With Senior Martial Brother Qin Jian's fame, if they hear that Senior Martial Brother Qin Jian's martial niece is here, they will definitely be scared witless and won't dare to come." "Ha ha ha!" The swordsmen all laughed. Only the woman Ruosi was looking at had a slight frown on her face without a trace of a smile. Ruosi raised her eyebrows and looked at the woman with a smile. "This sword friend, aren't you the illustrious Guyu?" The woman was indeed Guyu. When she heard Ruosi call her name, she was puzzled. She stepped forward and bowed. "Junior is indeed Guyu. Greetings, Senior Ruosi. He, Invisible Sword Guyu. Although your cultivation is at the 5th stage of the Bright Sword stage." "Oh, you're already at the 6th stage of the Bright Sword stage. Congratulations." Ruosi said with a smile. "I wouldn't dare. Junior's cultivation is still too far from Senior's." Guyu slightly frowned and hurriedly acted humble. Li Chun, who was beside her, smiled, but there was a trace of pity in her smile. "Guyu, you don't need to be humble. Although your cultivation is only at the Bright Sword stage, your reputation is not inferior to Senior Martial Brother Qin Jian's." Ruosi said with a smile, "Since you joined the war, I don't know how many Dao sect cultivators you've killed. The number of people who died under your invisible sword is probably no less than Senior Martial Brother Qin's subordinates, right?" "I wouldn't dare." How could Junior compare to martial Uncle Qin? Gu Yu replied without arrogance. Gu Yu, your future is limitless. Yun Bai also said with a smile. I hope you can make a great contribution in the 7 Extremes Mountains and kill even more Dao sect cultivators. Junior's invisible sword has been lost. Now that I've come to the 7 Extremes Mountains with my senior martial brothers, I can only watch. I can no longer kill. Gu Yu raised her head and said very calmly. Ah! Your flying sword. Yun Bai was stunned. Your invisible sword was lost. But. As she spoke, a buzzing sword hum resounded around Yun Bai. The swordsmen nearby all involuntarily let out sword hum. Gu Yu's body was also trembling, and a faint sword hum could be heard from his body. However, Gu Yu's expression did not change as she smiled and said, although this invisible sword is in Junior's body, but, she is no longer Junior's. Oh. Why is that? Even Ruoxi was stunned at this moment as she asked curiously. Senior, please no. Li Chun hurriedly bowed and said, Junior martial sister has comprehended something in the sword Dao. This is what she thought and now it has truly integrated into her sword intent. Therefore, she can't fight. Oh, I see. Ruoxi looked pensive as she looked at Gu Yu and then at Li Chun before nodding slightly. Actually Junior martial sister, is in seclusion. Li Chun added, however, since martial Uncle Qin has personally given the order, it's not good for us to decline. This time, Junior martial sister is here and I'm afraid she can't contribute. Please forgive us. Alright, Ruoxi nodded slightly and casually agreed. However, she was an illusory swordsman. Just now, she only needed to probe a little to see Gu Yu's situation. How was she in seclusion? How was she fusing her sword? There must be some other reason. However, since the Void Heaven Sword School's disciple did not say anything, she would not pursue it. That's not right. Ruoxi nodded, but Yun Bai said, in this sword's opinion, although Gu Yu has just entered the 6th grade of the Bright Sword School, her sword foundation is solid and she even has some comprehension. Hearing this, Li Chun frowned. He had already said it so clearly, who knew that Yun Bai would still pursue it. However, Yun Bai was an illusory swordsman after all, so he could only awkwardly look at Gu Yu. Although Yun Bai's name was Yun Bai, her skin was absolutely not white. In fact, it was extremely dark, not to mention her appearance. Usually, when Ruoxi saw her, it was fine since they were all about the same. As for the other female swordsmen in the 7 Extremes mountain range, although they were beautiful and fair, their cultivation and reputation were low. At best, they were only at the 5th grade of the Bright Sword School. Moreover, they were all respectful to her. Although she was somewhat unhappy, she was also satisfied in her heart. Today, seeing Gu Yu, not to mention Gu Yu's snow-white skin, not to mention Gu Yu's pair of big eyes, not to mention Gu Yu's curvaceous figure, just Gu Yu's neither haughty nor humble, icy and intelligent temperament was enough to draw out a little bit of jealousy in her heart. Not to mention, the reputation of shapeless sword Gu Yu was very well known among cultivators. Even Li Zongbao knew of it, so how could Yun Bai not know? A mere 6th grade bright swordsman was actually more famous than her, an illusory swordsman. This was naturally not something that Yun Bai could tolerate. Therefore, when she saw Gu Yu explaining indifferently to Li Chun, Yun Bai mercilessly asked. Gu Yu saw Li Chun's concerned and helpless gaze and only nodded slightly. She bowed towards Yun Bai and Ruoxi and said, I won't hide it from the 2 seniors. Although this junior was in seclusion, I have already come out. First, I comprehended the sword intent and now, I have already communicated with the sword spirit. As for why this junior is only here as a spectator, that is because, this junior has already sworn that I will not take the initiative to kill a Dao sect cultivator and will never use the invisible sword to kill any cultivator. Oh, why is that? Not only was Yun Bai surprised, even Ruoxi was surprised. She blinked her eyes and looked at Guyu before looking at Li Chun. Cough cough, it's like this. Li Chun opened her mouth and said, my junior sister met the terrifying phoenix during an ambush. Ah, you actually met him? Yunbai almost cried out in surprise, you are actually still alive. Guyu smiled bitterly, yes, this junior is not only alive, but living well. The terrifying phoenix is vicious and merciless. How could he let you go? Ruosi looked at the surrounding swordsmen who also had some fear on their faces and said softly, that fellow not only killed Ling Yunwu and the other 12 swordsmen of the Soaring Wind Sword sect, he also killed Zhong Haoshuan and the other 6 swordsmen of the Bright Sword sect. Even Yu Ming of the Quilted Mountain sect was scared out of his wits. This junior did not expect him to be the terrifying phoenix at that time. A trace of fear flashed across Gu Yu's face as she said without hiding anything, at that time, he did not reveal his phoenix Dharma body. Furthermore, this junior only thought that he had died in the spirit stone mine of the Quanjin mountain. I simply did not expect him to be the terrifying phoenix. However, he did not seem to be as ruthless and bloodthirsty as what Senior and the others said. Guyu bit her lips and said softly. How is that possible? Yunbai sneered, this sword heard that this fellow looked like a Foundation establishment cultivator on the surface. However, he could even kill Ling Yunwu who was at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword. How could he be a Foundation establishment cultivator? At the very least, he should be a late-stage golden core cultivator. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator like him would not let go of sword nurturing and bright sword cultivators. He killed many of them in the Gale Snow field. How could he let such a fiend off? Yunbai's words made it seem like it was normal for Guyu to die. Chapter 2501. Guyu squints her eyes and a trace of indiscernible expression flashed across her crescent-like eyes. She continues, that day Junior used Formless Sword to plot against terrifying Phoenix. After being discovered by him, he used a magic artifact to chop Junior's right arm off. Oh. When everyone heard this, they looked at Guyu's undamaged right arm and were all shocked. Guyu sighs, Junior was completely disheartened and knew that I had met my nemesis and was bound to fall. But just as Junior screamed and revealed myself, that guy actually gave Junior the Formless Sword and broken arm. He even took advantage of Junior being caught off guard and fed Junior an indescribable elixir into Junior's mouth. He terrifying Phoenix. Does he know you? Yunbai laughs coldly. Guyu shakes her head, of course Junior doesn't know him. Even after escaping, I carefully thought about his appearance and the news from Gale Snowfield. Only then did I know that he was terrifying Phoenix. Then why did he let you go? Why did he give you an elixir? If not for his elixir, you might not be able to keep your right arm right. Yunbai asks. Guyu is silent but her eyes are unyielding. Guyu, if your right arm is broken, even this sword will feel pity for you, not to mention a male cultivator like terrifying Phoenix. Yunbai bluntly calls out her name. Junior was in a mess at that time and only thought of escaping. I didn't think much about it. Guyu replies, but according to Junior's thinking, terrifying Phoenix might not have thought so. Then what did he think? Even Ruosi is somewhat curious and continues to ask. I only feel that the horrifying Phoenix is not a cruel and merciless person. In fact, she is a kind person. If she was not forced into a desperate situation, she would definitely be merciful. She would not disregard human life. Guyu speaks frankly with assurance, even in the battle between Dao cultivators, he does not often kill people. What Senior said about those few situations, which one of them is not terrifying Phoenix fighting against my sword cultivator alone? When has Senior ever seen terrifying Phoenix working with others to kill my sword cultivator? This. Yunbai is somewhat tongue-tied. After Junior escaped with my life, I have thought deeply about it. The fault lies not with the terrifying Phoenix, nor with Ling Yunwu and the other seniors. The fault lies with the war between the Tao sect and the swordsmen. Guyu's big eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor as she said, "We swordsmen control the sword domain and are already free and unfettered, so why should we conspire against the cultivation three kingdoms? Even if we don't have spirit stones, we can still exchange things with the three kingdoms. There was no need to make such a big fuss and sacrifice the lives of thousands of swordsmen. If it wasn't for the Sword Dao War, the horrifying phoenix wouldn't exist, and Ling Yunwu and the others wouldn't have died." "Humph, what do you know?" Ruo Si sneered. "The Great War of the Sword Dao is far from something that a mere sword user like you can understand." "That's right, this junior naturally doesn't know." Guyu sighed with emotion. Junior only knows that, the flying sword is based on Zhongchong, with rather break than bend as sword intent, with a heart full of hot blood to cultivate the spirit sword in the heart. But now, in the war, you try to cheat and deceive each other. You kill me, I kill you. The spirit sword in my heart has long been blinded by hatred. It has long lost its spirituality. What's the difference between this and the Tao sect's flying sword? Moreover, the formless sword in this junior's hand requires a pure heart and a clear state of mind. Only then can it succeed. After this junior participated in the Great War, I always schemed to kill cultivators. My heart has already fallen and dust has long accumulated in it. How can it still be traceless? How can it still be formless? I'm afraid that the horrifying phoenix saw through this junior's whereabouts because of this. After this junior escaped, in addition to rejoicing, I gained enlightenment and found the true essence of the formless sword. This was how I broke through to the 6th grade of the bright sword in a short period of time." Seeing that Yunbai wanted to say something, Guyu didn't give her the chance to speak and continued, "Now, this junior's formless sword is in my heart and not in my hand. The formless sword in my body has been seen through by others and can no longer be used to kill people. This is your understanding?" Yunbai sneered. "You were just let off by others and you're grateful to them. You no longer raise the flying sword in your hand. Then this sword can tell you that you're very wrong. This is only a small matter. For this small matter, you've forgotten the righteousness of the great war of Tao cultivators and the righteousness of my sword realm survival. Even if your formless sword advances, you will never succeed and will never become an illusory sword. This is because you've forgotten that a sword is a sword. It is the weapon we swordsmen use to sacrifice ourselves, the weapon we use to take the lives of cultivators." As she spoke, Yunbai opened her mouth and a string of lotus flowers flew out. It streaked across the air and an extremely sharp sword chi landed on Guyu's head. That sword chi was unhindered and had already shaved off most of Guyu's black hair. Facing such a flying sword, can you stay true to your heart? Can you allow yourself to be slaughtered? Senior. Guyu was fearless and calmly said, facing this threat, this junior naturally won't wait for death. However, this junior has already said that this junior's sword is in my heart and not in my hand. Ridiculous. I didn't expect the Void Heaven Sword School to have senior martial brother Qin Jian, who killed Tu Hong, to have someone like you. Yunbai was about to scold her again, but Ruo Si waved her hand and stopped her, "No need. Since little friend from the Void Heaven Sword School came to support us, they naturally don't have to fight. It's fine as long as they have the intention. Besides, my 7 Extremes mountain range has more than 30,000 swordsmen, so what if we lose one?" Hearing Ruo Si's decision, although Yunbai was unwilling, she could only shut her mouth. Even now, this female illusory sword school swordsman still didn't understand why she suddenly made things difficult for this beautiful swordsman who was only at the 6th grade. Hearing this, Li Chun let out a long sigh and helplessly looked at Guyu. He had heard Guyu say the same thing back then. He was even more surprised than Yunbai and the others. Although Guyu's words revealed a thorough understanding of sword essence, and Guyu really relied on this understanding to advance. However, this was a battle between Tao cultivators. Who cared about what kind of understanding you had? You only needed to contribute to the sword domain and kill as many cultivators as possible. Not only did you not kill cultivators, but you also pointed out the inappropriateness of the sword Dao battle. Wasn't this clearly against the sword domain? Fortunately, Qin Jian's reputation had always been extremely resounding, especially when it was said that Tu Hong was killed by Qin Jian. Although Qin Jian denied it in the sword domain, those who didn't know the truth still put this credit on Qin Jian's head. Although formless sword Guyu's reputation was resounding, there were many who were on the same level as her. She was far from being as arrogant as Yunbai said. Guyu's change had only happened recently. If she didn't say it herself, how could others know? Even if he knew, just like Ruosi, he would still give in because of Qin Jian. Many thanks, Senior Ruosi. Guyu bowed very graciously. Seeing Guyu being so obedient, Yunbai couldn't help but feel awkward. Inside the cave, the other drawing sword swordsmen were also a little surprised. They unconsciously looked at each other, not only because of Guyu's words, but also because of Yunbai's actions. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from the place where the message was sent. A sword light suddenly flew out. Could it be that there are other sword friends coming to support? Ruosi obviously wanted to change the topic. She smiled and pointed with her finger. The sword light flew into the air. Just as the scarlet brilliance was about to explode, a few more buzzing sounds were heard. Not good. Ruosi's expression changed. She grabbed with one hand, and several scarlet brilliance flew into the air. Open. He heard Ruosi's soft reprimand, and several sword lights completely exploded. Several square mirrors were scattered in the air of the cave residence. See. So many, cultivators. When Ruosi saw the dense crowd of cultivators flying over from afar, covering the sky and covering the earth, there were even more than 10 huge flying magic tools. Ruosi's eyes narrowed, and his heart was filled with horror. Sister. Yunbai was even more puzzled. When was my 7 extremes ridge valued so highly? Looking at the incoming cultivators, there should be more than 10,000, right? More than that, Ruosi bit her lips and said coldly, to be able to activate 7 messenger flying swords, how could there be less than 20,000? These cultivators seem to be Huanhua sect disciples. Li Chun was a little hesitant, as if he couldn't make up his mind. That's right, they are Huanhua sect disciples. Yunbai sneered. Among the Dao sect cultivators, only Shi country's Huanhua sect likes to show off. They have flying artifacts wherever they go. Even when they go out to attack, they dress up as if they are getting married. Ha! The group of swordsmen who drew their swords couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Li Chun also laughed involuntarily. It seemed that this was the first time he heard such a description of Huanhua sect disciples, and he vaguely understood Yunbai's previous reproach to Guyu. Just as everyone was carefully inspecting, dozens of lights shot out from the Huanhua sect disciples. It was the late-stage Foundation establishment disciples who were scouting ahead. The swordsmen only felt a violent tremor in front of their eyes. The mirrors suddenly turned black, and all the images disappeared. Then, with a few crisp sounds, the mirror cracked inch by inch, turning into specks of fluorescent light that fell into the air. Obviously, the Huanhua sect disciples discovered the messenger flying swords and destroyed them. Huanhua sect actually launched a large-scale attack. This is really not good. Ruosi looked at the shattered fireflies in the air. Although her tone was very grim, the expression on her face didn't change much. Humph. These Dao sect bastards are really tired of living. Yunbai sneered. They want to attack my 7 extremes ridge with just 20,000 disciples. Let's not talk about anything else. On that day, my sword cultivator invested nearly 40,000 disciples in Golden Spring Mountain. Seniors, please understand. Right now, Huanhua sect is already 300 li away. Should we meet the enemy now? Li Chun bowed and said, "We Void Heaven Sword School disciples are willing to be the first line of defense." Ha! It's fine for now. Yunbai laughed. It's just 20,000 disciples. This sword won't let them return. Wang wang, another wave of sword humming sound was heard. It came from the place where the message was sent, and the sword light suddenly flew out again. Chapter 2502. Not good. At this time, Ruoxi was really a little shocked. However, before she could reach out her hand, there was a series of strong roars, and several scarlet lights rushed into the sky. Ruoxi did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly grabbed with her hand, and those scarlet sword lights also exploded, and several images of 4 directions appeared again. However, after a series of explosions, the sword lights that had just appeared on the surface of the mirror were immediately shattered into fluorescent light. These flying swords were actually discovered by the cultivators first, and before the sword cultivators could see any clues, they were immediately destroyed. Which sect is this? Ruoxi was shocked. Fortunately, after the sword lights were annihilated, the last small mirror surface that was only 1 foot square appeared. It seemed to be from the distant horizon, with the same imposing manner as the Huanhua sect's disciples. The tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder sect's disciples also urged their magic tools to fly over. Terrifying Phoenix, when Ruoxi saw the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples' attire, what Guyu said just now unconsciously appeared in her mind. She then looked at the other drawing sword sect's disciples, and a trace of panic could not help but flash across their faces. This Guyu really came at the wrong time. Ruoxi could not help but sigh, but she still looked at Yunbai with some reproach. If Yunbai did not force her, Guyu would not have said such demoralizing words, right? Guyu seemed to have sensed everyone's fear. She hesitated and whispered, "Junior, doesn't think that terrifying Phoenix would be here. He has a proud personality, and will definitely not attack together with other cultivators." That's right. Yunbai also came to a realization. She hurriedly patted the jade chair and shouted, "Think about that terrifying Phoenix's origin. How could he be interested in our 7 Extremes mountain range?" Yunbai also tried her best to redeem her mistake just now. That's right, that's right. The group of drawing sword sect swordsmen's eyes lit up, and they also came to a realization. They had never heard of an expert like terrifying Phoenix appearing together with other cultivators. Pa! With an explosive sound, a thumb-sized lightning flashed on the mirror surface, and the mirror surface finally exploded. Senior sister. Yunbai stood up and said, "This Imperial Thunder sect's group of cultivators seems to have 10 to 20,000. This adds up to nearly 40,000 cultivators. It's the same as our 7 Extremes mountain ranges swordsmen. Looks like the Dao sect has done their homework well." Yes. Ruoxi nodded slightly. She waved her hand and said, "Junior sister Yunbai, now that the Imperial Thunder sect and the Cleansing Flower sect are attacking, you and I will definitely have to face the enemy separately. Which sect's cultivators will you kill?" "Washing Flower sect." Yunbai cried out without any hesitation. "Very good." Ruoxi stood up as well. She clapped her hands and a similarly crimson flying sword appeared. With a wave of her hand, the flying sword rushed into the air. With a series of sword cries, it turned into several flying swords and rushed out of the cave. This sword has already informed the disciples who are guarding 100 miles away to retreat. For the time being, we will not go and face them head-on. Wait for my reinforcements to arrive, then we will fight them to the death. Chen Feng. The swordsman surnamed Chen hurriedly stood up. "Senior, please give me your orders. Go and inform sword friend Ji of the Bronze Bell sect. Tell him in detail what happened here. Ask him to come out of seclusion immediately and assume command." Chen Feng bowed hastily and left hastily. "Yes, this junior understands." "Oh. Senior Ji of the Bronze Bell sect is here as well. Hearing this, Li Chun's face was obviously filled with joy. Ruosi nodded slightly and said with a smile, he is the swordsman with the highest cultivation in our 7 Extremes Ridge. This sword and junior sister Yunbai are merely watching over the house for him. Very good. Li Chun beamed and said, since Senior Ji is here, those several tens of thousands of Dao sect cultivators are nothing to be afraid of. Yunbai nodded. He, exactly. Li Chun asked, Senior, please give your orders. Which senior shall we follow to fight the enemy? Ruosi did not even need to think. She waved her hand and said, all of you follow this sword to kill the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes. Guyu and the rest also stood up and answered with a bow. Then, Ruosi methodically divided the group of swordsmen into 2 groups, and each of them went out with their own men. The Imperial Thunder sect did not come to the 7 Extremes Ridge alone. Together with the Imperial Thunder sect, there were also disciples from the Mozong Mountain and Yongyi sect. There were even disciples from a few small sects in the country of Shi. However, the Imperial Thunder sect only sent out an early gold core stage cultivator. Moreover, the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples made up the majority. At this moment, the group flying in front was a group of disciples from the Canlei Palace. The leader was a late Foundation establishment stage cultivator. In his hand, he held a strange-looking magic treasure. The 2 ends were sharp, but the middle was flat. There was some flickering brilliance within it. This cultivator activated the magic treasure in his hand. The brilliance within the magic treasure flickered repeatedly. Suddenly, a slanted corner above the flat surface shook violently. That disciple did not hesitate and activated his magic power. The magic treasure shook a few times, and a few thumb-sized lightning bolts shot out toward the wilderness in the distance. A rumbling sound was heard. It really hit the extremely thick layer of snow in the wilderness. After a moment, when there was no more movement, that disciple continued to activate the magic treasure. At this moment, the flat surface in the middle of the magic treasure returned to its original tranquility. It was like a layer of water, and there were no ripples at all. All of you wait here. That disciple ordered and returned with the magic treasure in his hand. The Imperial Thunder sect's disciples were arranged in a neat formation. Basically, each Thunder Palace was a large group. Within each large group, there were several dozens of small groups. On the 2 sides of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples were Mozong Mountain and Yongyi sect's disciples. They were all waiting in formation according to the customs of the 2 sects. The other scattered sects were sandwiched between the 3 sects' disciples. Although there were few people, their morale was high and they were all valiant and high-spirited. Above the heads of these disciples, there were another dozen or so peak late Foundation establishment cultivators clustered around an early gold core old man. These dozen or so people were also flying at a leisurely pace, not in a hurry at all. The leading late Foundation establishment stage disciple flew into the air and bowed, reporting to Marshal Uncle Can, this disciple has already used the clear and turbid technique to check the surrounding 30 miles. There are no more traces of flying swords or sword formations. The gold core stage cultivator was naturally the leader of the Imperial Thunder sect. He was also the commander of the attack on the 7 Extremes Ridge, Ken Sheng from the Canlei Palace. After listening to the report of the Foundation establishment stage disciple, Ken Sheng nodded slightly, and, good. Then, he released his divine sense and sneered, the flying swords and sword formations within 30 miles are gone. However, there are still many swordsmen lying in ambush outside 30 miles. These swordsmen are probably preparing to launch a sneak attack on us. Go Yufeng, send 300 disciples and bring me the heads of these swordsmen. Yes, this disciple understands. The eyes of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciple called Yufeng flashed with a trace of excitement. His figure flew down quickly and pointed in the air for a moment. Another 300 Imperial Thunder sect's disciples followed him and flew forward. Senior Kan is really amazing. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples had just been sent out. A somewhat gray-haired but still charming late Foundation establishment stage female cultivator said with a smile, the divine sense of an ordinary gold core stage senior can only reach 10 miles. At most, it's 20 miles. I didn't expect that senior's divine sense has actually reached 30 miles. If senior is pregnant, wouldn't it directly exceed 1,000 miles? Kan Sheng's face flashed with a trace of pride. However, he still waved his hand and said, fellow Taoist Jing overestimates this old man. This old man only had some fortuitous encounters when I was young. My divine sense is quite long and has some advantages compared to ordinary fellow Taoists. However, divine sense of 1,000 miles is the magical ability of a Funshin separation stage senior. Even if this old man is a nascent soul stage, it's impossible for me to do that. Hee, Senior Kan is too humble. Another female cultivator spoke. This female cultivator looked slightly younger than Mozong Mountain's Jing Tingting. Her hair was very black. She was Ling Zhu from the Yongyi sect. Senior has a high starting point and your future achievements will be even higher. If not for Senior's profound cultivation, how could you be sent here? The Seven Extremes Ridge is the original spirit stone mine of Century City. They didn't let their disciples come and instead let Senior lead the team. Isn't it because they are afraid that they can't take down the Seven Extremes Ridge? Kan Sheng was about to say something when he suddenly raised his head again and frowned. It seemed that his divine sense had detected something. Ling Zhu, Jing Tingting and other late Foundation establishment stage cultivators all released their divine senses. Unfortunately, their divine senses were only 10 miles, how could they see anything? Forget it. Seeing that everyone was looking at him eagerly, Kan Sheng sneered and said, the sword cultivator actually issued a summoning order for the ambushing sword cultivators to return to the Seven Extremes Ridge. I'm afraid that Dui Yufeng and the rest will return empty-handed. Sword cultivators also have dog noses. A late Foundation establishment stage cultivator said with a smile, they know that we came prepared today and saw Senior Kan's power. They were so scared that they wet their pants. Kan Sheng knew that this was an act of flattery, but he still felt good when he heard it. He looked at the leader of the small sect and nodded slightly. Sure enough, after a long while, Dui Yufeng returned with the 300 disciples. He reported in a very dejected manner, Martial Uncle Kan, this disciple is unworthy. Before we could even get close, we saw the appearance of a messenger flying sword. Those sword cultivators didn't even look at us before they all flew away. It's okay. Kan Sheng said with a smile, no matter how they hide, it's only a distance of 200 miles. In the end, they will meet us. You lead these 300 disciples and lead the way. Keep a distance of 10 miles from the main group. If you encounter any sword cultivators, kill them immediately. Roger, Dui Yufeng shouted loudly and whistled in midair. Then, his figure made a beautiful turn and flew forward. This child. He really has no respect for his elders. Kan Sheng said with a smile. Isn't this because Senior Kan is amiable and approachable? Ling Zhu said with a smile, if you had a straight face and looked like you didn't want strangers to come close, not to mention senior brother Dui, we would also feel like we were sitting on pins and needles. Kan Sheng laughed and waved his hand, this is my nature. I don't like to put on airs as an elder. Even if I did, I would feel uncomfortable. Then it's our fortune. Jing Tingting replied with a smile. Chapter 2503. Don't worry. I'm not a greedy person either. As long as we find out the strength of the Seven Extremes mountain range, of course, the final goal is to take down the Seven Extremes mountain range. All of you have contributed greatly and this old man will not take even half of the battle credits. Kan Sheng smiled and said. We're under Senior Kan's lead, so the credit will naturally go to Senior. Everyone's face was filled with joy as they bowed and answered. Wait for me. Kan Sheng was very satisfied. He looked at the horizon and asked, how's the situation with the Huanhua sect? I'll let Senior know. Ling Zhu hurriedly replied, an hour ago, they sent a message. Just like us, they're only near the edge of the 7 Extremes mountain range and haven't encountered any sword cultivators. I'll send a message over as well. Tell them about this place. Kan Sheng instructed, also, order the disciples to increase their speed by 10% and prepare for battle. Yes, we understand. Everyone's face turned cold. They knew that their previous ease had come to an end. As the distance increased, the battle was inevitable. When the group of Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators returned to their group, only a few Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were left beside Kan Sheng. The entire group of cultivators indeed increased their speed. Kan Sheng squinted his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. His face was filled with confidence as his gaze fell on the mountain range that looked like a scream. Buzz buzz buzz, a continuous sword cry that could even shake the earth and mountains was emitted from the 7 Extremes mountain range. Immediately after, a hurricane swept out and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered and poured into the 7 Extremes ridge. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the 7 Extremes ridge, the hurricane became even bigger. Immediately, countless moo sounds were heard in the air and shook the surroundings. A hurricane blew across the vast sky and the robes of the 20,000 Dao sect cultivators were blown up. The accumulated snow on the snow region plateau was also swept up into the air. In the blink of an eye, a huge shadow suddenly appeared on the towering mountain range in the distance. Similarly, 20,000 swordsmen flew into the air from the 7 Extremes ridge in an orderly formation. The black mass of swordsmen blocked the setting sun and covered half of the sky. In addition to the intense flickering of the sword light, that oppressive aura was able to cause the sweat of the cultivators to stand even though they were dozens of miles away. They're just a group of people who want to show off. Kan Sheng was shocked, but he still sneered disdainfully. Call Yu Feng turn. Kan Sheng instructed, slow down and arrange the formation. I want to see if the treasures of my Imperial Thunder sect or the flying swords of the sword cultivators are more powerful. Yes, the disciple beside him hurriedly sent out a message talisman upon receiving the order. Dui Yu Feng and the others were originally hesitant, but at this moment, they received the order and returned. Charge! Kan Sheng waved his hand slightly and urged his transcendence energy to shout. When Kan Sheng's order fell into the ears of the 20,000 cultivators, it was like thunder. Everyone urged their transcendence energy at the same time. The magic tools and treasures in their hands were all taken out. Similarly, there were 10,000 flashes of lightning. Streams of heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered and similarly formed a hurricane. Especially the rolling thunder and flickering lightning. The momentum was so great that it was not inferior to the sword cultivators' sword formation. The group of cultivators and swordsmen were all on alert. Each of them urged their bodies. Seeing that the two sides were getting closer and closer, they could clearly see the two sides. When they heard the sword cultivators' orders, the 100 or so swordsmen who were riding on their flying swords at the very front urged their sword energy. The 100 or so sword flashes rushed out of the crowd and formed a huge flying sword in the sky. The sword flashes swayed as they rushed towards the cultivators. The cultivators' treasures could not be compared to the swordsmen's flying swords. They could not reach far. When they saw the flying swords attacking, the 100 or so cultivators also exerted their power at the same time. They shouted in unison and the magic tools in the sky flashed as they rushed out. Boom, a huge sound rang out. The flying swords collided with the group of magic tools. A series of explosions rang out and the air waves rushed into the sky. The accumulated snow on the nearby snow region was blown away. At this time, the vegetation and gravel were also blown into the air. Not only that, the entire ground shook slightly from the impact of the air waves. His sword cultivators indeed have some skills. The 100 or so flying swords rushed into the magic tools and collided with each other. Most of the flying swords were blocked by the magic tools. However, there were still about 10% of the flying swords that broke through the magic tools' defense and approached the cultivators. Kan Shing could not help but sigh in his heart. However, the disciples of Imperial Thunder sect were not mediocre. Immediately, another 100 or so disciples immediately activated their magic tools. One by one, the magic tools flashing with lightning and fire rushed out. Not only did they force the flying swords back, but they also counterattacked the swordsmen. This back and forth test was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Ripples were born from the place where the stone fell and quickly spread to the entire lake. The waves of battle also dragged all the cultivators and swordsmen into it. Rumble. Ka-cha-cha. There was the sound of thunder and the flash of swords. When the first scream came from the mouth of a cultivator or a swordsman, it was immediately followed by an endless stream of screams. Every scream was the harvest of a life. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, hundreds of cultivators and swordsmen had already fallen from the two armies. At this time, the cruelty of the battle was different from that of Quan Jinshan. That was because Quan Jinshan and Tu Hong had a premeditated plan to lure the swordsman into a trap. Other than a simple defense to not arouse the swordsman's suspicion, he did not send most of the Sky Patrol City's disciples into the battle at all. Today, all the swordsmen were mobilized. All the cultivators did not hold back. They used their flying swords to fight against the magic tools without the slightest mercy. In Li Chun's hand was a thin sword that was like spring water. The jade-green sword light seemed to be able to subdue almost everything. His figure broke free from a flickering lightning net. With a slight wave of his hand, the jade-green light flashed out and pierced into the eyes of a tall, dark, and thin cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect several dozen feet away. There was a flash of brilliance in front of the cultivator's eyes. The defensive yellow talisman was immediately corroded by the spring water, creating a flaw smaller than a needle's eye. However, it was this flaw that allowed the sword light to penetrate and rush into the cultivator's right eye at lightning speed. Ah! With a scream, the cultivator naturally used his right hand to cover his right eye. However, he only had time to cover his right eye before the green light pierced through the back of his head. The cultivator did not shout another word and his figure fell into the dust. Humph! Li Chun snorted coldly. His figure suddenly sank and his two hands stretched out. Above the cultivator that he had just killed, there were two other Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. They had just joined forces to kill a swordsman. Just as they were about to take the swordsman's storage pouch, his two sword lights pierced towards them from below. Attack! These two disciples were also Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators. When Li Chun's flying sword approached, the two of them had already sensed it. They turned around almost at the same time. One was a palm-sized butterfly and the other was a lightning dart that was like a spear. Both of them flashed with lightning and struck Li Chun's flying sword. Sizzle! There was a burst of thunder. Li Chun's flying sword was surrounded by lightning. Moreover, the lightning spread along the direction of the flying sword and rushed towards Li Chun. The two of them sneered and simultaneously urged their magic tools to attack Li Chun. Go! Li Chun's figure abruptly made a turn, and a thin stream of water emerged from beneath his feet, carrying his figure as it rapidly rushed underground. Where do you think you're going? The two Imperial Thunder sect's disciples shouted. At the same time, they urged their flying techniques to chase after him. However, when the two of them rushed out for about 4 zhang, the disciple who used the lightning dart suddenly became alert. The lightning dart in his hand suddenly flew to the side and directly pierced towards a swordsman who was fighting with a Mozong Mountain disciple about 2 zhang to the left. Pooh! The swordsman was simply caught off guard. The sword light around his body flashed rapidly and was unable to block the lightning dart. The lightning dart pierced through his body. Looking at the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple, he used force in his hand and threw the swordsman's corpse to the ground. Then, he suddenly rushed into the air. Almost at the same time, the other disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect who was chasing after Li Chun suddenly paused. The defensive brilliance at his waist flashed rapidly, and then his entire body was cut in half. This disciple didn't even have the chance to scream before he died. Looking at the sky, an extremely dim sword light flashed. It was like a thin thread of sword light had shrunk into the hand of a Void Heaven Sword School's disciple. It was the other disciple, Spring Equinox. However, at this moment, a tremendous force erupted from Spring Breeze's body. Spring Equinox had just retracted his sword radiance and had yet to stabilize his body. The force of the impact sent Spring Equinox flying. Spring Equinox wasn't the only one affected. Even the swordsmen and cultivators within 100 feet radius were sent flying in all directions by the force of the impact. Spring Equinox scanned with his divine sense and knew that a cultivator had detonated a magic treasure to take down the opponent with him. Unfortunately, the sword cultivator was extremely agile and had already dodged. Only his flying sword was slightly damaged, but Spring Equinox and the others were affected. Spring Equinox calmed down a little and was about to use his divine sense to scan elsewhere when he suddenly felt a chill from his back. He was so shocked that he didn't have time to use his divine sense. The sword light around him shone brightly, and he was about to rush up. His right hand shook behind him, and the flying sword that was as thin as a thread also rushed out. However, he was still too late. Seeing that he had just flown 3 feet away, before his speed reached its limit, a fist-sized blue lightning ball streaked across the sky and sank into his back like a meteor. Although the sword light of Spring Equinox's protection was surging with all its might, extending and contracting like the quills of a hedgehog, the lightning ball still easily penetrated it. With a loud bang, the ball of lightning exploded inside Spring Equinox's body. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. How could Spring Equinox still have a chance to live? Several hundred feet away, an Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple holding a ring-shaped magic treasure was dumbfounded as he watched all of this. He was controlling the magic treasure to send out a ball of lightning to attack a nearby swordsman. Who would have thought that after the swordsman barely dodged, the swordsman would quickly attack him? He was in a panic and didn't have time to control the ball of lightning with his divine sense. As a result, Spring Equinox was killed. Chapter 2504. However, this Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple's good luck had come to an end. Just as he was dumbstruck looking at his battle achievement, his opponent waved her hand and a black earth pillar smashed horizontally towards his chest. This disciple came to his senses and hurriedly activated his magic treasure. A small lightning ball was born and rushed to the front of the earth pillar. With a loud boom, the earth pillar was blasted into pieces. But just as the smoke and dust were flying and the earth was scattering, an incomparably black sword light as thin as a hair rushed from the earth pillar to the front of this Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple's magic power was obviously exhausted. His divine sense was careless and was penetrated by the sword light. The brilliance protecting his body flickered slightly and was annihilated. Following the sword light entering his chest, that disciple only let out a light groan and died. Strings of blood splattered and one life after another was reaped by the sickle. Seeing such a situation, Roa-Si looked at Guyu beside her and asked in a deep voice, "Guyu, Spring Equinox, has already fallen. Many swordsmen have also fallen. You, still don't plan to take action?" Guyu's expression did not change as she shook her head slightly. This junior will not take action. In this junior's eyes, these lives are all innocent. They should not have fallen here. They should have roared in the 9 heavens and galloped freely between this heaven and earth. But for this so-called Tao cultivator great war, their originally free lives, have no choice but to be tied up here. Sigh, perhaps, you are right. Ruoxi looked at her disciples falling one by one and felt helpless in her heart. She could only sigh and said, "It's a pity that this sword cannot transcend like you. Since this sword is stationed in 7 Extremes mountain range, then I must ensure that I complete the orders of the Sword Region Master." Saying that, Ruoxi raised her head and took a deep breath. Sword light shot out from her body and her originally dark skin seemed to be plated with a layer of silver light at this moment. Guyu knew that Ruoxi was about to take action and hurriedly flew back several feet. She stood quietly and watched coldly. It was as if this war had nothing to do with her. Buzz buzz. The sword light on Ruoxi's body blossomed and continued to elongate. As the sword light flashed, the sound of the sword humming also reverberated. When the sword light was only 20 feet long, Ruoxi's entire body charged into the air. She drew an extremely beautiful arc in the air and charged towards Kenshin, who was several li away. The sword light was like lightning, streaking across the sky. Not only did the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi rapidly gather, it even pierced through the air. A rumbling sound came from the sword light along with Ruoxi's flight. As Ruoxi's figure approached, a cloud-like sword light appeared from Ruoxi's body. Ruoxi's sword intent was actually a pure and flawless white cloud. Kenshin had long been paying attention to Ruoxi's actions. When he saw that her actions had caused such a huge commotion, he muttered in his heart. However, what else could he do now? Kenshin opened his hand and a 3-foot-long purple golden hammer flew out from his body. The head of the purple golden hammer was 1 foot long and the runes on it were very deep. Electric light flowed between the runes, and the flickering purple light couldn't help but rush out of the purple golden hammer. It rushed into the air, and issued a crackling sound. The 2-feet-long hammer handle slightly rotated, and the world's spiritual energy was sucked in like a whale. Rise, Kenshin's white hair suddenly scattered in all directions as a powerful aura surged out. He lifted the purple golden hammer in his right hand and similarly flew up, charging towards Ruoxi with a speed that was not inferior to hers. Following Kenshin's flight, a hammer shadow with lightning lingering around it slowly formed in front of the purple golden hammer. When the two collided, it was already 1 foot long. Boom! A loud sound rang out. It was definitely an earth-shattering movement. The purple golden hammer finally collided with the white cloud sword. The first round of collision between the two Golden Core Realm swordsmen and cultivators created a huge sound wave in the air. Amidst the sound wave, the 1 foot long white cloud was struck by 70%. The purple golden hammer shadow of the same size was also shaved off by more than 80%. Looking at Kenshin and Ruoxi, the two's figures were even faster than when they flew over. They retreated like bullets and were only able to stabilize themselves after being knocked back 1,000 feet. The dozens of cultivators and swordsmen below them were also affected and lost their balance, falling into the air. Those who were lucky barely managed to stabilize themselves. Those who were unlucky had long been killed by the nearby enemies. Not only that, the white cloud was like a strand of black hair. Every strand of cloud was a ray of sword light. After rushing into the purple golden hammer, it immediately revealed a ferocious appearance and danced rapidly like a jellyfish with countless tentacles. The purple golden hammer wasn't any weaker than the white cloud sword. The purple golden hammer was originally a shadow made of lightning, but now it suddenly exploded. The lightning pierced into the white clouds like flying swords. Wherever the lightning went, the sword lights disappeared like they were melting water. Ruoxi's eyes narrowed and she took in a breath of cold air. The sword essence around her body circulated rapidly and the white cloud sword turned into a white ribbon, spiraling towards Kenshin. After the first round of probing, Kenshin had some confidence in his heart. Ruoxi's attack was definitely not for show. He was indeed slightly inferior. However, Ruoxi was using the white cloud sword. The sword light was like silk and was extremely good for defense. But in a real fight, it did not seem to be compatible with a swordsman's one-hit kill. In this aspect, Kenshin's purple golden hammer had a slight advantage. In addition, the lightning of the purple gold hammer seemed to be the nemesis of the white cloud sword. Just one bolt of lightning was enough to annihilate several sword beams. In terms of magical treasures, Kenshin had the upper hand again. As the battle continued, Kenshin had the confidence to win. Seeing the white cloud sword coming towards him, Kenshin's face showed disdain. He thought to himself, female swordsmen are no different from female cultivators. They both do superficial things. Although this ribbon is beautiful, what's the use? As he thought, he waved his purple golden hammer. Attack! Lightning flashed on the purple golden hammer. It split into several parts and hit the white cloud sword. In an instant, the ribbon was broken into several pieces. However, at the same time that the white cloud sword was broken into several pieces, Ruoxi's sword art moved again. With a buzzing sound, the several pieces of the ribbon suddenly exploded, forming hundreds of flying swords that pierced towards Kenshin. The sound of the flying swords piercing through the air was extremely sharp. Even a golden core cultivator as strong as Kenshin's expression changed. At this moment, he finally understood the power of the white cloud sword. Separate, Kenshin did not dare to be negligent. With a wave of his purple golden hammer, he activated his transcendence energy. The purple golden hammer shone brightly and a huge shadow of the purple golden hammer emerged, enveloping Kenshin within. The hundreds of sword lights pierced into the shadow, but were all blocked by the lightning within the shadow. Ha ha ha, Kenshin laughed. Sword cultivators are only a so-so. Seeing this, Ruoxi's eyes unconsciously narrowed. She seemed to have made a decision. After all, the thunder-controlling sex lightning elemental spells had always been the most feared by sword cultivators. Kenshin's purple golden hammer was even more powerful. Her white cloud sword was indeed no match for it. However, things still went beyond Kenshin's expectations. Although the hundreds of sword lights were blocked by the purple golden hammer's defense, they did not dissipate like before. Instead, after colliding with the lightning, they were reflected back. Following Ruoxi's sword art, the sword lights repeatedly collided and pierced out. It was like a ball of sword light enveloping Kenshin's body. At the same time, this sword light also consumed the lightning. In a few breaths, the lightning shadow of the purple golden hammer began to dim. Could it be, this woman wants to compete with me in transcendence energy? Kenshin was slightly surprised. He understood very well why sword cultivators had an advantage in a fight with cultivators. It was because their attack power was strong. And cultivators could fight sword cultivators because their transcendence energy was generally stronger than sword cultivators. Ruoxi was competing with Kenshin in transcendence energy. He was afraid that she was using her weakness against his strength. It was absolutely impossible for Ruoxi to do such a thing. However, in the next moment, the sword lights became more and more dazzling. It lingered in the surrounding space for hundreds of feet. Not only was it impossible to look at, but the whistling spiritual energy of heaven and earth could cut anything in the space into pieces. This made Kenshin even more surprised. However, Kenshin also withdrew his original intention. He mobilized his gold core, and his transcendence energy methodically poured into the purple golden hammer. While stabilizing the defense, he would casually strike from time to time. And this seemingly casual strike would always create a gap of a few feet in the white cloud swords within hundreds of feet. The originally smooth sword lights were sluggish again. Just when Kenshin and Ruoxi's battle seemed to have entered a stalemate, a cold divine sense swept over from the Seven Extremes Ridge. That divine sense seemed to have no emotions, and it was as bone-chilling as a snow region. When it swept over Kenshin, it actually made Kenshin tremble slightly. At the same time, his transcendence energy was also slightly stagnant. Third Great Illusory Sword. Kenshin was shocked. He immediately understood Ruoxi's intention. She only needed to defend the formation and delay him. Once the third great illusory swordsman arrived, how could he still have a way to survive? However, things were out of Kan Sheng's expectations. That cold divine sense only swept over him and hovered slightly. Then, it swept over the entire battlefield and left in disdain. This. Kan Sheng was stunned, but his heart was also beating fast. With such a fierce person overseeing the 7 Extremes Ridge, it would be difficult for him to take advantage of the tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. Left and right is to find out the actual situation. Kan Sheng's mind changed again. There is no need to pester her. Wait until this female swordsman is seriously injured. Please don't take her life. Just when Kan Sheng was tender like water, but the knot in his heart could not be dispelled, suddenly, another powerful divine sense swept over from behind him. Gold core, late stage, teacher. Kan Sheng sensed that divine sense, and it came from behind him. That familiar divine sense really made him want to cry tears of joy. However, what made Kan Sheng not know whether to laugh or cry was that this divine sense also swept over a group of people and even the entire battlefield. It swept over the other side of the 7 Extremes Ridge. It was as disdainful as the swordsman. Although this divine sense was disdainful, Kan Sheng, no, all the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples on the battlefield, Missouri Sangshan's and Tongyi Sect's disciples, were greatly shocked. They knew that it was not only them who were fighting here, but also their gold core teacher. Chapter 2505. A late-stage golden elixir realm cultivator, in a situation where the two armies were evenly matched, definitely had the power to turn the tide of the battle. Kan Sheng was relieved, but Ruoxi's expression changed greatly. Seeing that Kan Sheng was a little distracted and a smile on his face, Ruoxi's eyes narrowed and the sword light around her body once again flourished. That dazzling sword light forced Kan Sheng to involuntarily close his eyes. When Kan Sheng's divine sense swept out, he turned pale with fright. How is this possible? You're only a first-grade illusory sword realm cultivator, how can you transform into a sword? Indeed, Ruoxi's figure had already vanished. A cluster of dense white clouds congealed into a flying sword appeared where Ruoxi was previously standing. The sword splendor that was previously surging around Kan Sheng's body was now emitting a shrill cry. All the sword splendor frantically converged. The flying swords of several nearby swordsmen were also uncontrollably sucked over. Not good. When Kan Sheng saw that Ruoxi actually had the secret of transforming into a sword, he was greatly alarmed. Almost without thinking, his figure abruptly rose. Taking advantage of the fact that Ruoxi's sword light had converged, he waved the purple golden hammer. Balls of lightning were activated as if they were not spiritual stones and smashed towards Ruoxi. He took advantage of the situation and wanted to escape towards the 7 Extremes Ridge. However, he was still a little late. The flying sword condensed from white clouds rapidly swelled and then rapidly shrank. When it had condensed to the size of an ordinary flying sword, it suddenly expanded. A white rainbow, like the sun, rushed towards the balls of lightning that Kan Sheng had conjured. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises enveloped the battlefield of tens of thousands of people. That white rainbow passed through all the balls of lightning at an incredible speed in the blink of an eye and directly pierced towards Kan Sheng's back. Kan Sheng's heart shrank. He immediately knew that the time to decide the outcome of the battle had arrived. His golden elixir rapidly rotated and all the vital energy rushed towards his meridians. His transcendence energy then poured into the purple golden hammer. Dang, like the sound of a golden drum, the white rainbow struck the purple golden hammer, creating a 3-inch deep crack. Moreover, the white rainbow's momentum didn't decrease, but its direction was changed by the purple golden hammer. With a pu sound, the golden light around Kan Sheng's body suddenly brightened, and then it was extinguished. That white rainbow actually went under his armpit and passed through. See, Kan Sheng's natal magic treasure was damaged. his primordial spirit violently fluctuating. The white rainbow even broke through his golden elixir's defense and severely injured his body. As blood spurted out, his body staggered as his body's injured. "Let's go." Kanshing sucked in a breath of cold air. He watched as the white streak of light passed through his body and several other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples before slowly coming to a stop. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Enduring the pain, he activated his flying technique and fled to the other side of the Seven Extremes mountain range. Thousands of Imperial Thunder Sect, Mo Sang Mountain, and Tong Yi Sect's disciples had already died. When they saw this, they also retreated while fighting, moving towards the other side of the Seven Extremes ridge. Moreover, that incomparably sharp white rainbow slowly stopped in midair. The sword's light gradually converged, revealing Ruoxi's red face. Ruoxi had forcefully activated her secret technique to transform into a sword, causing great damage to her body. Unfortunately, Kanshing's purple gold hammer was too powerful, and that lightning net was too arrogant. Ruoxi's attack, which she was originally very confident in, did not succeed, and could only heavily injure Kanshing. Looking at Kanshing stumbling and flying into the distance, Ruoxi waved her hand and sneered, "Chase." Yes, the swordsmen who were originally chasing the cultivator also had high morale. Many 6th-grade sword leaders responded loudly and commanded the 10,000 swordsmen to chase after the cultivator. On the other side of the Seven Extremes ridge, the battle situation was different. The Washing Flower Sect's leader was a graceful female cultivator who had a technique to retain her beauty. Her name was Bright Moon. This Bright Moon Maiden's cultivation was at the peak of the early gold core stage. The magic treasure in her hand was also called Bright Moon. This Bright Moon emitted a pure white brilliance under the influence of the Bright Moon Lady's magic power. It lit up the sky within 1,000 feet. The brilliance was extremely cold, and it was compatible with the cold wind of the snowy highlands. Its power was multiplied. The white flying sword was a white lotus, similarly emitting a pure white sword's light. The battle between Bright Moon Maiden and Bright Moon Maiden was much more interesting than the battle between Kanshing and Ruoxi. However, the outcome of the battle was different. Just before the Seven Extremes ridge's cold divine sense swept over, Bright Moon Maiden's white lotus sword transformed into a white lotus. The lotus petals spiraled towards Bright Moon Maiden. The sword's light on the lotus petals was like lightning. Not only did it emit a dazzling brilliance, it even pierced the air with a zzz sound. Moreover, each lotus petal seemed to be faintly connected. As they flew, they moved with each other. Not only was the flight path more difficult to distinguish, even the flying speed gradually increased, far surpassing that of ordinary flying swords. The two had already fought for a long time. Bright Moon Maiden saw the power of the White Lotus sword and knew that Yunbai had already used her full strength. Thus, she took a deep breath and bit the tip of her tongue. With a pu sound, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto Bright Moon Maiden. Woo! With a sound like a lone wolf howling on a snowy night, Bright Moon Maiden suddenly turned into an oval shape and rapidly expanded above her head. Go! Bright Night Maiden immediately formed hand seals. The gold core in her body spun faster. True essence poured into her meridians. The magic power was like a tide rushing into Bright Moon Maiden. As the magic power poured into Bright Moon Maiden, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth also crazily poured in. Go! When Bright Moon Maiden formed hand seals, she pointed her finger and Bright Moon Maiden flew out from her head. Like a meteor chasing after the moon, it shot towards the White Lotus sword. Bright Moon Maiden flashed around Bright Moon Maiden. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed an extremely cold brilliance around Bright Moon Maiden. Kachacha, as Bright Moon flew, the ice shards in the air shattered and fell. In the blink of an eye, Bright Moon Maiden was already close to White Lotus petals. Although it was still a foot away, the lotus petals suddenly condensed. As the lotus petals condensed, there was a whing sound of metal and stone. This sound was the sorrowful cry of the condensed sword light. It was trying its best to break free from the extreme coldness of the sword domain. But immediately after, with a series of kacha-kacha sounds, Bright Moon Maiden cut all the lotus petals apart. All the sword light was also split in half. Pang! With a loud sound, the magic weapon Full Moon finally hit the bottom of the lotus petal. On the body of the White Lotus sword, the heart of the White Lotus sword also suddenly produced a lotus-like sword light, heavily colliding with the full moon. The brilliance of the full moon was completely restrained, and the shock wave sent the magic weapon flying. Bright Moon Maiden's face was also flushed red. Clearly, her primordial spirit was somewhat damaged. Looking at White Lotus sword, it was even worse. The magic treasure, Bright Moon, had not only destroyed Bai Lian's sword form, revealing the flying sword, but it had also sent the flying sword flying diagonally. Several deep cracks had appeared on the pure white sword's body. Pooh! White Lotus sword was damaged, and Yunbai was also injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face was pale. Humph! Sword cultivators are only a so-so. Bright Moon Maiden's eyebrows were raised, and she coldly spat out these words. Her handsome face was even more disdainful. And the redness on her face was even more beautiful in contrast to her pure white face. Yunbai originally wanted to leave a few sword scars on Bright Moon Maiden's face, but now she was even more embarrassed and angry. She gritted her teeth. Although she was seriously injured, she still forcibly controlled White Lotus sword. The White Lotus sword streaked across the air several tens of feet away, and very abruptly pierced towards the beautiful female cultivator in the distance in a fiery red robe. Wasn't that female cultivator Fairy Hongxia? Fairy Hongxia was originally fighting with a 4th-grade swordsman with a magic treasure in hand. That magic treasure had already wrapped around the swordsman's arm. Just as she was about to kill him, Yunbai's White Lotus sword suddenly rushed over, frightening Fairy Hongxia so much that she hurriedly retreated. She couldn't even protect her magic treasure. With a "see" sound, the White Lotus sword slashed across Fairy Hongxia's arm. It easily pierced through a flaw in her defense, and a deep bloody scar was left on Fairy Hongxia's arm. Blood immediately gushed out, dyeing Fairy Hongxia's pure white skin red, and even her fiery red Taoist robe was dyed red. Not only that, the White Lotus sword did not stop after injuring Fairy Hongxia. It rushed to the front of the swordsman whose arm was bound by the magic treasure, and suddenly spun, cutting Fairy Hongxia's magic treasure into several pieces. Fairy Hongxia's figure stopped in midair. She reached out her hand and swallowed a pill. Then, her almond-shaped eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She slapped her forehead, and with a phoenix cry, more than 10 feet in size flew out of her body. Oh! Seeing Fairy Hongxia's ice phoenix celestial body appear, Yunbai was slightly taken aback. But soon after, she pointed her finger, and the White Lotus sword turned into a stream of light and rushed into the air. Its target was Fairy Hongxia's ice phoenix celestial body. The ice phoenix let out another long cry, and the sound shook the surroundings. At the same time, it flapped its 2 wings, and its entire body retreated slightly. The huge phoenix head retracted with all its might, and then suddenly stretched out again. A deep blue brilliance was spat out from the ice phoenix's mouth, and like water from the 9 heavens, it blocked the White Lotus sword. The White Lotus sword was hit by the deep blue brilliance, and the sword light immediately shrunk. It tried its best to fly forward, but as if it was stuck in a quagmire, it could not move forward at all. Xiantian primordial water. Yunbai was shocked at first. Clearly, she was very surprised that a female cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage would have Xiantian primordial water. But later, when the Xiantian primordial water seemed to be endless, her face was not only shocked, but shocked and frightened. Because not only did the Xiantian primordial water trap her White Lotus sword, it also quickly sealed her surroundings, as if it wanted to trap her. Oh no, I shouldn't have vented my anger on this female cultivator. Yunbai was filled with regret. She knew clearly that if she had not offended Fairy Hongxia, how could she have made her use her Ice Phoenix celestial body to challenge her, an illusory swordsman? And now, not to mention that she was heavily injured, even the White Lotus sword was trapped by the Xiantian primordial water. Yunbai might not be able to fight against Fairy Hongxia. Escape? Yunbai immediately had this thought. Then, she tried her best to activate her sword energy. The White Lotus sword shone brightly and rushed into the Xiantian primordial water, wanting to fly back to Yunbai's hand. Chapter 2506. At this moment, the cold spiritual will swept past where Kenshin was. It swept past Fairy Hongxia and the others and immediately locked onto Fairy Hongxia. Oh no! Fairy Hongxia sensed the strong spiritual will and was shocked. Her Ice Phoenix celestial body flapped its wings and flew up in an attempt to escape. Immediately after, the second spiritual will, which was equally strong, swept past where Kenshin was. Similarly, when the spiritual will swept past Fairy Hongxia and her arm, which had just stopped bleeding, it immediately stopped. A kind of extreme anger was born from the divine sense. Darling Shao. Sensing the familiar spiritual will and the anger in it, Fairy Hongxia was stunned. Why did he come back to Seven Extremes Ridge? However, Xiaohua's spiritual will had already been concealed. If not for Fairy Hongxia's close observation, she would not have been able to detect it so easily. Just as Fairy Hongxia was deep in thought, a blue figure rapidly flew over from the direction of the Seven Extremes mountain range. Before the figure could get close, a powerful aura gradually spread throughout the entire battlefield. It was like the gentle breeze before the arrival of a tsunami. Fairy Hongxia was shocked when she saw Yunbai suddenly attacking Fairy Hongxia. However, her primordial spirit was also damaged and she could not save her in time. She had just activated her magic treasure Bright Moon and saw Fairy Hongxia escape danger. Although she suffered a flesh wound, it was still better than dying. She heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately after, Fairy Hongxia released her Ice Phoenix celestial body. Fairy Hongxia was stunned. Ordinary cultivators only needed to release their celestial body and their other powers would be restricted. They could not even use other spells. Fairy Hongxia releasing her celestial body against the illusory swordsman was indeed unwise. Of course, each person's Dharma body was different, and their supernatural powers were different as well. Some could increase their powers, while others had special supernatural powers. However, it was rare to see someone like Fairy Hongxia, who could control a magical treasure directly. When Fairy Hongxia's Ice Phoenix celestial body spat out innate primordial water, not only trapping Yunbai's White Lotus sword, but also trapping Yunbai, Fairy Hongxia's lips curled into a smile as she thought to herself, as expected of a fairy, therefore, her magic treasure, Bright Moon, slowed down for a moment. She wanted to give Fairy Hongxia the credit for killing the illusory swordswoman. While she was hesitating, the blue-robed swordsman's divine sense swept over and his figure appeared. Attack! Lady Mingyu did not dare to be careless. She knew that as long as the blue-robed swordsman came to the battlefield, her side would definitely have no chance of winning. Moreover, Yunbai would definitely be able to escape from danger. Which fellow Taoist spirit sense is this? Similarly, when Lady Bright Moon shot out her magic weapon, Bright Moon, she also sensed Xiaohua's divine sense and was slightly surprised. However, even with Xiaohua's appearance, the best opportunity to kill Yunbai would be missed. She endured the damage to her origin spirit and circulated her true origin with all her might. The magic treasure once again took the shape of an oval and flew towards Yunbai. Scoundrel, how dare you! The blue-robed swordsman's divine sense did not leave the vicinity of Fairy Hongxia. When he saw Lady Bright Moon using her magic treasure, he could not help but be enraged. His divine sense left Fairy Hongxia and scanned the magic treasure, Bright Moon. Instantly, a strange feeling came from Lady Bright Moon's divine sense. It was as though she had lost her connection with the magic treasure. How is this possible? Lady Bright Moon turned pale with fright. This magic treasure, Bright Moon, was her natal magic treasure. If the blue-robed swordsman fought with her on the spot and used his divine sense to sever the connection between her origin spirit and the magic treasure, she could understand. But at this moment, the blue-robed swordsman was still extremely far away. However, how could a strand of divine sense have such a divine sense? Even if he is a nascent soul master, it is impossible for him to have such a method, right? Lady Bright Moon's heart could not help but jump. Hongxia! Hurry up and kill that guy. Lady Bright Moon tried her best to use her divine sense to fight with the blue-robed swordsman's divine sense in an attempt to regain control of the magic treasure. At the same time, she hurriedly ordered Fairy Hongxia. Yes, this disciple understands. Fairy Hongxia's face was also flushed red. It wasn't that she hadn't used her Ice Phoenix Dharma body, but she had tried to refine the title bead into her Ice Phoenix Dharma body after listening to Xiao Hua's advice. Her Ice Phoenix physique was clearly stimulated by the evil tremor bloodline, and was completely different from Xiao Hua's. Furthermore, it did not have any origin spirit fused into it. It was already pretty good that she was able to control the tidal bead to release the connate primordial water in such a short period of time. If she really wanted to use the connate primordial water to kill Yunbai, it would be a little too difficult. Seeing Fairy Hongxia activate her Ice Phoenix physique and clumsily control the tidal bead to channel the connate primordial water towards Yunbai, Bright Moon sighed in her heart. She is too clever for her own good. If she had directly used her divine sense to control the magic treasure, wouldn't she have killed this ugly sword cultivator long ago? Yunbai, who was within the connate primordial water, was surrounded by sword light. She did not dare to release her divine sense too far, and was doing her best to resist the connate primordial water. Although the sword light was gradually being corroded by the connate primordial water, she was already overjoyed that she was not killed. Seeing the blue-robed swordsman's figure gradually becoming clearer, that extremely strange orange face was filled with anger. Even those reddish-yellow eyes that were different from ordinary people were about to spit fire. Fairy Hongxia was also very anxious. With a "ga" sound, her Ice Phoenix physique cried out again, and its two phoenix claws moved rapidly, as if it was really forming a seal. Instantly, the connate primordial water that had completely submerged Yunbai suddenly produced a several zhang tall wave, and slammed down on Yunbai's head. Rumble rumble, the sword light protecting Yunbai was instantly reduced by more than half. Yunbai's face turned pale again. This was because Fairy Hongxia had already figured out that as long as she used the connate primordial water again, not only would the sword light around her be completely corroded by the connate primordial water, but her body would also be corroded by the connate primordial water until not even a single bone would be left. Senior Brother Ji, save me. At the critical moment of life and death, Yunbai could no longer care about the dignity of an illusory swordsman, and could not help but cry out for help. Mingyu tried her best to control the moon, but was unable to do anything. Furthermore, as the blue-robed swordsman flew closer, Mingyu's magic treasure Mingyu was getting more and more out of control. Mingyu was so anxious that she almost wanted to urge Fairy Hongxia again, but she also understood that this matter could not be resolved by her urging. If she urged Fairy Hongxia again, it would be a burden to her. Rather than that, she might as well keep her mouth shut. Indeed, Fairy Hongxia waved her phoenix claws again, and a faint ripple of magic power was emitted. Heaven and earth spiritual energy flocked together, and the connate primordial water was raised by her again. How dare you! At this moment, the blue-robed swordsman's cold snort could be heard. Mingyu's heart trembled, let alone Fairy Hongxia. Her body trembled, and the waves that she had raised retreated. Quick! Mingyu's heart shrank, and she could not help but remind, stay true to your heart, do not be disturbed by external sounds. Although that was what she said, it was still extremely difficult to do it. Fairy Hongxia gritted her teeth, closed her eyes again, and the ice phoenix celestial body waved its claws again. Humph. The blue-robed swordsman's cold snort seemed to be much closer. Mingyu was shocked, and she raised her head to look. Ah, she could not help but cry out. She saw that the blue-robed swordsman had turned into a rainbow, and that blue rainbow swept across the sky, and shot towards her. This swordsman is at least a grade 3 illusory sword. Seeing that the swordsman could turn into a rainbow, Mingyu could not help but groan, and said anxiously, Hongxia, quickly release that bitch, we will retreat now. Saying that, Mingyu leaped up, and without even caring about her magic treasure, she scanned the entire battlefield with her divine sense, and was about to give the order to retreat. Seeing that an illusory swordsman was about to die in her hands, Fairy Hongxia could not help but bite her lips. She knew very well that if Yunbai had not been severely injured in the fight with Mingyu, she would not have had this opportunity, and there would not be such an excellent opportunity in this battle. Thinking about her own master, and what she wanted to do in this battle, this was an excellent excuse. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from behind Fairy Hongxia and the others. This thunderous sound came from afar, and it pierced through the 9 heavens, as if a god's anger had descended upon the 7 extremes ridge. Xiao Lang is here, Fairy Hongxia's heart relaxed, and the ice phoenix celestial body spread its wings, and its claws moved gracefully. The Xiantian primordial water that could not be controlled previously was now as smooth as the feathers of the ice phoenix celestial body. Following Fairy Hongxia's will, a huge wave of several feet high was set off, and it smashed towards Yunbai. Bitch, this sword will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Yunbai really lived up to her name. Seeing that the blue-robed swordsman was already in front of her, but the wave had already been set off, Yunbai's face turned pale, and her lips trembled as she spat out a few vicious words. Hua, the wave of water smashed down, and the countless tiny whirlpools within the Xiantian primordial water instantly corroded Yunbai's sword light, and the half-foot-long white sword light disappeared, revealing Yunbai's body. Tremble, within the rainbow, the blue-robed swordsman let out a furious roar. An extremely strong sealing force came from a mile away, completely suppressing the area within 100 feet of Fairy Hongxia. The ferocious Xiantian primordial water was completely frozen by this restrictive force. Even Fairy Hongxia's ice phoenix celestial body could not move at all. The most dangerous thing was that the Xiantian primordial water that was smashing towards Yunbai was less than half a foot away from her head. Yunbai's eyes were filled with extreme despair. As this powerful restrictive force came through the air, Fairy Hongxia's magic treasure, Bright Moon, immediately loosened. She hurriedly controlled Bright Moon to turn around, but she knew that her magic power was not enough to break this restrictive force. She could only look at Fairy Hongxia with pity, and with a slap of her hand, a crimson message talisman appeared in her hand. At this moment, a cold laugh rumbled like thunder. How majestic, how murderous, how powerful. Immediately, dark clouds rolled above Fairy Hongxia's head, and hundreds of thick heavenly lightning bolts suddenly appeared. Kachacha, the heavenly lightning bolt struck down, and hit the restrictive force that had completely restrained Fairy Hongxia and the Xiantian primordial water. Chapter 2507. Boom! With a huge tremor, the restrictive force was almost completely shattered by the heavenly thunder. Countless tiny threads of lightning flickered around Fairy Hongxia. As the restrictive force was shattered, the innate primordial water annihilated Yunbai in a flash. Yunbai only had time to scream, and her eyes were dazed, as if her divine sense had been lost in the innate primordial water. Furthermore, the flesh and blood on her body quickly dissipated, and the exposed white bones were also quickly annihilated by the blue waves. Seeing this, Mingyu could not help but gasp. She had long heard of the ferocious reputation of the innate primordial water. Seeing it today, it really lived up to its name and was even worse. Then, Mingyu quietly put away the message talisman in her hand. She raised her head and looked at the sky. A few miles away, there was still the rumbling of thunder, but in the sky, there was a small figure stepping on the sound of thunder, calmly rushing over. This is, which senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect? Ming Yu's eyes lit up. She knew that this cultivator from afar was using the thunder escape technique of the Imperial Thunder sect. The pure thunder control technique just now could only be used by the Imperial Thunder sect's late Golden Core stage disciples, or even nascent Soul stage disciples. Looking at the blue-robed swordsman, who had flown half a mile to the battlefield and saw that his restrictive technique had been destroyed by Xiaohua's heavenly thunder and Yunbai had died, his figure also stopped in midair, coldly looking at the source of the sound of thunder. When Xiaohua came closer, a trace of disappointment flashed across Ming Yu's eyes. She saw that Xiaohua was only the height of an ordinary person and was a little fat. The Imperial Thunder sect's robe was bulging, and he looked very uncomfortable. Looking at his appearance, he was abnormally ordinary. If he was thrown into e.g., no one would be able to recognize him. However, Ming Yu did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly went forward and saluted. Ming Yu of the Huanhua sect greets senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Go and command the battle. Leave this guy to me." Seeing that Xiaohua did not mention his name, Ming Yu was even more disappointed. She could only whisper, "Yes, Ming Yu understands." At this moment, Fairy Hongxia had already broken free from the remaining shackles. She barely managed to grab the storage pouch that had not been corroded by the Xiantian primordial water and retracted the Ice Phoenix celestial body into her body. An unprecedented sense of exhaustion emerged from within her body. "I really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Fairy Hongxia smiled bitterly, "What my dear Xiao can do, I may not be able to do." However, when she turned her head to look at Xiaohua, she was stunned again. Xiaohua. That's right, how could the current Xiaohua be her lover? However, when Fairy Hongxia saw Xiaohua's unintentional glance at her, she came to a realization. This is Sister Sky-stealing sun-swapping secret technique. Back then, Big Sister could only barely change her appearance, but Xiao Lang could actually transform into such a person. Unfortunately, no matter how he changed his appearance, the look in his eyes could not be concealed. Hee. Thinking of this, Fairy Hongxia smiled sweetly. She reached out her hand again and took out an ordinary water-type magic treasure from her storage pouch. She raised it into the air and flew into another battle. However, Fairy Hongxia's action of killing Yunbai was too shocking. The swordsmen and cultivators around her had all seen it. Which swordsman would still fight with her? After killing a few swordsmen who could not escape, Fairy Hongxia took a deep breath and stood upright in midair. Bright Moon's opponent, Yunbai, had been killed by Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia couldn't use an ordinary swordsman to fight. She pointed her finger, and the transcendent artifact, Bright Moon, turned into a round disc and flew into the sky, covering her. She transmitted her voice softly, "Hongxia, come over here." "Yes, Martial Aunt Ming Yu." Fairy Hongxia smiled at her martial aunt who had always taken care of her and obediently flew into the light of Ming Yu. "With this senior brother from the Imperial Thunder sect, we have nothing to worry about in this battle." Ming Yu whispered to Ming Yu as she looked at Xiaohua who had come over with his hands behind his back. There was not a trace of magic power around him. Although Ming Yu said so, the one who was worried about Xiaohua was Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia still looked on worriedly. She looked at Xiaohua who was standing quietly in the sky a few hundred feet away. In front of him, half a mile away, the blue-robed swordsman was also looking at Xiaohua coldly. This blue-robed swordsman was completely different from Xiaohua. Not only was his figure much taller, even his sturdiness was not something that Xiaohua could compare to. What was special was that the swordsman's face and head were squarish. Even his sturdy body was squarish. Furthermore, where Xiaohua stood, the cold wind blew, causing Xiao Hua's Daoist robe to flutter. Although the golden light around Xiao Hua's body was slightly overflowing, it was still slightly weaker than the blue-robed swordsman. This was because, within 1 zhang of the blue-robed swordsman, there was no sound of wind. Not even a corner of his blue robe was blown. It was as if it was a silent space. The two experts stood high in the sky. Even Mingyu was a few hundred feet away from them, not to mention the ordinary cultivators and swordsmen. They all stayed far away, giving them a few hundred feet of space. They were afraid that the battle between the two would affect them. Fairy Hongxia bit her lips and muttered in her heart. After all, Xiaohua's cultivation was only at the late foundation establishment stage. How could he face a third-grade illusory swordsman? Right at this moment, there was a small commotion in the distance. Oh. Mingyu frowned and used her divine sense to scan the area. She saw that the injured Can Sheng was fleeing here and the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple was fighting and retreating. She was stunned. Strange. The Imperial Thunder Sect's senior brother did not go to help the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple. Why did he come to the battlefield of my Rinsing Flower Sect? This question. Not to mention the 100,000 people in the Seven Extremes Ridge, even if all the cultivators in the Sky Patrol City were included, only the person beside Mingyu could answer it. Fairy Hongxia's heart was filled with unconcealable sweetness. Mingyu originally wanted to provide support to Can Sheng. However, she saw that although Can Sheng was seriously injured, there was no illusory swordsman chasing after him. Furthermore, the retreat of the Imperial Thunder Sect and the other two sects' disciples was orderly. It was not the kind of situation where an army would collapse like a mountain. Mingyu then sent out a few message talismans and ordered all the Huanhua sect's disciples to prepare to provide support. She then stood in midair with Fairy Hongxia and watched the fight between Xiao Hua and the blue-robed swordsman. After all, as long as Xiao Hua won, this battle would be more than half won. If Xiao Hua lost, they could only escape. It was a pity that the two main characters of the battle were standing quietly in the air. Now, it had been the time to drink a cup of tea and they had no intention of fighting. Yes, how could they fight? How could Xiao Hua fight with the blue-robed swordsman? No one knew what the blue-robed swordsman was thinking. Anyway, Xiao Hua was very embarrassed at this moment. Although he had sacrificially refined the Kunlun mirror, that thing was too Hong's. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the field. If they were not careful, they would definitely reveal it. Could the Imperial Thunder Sect escape the investigation of the Shui region's spiritual master? Even if Xiao Hua did not return to Sky Patrol City, he was afraid that it would be difficult to explain, right? Wishful staff. That was the thing that Xiao Hua would be famous for in the future. Now that he had changed his appearance, it was even more impossible to take it out. In short, after thinking for a long time, Xiao Hua really wanted to cry but had no tears. Forget it, I'll just stand here. Maybe I can scare this guy away. Xiao Hua had the demeanor of a loud voice. However, the blue-robed swordsman was also shy. Obviously, the restrictive power of his hand was extremely powerful, but when it came close, it stopped. His red and yellow eyes stared at Xiao Hua, but he did not make a move at all. This extremely strange scene did not change in the slightest until Can Sheng staggered and flew to Mingyu's side. Seeing the Imperial Thunder Sect's Golden Core disciple standing in the air, Can Sheng's eyes stared straight. Fellow Daoist Can. Mingyu inquired in a low voice, which senior brother of your sect is this? Can Sheng's eyes stared straight at Xiao Hua's side. With a voice that even he himself felt embarrassed, he replied, this Can does not know. This Can, does not seem to know this senior brother. Isn't he the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple in this great battle? Mingyu asked curiously, looking at his Daoist robe. It seems so. Can Sheng smiled bitterly. If it was an ordinary early-stage Golden Core disciple, this Can might not recognize him. But this senior brother, just now, he seemed to have used the lightning evasion technique to control lightning. This, his cultivation, is at least late-stage golden core, right? How could this cannot recognize this kind of nascent soul senior brother in one step? However, this senior brother's cultivation. I'm afraid it's even higher than senior brother Qian Mo. How could he come to the 7 Extremes mountain range? If he's just passing by, then why is he wearing the Taoist robe of a participating disciple? Moreover, this Can was in a very dangerous situation just now. If not for risking my life, I almost died. How could senior brother come here? Can Sheng had a stomach full of puzzlement, but this did not delay him from quickly taking a healing pill. With Mingyu by his side, with this Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple who was even more powerful than Qian Mo, he would not worry about Ruoxi's damaged sword origin. When Can Sheng was taking the pill, Mingyu explained the situation just now in a low voice. Can Sheng was so shocked that the jade bottle almost fell. What? Directly controlling heavenly lightning? Damn it, this should be a nascent soul cultivator's divine ability, right? Which senior brother from the Heavenly Thunder Palace is this? Can Sheng's brain juice was being racked. It's that powerful? Mingyu was also slightly stunned. She did not expect the difficulty of controlling heavenly lightning to be so high. And, that's right. Can Sheng suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and said in a low voice, our Imperial Thunder Sect's secret technique can only be used after reaching the nascent soul realm to communicate with the power of heaven and earth and control heavenly lightning. That's not right. Mingyu said curiously, this concubine has personally seen Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples using magic treasures, such as flying swords, to guide heavenly lightning down. TCH, how can that be compared? Can Sheng curled his lips and said in a low voice, that's because there's a lightning attracting array inside the magic treasure. What's even more lazy is that the magic treasure contains lightning and can borrow a bit of heavenly lightning's power to use. Fellow Taoist Mingyu, didn't you see this senior brother of mine? He doesn't have any magic treasures or the like in his hands, but he's guiding lightning with his bare hands. This is a secret technique of my Imperial Thunder Sect that is not passed on. There are only a few people in the sect who can do it, he. While speaking, Ruoxi also flew over. Behind her in the distance was formless sword Guyu. Ruoxi also looked at Xiaohua and the blue-robed swordsman in astonishment. She then scanned the entire battlefield but did not see any trace of Yunbai. When she found a sword cultivator to ask, her face revealed a miserable expression. At the same time, her furious gaze also fell on Mingyu. Chapter 2508. However, it was clear that the only sword cultivators were the blue-robed swordsman and Ruoxi. As for the cultivators, there were 2 from the Imperial Thunder Sect and 1 from the Huanhua Sect. Ruoxi was definitely not a match for Mingyu and Can Sheng. Ruoxi was very clear about the blue-robed swordsman's calmness. When she flew to the left and whispered a few words, the blue-robed swordsman didn't even frown, as if he didn't hear her. However, when Ruoxi retreated, the blue-robed swordsman asked in a deep voice, I'm Ge of the Copper Bell Sect. Who are you from the Imperial Thunder Sect? I. Nameless. Xiaohua saw that this swordsman was actually so calm and still wanted to ask for his name. He hesitated slightly before answering. Nameless. Good name. Ji didn't care whether Xiaohua concealed his name or not. He nodded, this Ji can fight with an expert from the Imperial Thunder Sect. This trip to the 7 Extremes Mountains was not in vain. Please, Xiaohua's pupils shrank, and he raised his hand. Alright, since Brother Nameless won't fight, then, this Ji won't be polite. Ji cupped his fists, and his body emitted a faint earthen yellow brilliance. His figure gradually accelerated as he flew towards Xiaohua. Oh! Xiaohua's magic power surged as he waved his hand. When he was about to take out a demonic tool, he saw the brilliance around Ji Ye's body and couldn't help but be stunned. This brilliance seems very familiar. Why is it similar to the cloud-suppressing seal? Copper Bell Sect. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Ji Ye's self-introduction, and his eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. This young master knows, this Ji Yi is a tool cultivator. Ha ha ha, I understand, no wonder he didn't make the first move. It turns out, he doesn't have a magic weapon. He himself is a magic weapon. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth twitched. He finally understood why the two of them confronted each other for so long. However, he immediately felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't encountered many weapon cultivators in this battle, and the highest realm he had encountered was only at the drawing sword realm. However, this Ji Yi actually had a cultivation of the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm, and he had refined a magic treasure into his body. Xiao Hua really lacked this kind of experience in direct combat with magic treasures. Looking at Ji Ye's body, the earthen yellow brilliance became increasingly brilliant, and a kind of valiant force involuntarily diffused throughout the entire battlefield. As for Xiao Hua, who bore the brunt of this, he felt that the true essence in his body had already been obstructed, making it difficult for him to circulate it smoothly. Roar! Xiao Hua raised his head and roared. The sound of thunder also came from his body. Rumble! Tiny threads of thunder surged out from his body. At the same time, his body suddenly rushed out. It was as if he was stepping on rolling thunder. Imperial Thunder Shock. Imperial Lightning Shock. It was Imperial Thunder Shock. It's not Imperial Lightning Travel. Kan Sheng was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Previously, he was already shocked by Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique, but when he heard the loud sound of Xiao Hua's Imperial Lightning Travel technique, he cried out involuntarily, I have finally seen Imperial Lightning Travel in my lifetime. Fellow Taoist Kan Mingyu was rather astonished to see Kan Sheng lose his composure. She said in a low voice, is Imperial Thunder Shock very difficult to cultivate? It's more than difficult. Kan Sheng blurted out, but after he finished speaking, he regretted it and said in a low voice, this is a secret of my Imperial Thunder sect. Forgive me for not being able to say it out loud. Nonsense, Master Qian Lazy had only cultivated to the edge of the 2nd layer of the lightning eclipse. He hadn't even stepped into Imperial Thunder Shock. This Golden Core senior brother was already at the 3rd stage of the lightning eclipse. Do you think Kan Sheng could casually reveal this? Wang Ji Yi had already turned into a shooting star. The earthen yellow brilliance was exceptionally dazzling. The strength of the confinement force surrounding him was fluctuating. As he flew, all of the magic tools and magic treasures within 100 zhang of him, including flying swords, were vibrating. They were all not under the control of cultivators and swordsmen's divine senses. They slightly trembled in midair and emitted frightening cries. At this moment, Mingyu also understood. As an equipment cultivator, it was normal for Ji Yi to be able to use his divine sense to isolate her connection with her magic treasure Mingyu. Looking at Xiao Hua again, his figure was also blurry. He was like a bolt of lightning. Even the might of wind and thunder surrounding his body was not the least bit inferior to Ji Ye's. Senior brother Nameless, what are you doing? Seeing Xiao Hua also clenching his fists and rushing over, Kan Sheng was dumbstruck. A golden core cultivator was actually competing in physical strength with an equipment cultivator. Wasn't this just stupid? Both of them were using all of their strength. The distance of a few li was closed in an instant. Even Ji Yi was bewildered. He didn't know why Xiao Hua still hadn't taken out his magic treasure at this time. His other hidden hand could only fall through in vain. But at this moment, Ji Yi suddenly felt a needle-like feeling in his Naiwan palace. Oh! Ji Yi laughed involuntarily. He clearly understood that this was definitely a divine ability that Xiao Hua used with his divine sense. Unfortunately, he was currently an equipment cultivator. He simply didn't fear this kind of secret technique. Indeed, Xiaohua really couldn't think of any method. He flew to the center and used the soul-piercing technique. Who would have thought that Ji Ye's Naiwen Palace was like a lump of stubborn stone? His divine sense was instead pierced. Fight! Ji Ye's scarlet-yellow eyes didn't even blink. He clenched his fists and smashed them towards the charging Xiaohua's body. Senior martial brother, Can Shing couldn't help but clench his fists. He clearly understood that if this fist smashed onto the body, not to mention a mid or late gold core cultivator, even a nascent soul cultivator absolutely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Since Can Sheng was so anxious, there was no need to mention Fairy Hongxia's worry. She really didn't understand why Xiaohua didn't take out his magic treasure. Could it be that he gave me his magic treasure and didn't have it himself? This kind of lover. Good, today this old man wants to see if your equipment cultivator's body is stronger, or if my Imperial Thunder Sect's body cultivator is stronger. Xiaohua's arrogant voice rose from afar. It really made everyone's eyes pop out. Xiaohua actually also clenched his fist and smashed it towards Ji Ye's fist. Rumble. It was practically a world-shaking tremor. Waves of air soared into the sky from between the two people. Within several hundred zhang, all the magic tools, magic treasures, and flying swords lost control. They were sent flying by Ji Ye's uncontrollable confinement power and the countless tiny lightning bolts that rose from Xiaohua's body. The swordsmen and cultivators who were fighting turned pale with fright. This kind of power had already surpassed a fight between golden core cultivators. They couldn't help but connect to their magic treasures and immediately flew up again, leaving the several hundred zhang space for the two people who made them feel inconceivable. The cultivators and swordsmen who were fighting might not have seen clearly, but the cultivators and swordsmen who were secretly watching the fight were dumbstruck. They saw the two people colliding with each other with their bare hands. That Ji Ye's face was expressionless as he stood majestically. Even his blue robe didn't move in the slightest. But what about Xiaohua? As if he was struck by a heavy blow, he was thrown into the air. However, Xiaohua, who was accompanied by this flash of lightning, flew up 5 zhang and immediately laughed wildly. A string of afterimages flashed and rushed towards Ji Yi again. No matter if it was a cultivator or a swordsman, they were all very clear that Ji Yi was a high-level equipment cultivator of the illusory sword. It was a magic treasure, how could a cultivator compare? Not only did Xiaohua receive Ji Ye's all-out attack, he even counterattacked vigorously after being repelled. This cultivator, good heavens, could he still be called a cultivator? The following battle situation was even more puzzling to the crowd. They saw Xiaohua brandish his fist towards Ji Yi, and a rare trace of astonishment flashed through Ji Ye's eyes. He also brandished his fist to block. The two people actually fought in the air with their fists and feet. Although Ji Ye's fists and feet contained a strong confining power, and Xiaohua's fists and feet flashed with lightning, and when their fists and feet hit a hard rock, the rock would certainly be turned into powder. However, each of their moves was clear, completely similar to the martial arts of the secular world. Among the several tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen, there were definitely people who had seen fists and feet. When they saw that the two seniors were actually martial artists, they became even more puzzled. After all, martial arts were the work of the secular world's people. After fighting for no less than half a cup of tea's time, the two people were actually evenly matched. Xiaohua's Big Dipper God fist and ethereal steps were not inferior to Ji Ye's fists and feet in the slightest. Especially Xiaohua's physical body, even if it was inferior to Ji Ye's, the difference was limited. Moreover, within the space of several tens of zhang around the two people, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was incomparably chaotic. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was stirred up by the two people's every move was actually greater than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth when two magic treasures were fighting. Xiaohua, a golden core disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, had really overturned the limits of cultivators today. Looking at Ji Yi again, his originally almost emotionless red and yellow eyes now had a bit of fanaticism. It seemed that he hadn't been this happy for a very, very long time, and hadn't fought with such a wild style. "Eat my fist," Ji Yi shouted loudly. He clenched his fist, and a power that could shatter a huge rock with a single punch, accompanied by an extremely valiant confining power, rushed towards Xiaohua. "Ha ha ha, how could this old man be afraid of you?" Xiaohua clasped his hands together, and lightning lingered on his fists. The lightning tore apart the confining power and rushed towards Ji Ye's fist. With a loud bang, the two fists collided. The air condensed, and then a wave of air gushed out. As the wave of air rolled, fine traces that were hard to see with the naked eye actually flashed in the air. However, these fine traces were too small, and as soon as they appeared, they immediately healed. This impact was still a bit too strong, and Xiaohua couldn't be as steady as Ji Yi. His body twisted and turned, cleverly dispersing the force, and even using this force to counterattack Ji Yi. This was also what Ji Yi couldn't understand after much thought. Nameless, Ji Yi blinked his eyes and said, "This old man didn't expect that a cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect like you would also be proficient in the martial arts." "Likewise, likewise," Xiaohua casually replied. However, the martial arts of today's martial arts are already nothing in this old man's hands. Ji Yi continued, "It's rare for this old man to meet an opponent like you. If I don't use my best skills, then this old man has underestimated you. I'll also let you down." Xiaohua still disagreed. However, if this old man uses his life cultivation method, even this old man won't be able to control it. Oh. Xiaohua's brows furrowed slightly. Hearing Ji Ye's words, he was actually treating him as a hypocritical opponent. "Do as you wish." Xiaohua looked up and down at Ji Yi and said, "Right now, you and I are enemies. If you don't use your divine ability, this old man will take your life." "Good. Ha ha ha, well said. Since you and I are enemies, this old man won't say anything." Ji Ye's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he laughed loudly, "To be able to fight an opponent like you, this old man will have no regrets even if I die." Chapter 2509. As he spoke, the earthen yellow light around Ji Ye's body suddenly shone brightly, a powerful suction force appeared from his body, strong tornadoes were created, and all the heaven and earth spiritual energy within several hundred meters of him was drawn towards him. Xiaohua stood steadily within the tornadoes, purple lightning coiled around his body. He looked at Ji Ye's transformation without fear. The light became brighter, piercing Xiaohua's eyes to the point of squinting. However, he could still clearly see that the light was gradually expanding. Runes appeared on Ji Ye's forehead, face, and bare arms. Those runes flowed within the light, as if there were countless tadpoles swimming within Ji Ye's skin. Bzzz bzzz bzzz. Xiaohua was familiar with the sound of vibrations coming from Ji Ye's body. Along with the vibrations, Ji Ye's head, shoulders, and arms gradually disappeared. They gradually turned into a solid earthen yellow color. When the surging heaven and earth spiritual energy gradually calmed down, a 3-meter-long ancient bronze seal appeared in the air. Above the seal, there were many jade talismans hanging from it, and a lifelike dragon head was resting on top of the seal. The dragon's body coiled around the seal, and the runes that had been flowing on Ji Ye's skin appeared with the sound of the dragon's body. An enormous power of a magic treasure flowed out from the runes, and under the dragon's body, there was actually a wave of runes, overturning sea seal. Even though Xiaohua had never seen the overturning sea seal before, he could not help but shout at this moment. Wasn't this the overturning sea seal that he Fang Yuan spoke of? It turned out that this overturning sea seal was indeed from Changbai sect, but it did not end up in the hands of ordinary Dao cultivators. It ended up in Huan country, and even more so in the hands of a weapon cultivator. No wonder Ji Yi could suppress the innate true water. Xiaohua had a flash of understanding. It was as if someone was controlling the ocean-overturning seal. The ocean-overturning seal slowly rose up, and a sealing force that was several times stronger than before suddenly appeared. The space within 1,000 feet was filled with this sealing force, and even the air couldn't flow. Oh my, this is a true magic treasure. Xiaohua sighed inwardly, his hands swiping in the air. Amidst the dense dark clouds in the sky, a huge bolt of lightning struck down along with Xiaohua's lightning-attracting art. It struck the ocean-overturning seal, the seal of the ocean-overturning seal. Terrifying Phoenix. Previously, Piu had never seen Xiaohua use the lightning-attracting technique, so she was unable to distinguish it. At this time, seeing this hand seal, her complexion changed greatly. It's just that Xiaohua's previous cultivation and previous appearance were very different from the current one. Although Gu Yu's heart was greatly shocked, she still couldn't be sure. Actually, there was no lack of sword cultivators who had such thoughts, because the name of the terrifying phoenix was just too famous. Just like Qin Jian's reputation among cultivators. Of course, all sword cultivators knew that the phoenix dharma body, lightning attraction technique, and foundation establishment cultivation were the marks of the terrifying phoenix. At this time, Xiaohua only had the lightning attraction technique, so they could only think of Xiaohua as the terrifying phoenix's teacher. Roar! The ocean-overturning seal emitted an earthen-yellow brilliance that was almost 10 feet long. It rushed straight into the sky, blocking in front of the heavenly lightning. Even if the heavenly lightning completely scattered this brilliance, when it landed on the ocean-overturning seal, the damage was minimal. Ha ha ha, sure enough, it's delightful. Xiaohua laughed heartily. His hands rubbed together again, and streaks of lightning poured down like a waterfall. See, not to mention Ming Yu and Roa Si, even Kan Sheng was also dumbstruck. Although he came from the Imperial Thunder Sect's Kanlei Palace, when had he ever seen such heavenly lightning, when had he ever seen heavenly lightning falling like rain? That surging heavenly lightning, the powerful force, the flash that seemed to be able to scatter all living things, it really made people tremble with fear. The three of them had no doubt that if they were under the heavenly lightning, even if they could use magic treasures and flying swords to block it for a moment, they would still be smashed into pieces by the heavenly lightning. However, this was only their feeling. The ocean-overturning seal was different. They saw the ocean-overturning seal radiate brilliance in all directions. The dragon head that was entrenched on the seal slightly raised, and streaks of ripple-like illusory images rushed into the sky one after another, blocking the heavenly lightning 10 feet away. The most inconceivable thing was that the ocean-overturning seal suddenly flew up, and an illusory image flew out, bringing all the ripple-like illusory images with it. The real body instantly rushed in front of Xiaohua, and crashed into him. Seeing that the true essence in his body was imprisoned by the ocean-overturning seal, and it was very difficult for it to flow, Xiaohua's arms shook, and with a wave of his hand, he took out 2 huge devil hammers. These devil hammers were obviously smaller than the 2 devil hammers he got from the Thunder Sect, but now, it was already good to have something useful. Cha-cha-cha, lightning flashed around Xiaohua's body. At the same time, he did his best to resist the imprisonment power, and at the same time, the 2 hammers fiercely smashed out. Boom! With a loud sound, Xiaohua's body flipped over like a bullet. The power of the 2 hammers could not compare to the ocean-overturning seal, and Xiaohua was sent flying back. The ocean-overturning seal did not stop, and once again flew out, following Xiaohua. It was much more agile than Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal. Boom! Seeing the ocean-overturning seal coming over, Xiaohua stabilized his body, and at the same time, waved the 2 hammers again, and continuously hit the ocean-overturning seal. Alas, rather than saying that he hit the ocean-overturning seal, it was better to say that he was sent flying by the imprisonment power of the ocean-overturning seal. Although the devil hammers were powerful, Xiaohua was not a devil realm devil after all. He could only borrow the weight of the devil tool, and could not use the devil tool. Every time he hit the ocean-overturning seal, 50 to 60% of the power was blocked by the brilliance of the ocean-overturning seal. The power that could truly damage the ocean-overturning seal was really very little. Nameless. Are you looking down on this old man? Suddenly, a muffled and somewhat cold voice came from Xiao Hua's ears. It was actually Ji Ye's sound transmission. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Looking at the ocean-overturning seal that had stopped attacking and was slightly rotating in midair, he also sent a sound transmission. This old man has already used his full strength. How can you say that this old man is looking down on you? You are a cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect. If this old man was in his human form, it would be fine if you used your fists and legs barehanded. But why is it that when this old man transformed into a tool and fought with you, you are still barehanded? If you don't look down on this old man, then what is it? Isn't this old man's devil hammers a devil tool? Xiao Hua laughed. Could it be that your Imperial Thunder sect is so poor that you don't even have a single magic treasure? Ji Ye's voice became increasingly cold. Old man, you are a bit strange. Xiao Hua pointed with his hand and said, if this old man took out a magic treasure, would you still be alive? You don't take the opportunity to kill this old man, and actually want this old man to take out a magic treasure. This Ji would rather fight to the death with you than be tolerated by you. Ji Yi was somewhat angry. Hearing Ji Ye's words, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He thought to himself, this tool cultivator has a rather straightforward temperament. If there wasn't a Dao cultivator battle, I should be able to make friends with him. If you still don't take out your magic treasure, this Ji will ignore you. Ji Yi sneered. There are tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples here, but there isn't anyone who can resist this Ji, right? Alright, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and sent a sound transmission. This old man does have some methods, but it isn't convenient for me to use them in front of everyone. If you want to experience them, we will leave this place. Alright. Ji Yi agreed without hesitation. The ocean-overturning seal suddenly flew high into the sky, flying into the distance. You all will continue as before. Ignore I. Xiao Hua coldly said to Ken Sheng and the others. If anyone dares to chase after me, this old man will take their life. Immediately after, Xiao Hua's body surged with thunder as he chased after the ocean-overturning seal. Continue as before. Kan Sheng and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Continue the fierce battle as before. Before Xiao Hua and Ji Yi arrived, tens of thousands of people had already died on the two battlefields. The ground was littered with broken limbs and blood. When the two experts appeared, although they were just confronting each other in the beginning, their intimidating aura had already affected the situation of the battle. Everyone's attacks were already somewhat sluggish. Of course, there were thousands of people who died in the process. When the two experts fought beautifully, how could the tens of thousands of people still have the mood to fight? Although they didn't clearly separate from each other, they only focused on protecting themselves and focused on the fight between the experts. At this moment, the two experts left and went to play on their own. Leaving the tens of thousands of people as before, who would still have the mood to fight. Whether it was sword cultivators or Dao cultivators, their morale was completely gone. Forget it. Mingyu activated her magic treasure, Mingyu, and said to Ruoxi, you and I will withdraw our disciples and wait for the outcome of the two seniors. If senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect wins, all of you will withdraw from the Seven Extremes Ridge. Alright, if senior brother Ji wins, all of you will also withdraw from the Sky Patrol City. Ruoxi gritted her teeth and replied. After saying that, Mingyu glanced at Kan Sheng. The three of them sent out their communication talismans at the same time. Following a sharp whistling sound, all the Dao cultivators and sword cultivators flew slowly and separated in an orderly manner. Don't touch the corpses of both sides' disciples for the time being. Wait until the outcome of the battle is determined. Kan Sheng shouted again. Alright, Ruoxi understood that this order was obviously beneficial to her. Without hesitation, she passed down the order. Fairy Hongxia returned to her team. Guyu also flew to the left side of the beginning of spring. Everyone was eagerly waiting, looking at the direction where Xiaohua and Ji Yi disappeared. As for Xiaohua, while chasing Ji Yi, he released his Buddhist awareness. When he saw that both sides had stopped fighting, it was exactly as he expected. Only then did he change his direction and urged Imperial Thunder Travel to rush forward. After flying straight for more than 100 miles, it was an extremely flat land. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the rainbow in the sky was exceptionally dazzling. Buzz, the strong roar stopped in midair. The seal of Overturn the Sea stirred up the suction force again. Hurricanes swept up the snow and rushed into the air, raising the snow and dust within 100 feet of the surrounding. Can you show your true strength now? Ji Ye's voice came. Of course, Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness swept through the nearby 100 miles. There was no trace of people at all. Feeling relieved, he clapped his hands and took out the wishful staff. Is it still a demonic tool? Ji Yi was somewhat dissatisfied. Don't worry. Xiaohua sneered, this young master has a lot of methods. You will be satisfied. Chapter 25:10. Good. Then this old man will have no regrets even if he dies. Ji Yi said. Huh? What does that mean? Xiaohua felt a little strange. Isn't this too discouraging? Moreover, the same words were said twice. Buzz. The seal of turning the sea roared again, and the power of imprisonment that filled the space with a huge force smashed towards Xiaohua. Come, come, come. Xiaohua held the staff in his hand and his heart was set. The lightning around his body flashed out, and now it reached a few feet. He was really like a god. Boom, the staff waved, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was disturbed by the seal of turning the sea became even more chaotic. After the brilliance of the seal of turning the sea was scattered by the lightning, the staff effortlessly annihilated the brilliance of the seal of turning the sea again. Countless cracks appeared and disappeared in the space, setting off a wave of air that soared to the sky. This time, Xiaohua's figure was sent flying again, but he was in a much better condition. The heavenly staff technique had already eliminated this bit of weakness. As a result, the wishful steel staff and the seal of turning the sea clashed for hundreds of rounds. As the seal of turning the sea flew, and as Xiaohua flashed and moved, they really fought from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground. The seal of turning the sea was so hard, and the power of imprisonment and the weight of the seal of turning the sea were so great. It was different from the last time when Xiaohua fought with foam booping. Xiaohua was actually a little numb at this time. Grandma, this guy is a magic weapon after all. This young master really can't compete with him at this time. Xiaohua shook his sore thumb and secretly thought. Forget it. Xiaohua shook his hand and the staff returned to the space. This young master doesn't need to use his weakness to overcome the enemy's strength. This young master has a way. While speaking, Xiaohua took out the sword pouch. Go. As Xiaohua pinched the sword, the 7 flying swords rushed out and surrounded the seal of turning the sea. The power of the 7 stars array suppressed the seal of turning the sea. You are not nameless. You are the terrifying phoenix. Ji Ye's voice came out, full of horror. Not bad. Xiaohua's body faintly circulated with magic power. His body gradually expanded and his appearance returned to its original state. This young master is the terrifying phoenix. Good. That's why I've never heard of such a powerful cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect. Although Ji Yi applauded, his voice was still cold. However, this Ji still doesn't know your name. Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and said in a low voice. Alright, this Ji understands. Even if I have to sacrifice my body, I will have no regrets in this battle. As Ji Yi spoke, the light around his body became even brighter, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard from his head. Seal. Seeing this, Xiaohua hurriedly activated the 7 stars sword formation. The 7 illusory swords caught the formation and surged towards the overturning sea seal. Wang, 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 the seal of turning the sea slowly rotated, resisting the power of the formation with difficulty. Damn it, although the flying swords of the illusory swordsmen are powerful, they are not controlled by 7 illusory swordsmen. But this young master is controlling them through the sword pouch, so their power is too weak. Thinking back to that day, they were able to seal this young master, but when they were trying to seal that bastardly Qingshu, they were actually shattered by his nascent soul hand. And now, they can't even fight against the seal of turning the sea. Io, the hand of a nascent soul. That's right, this young master also has a refined talisman, right? Although it is not the hand of a nascent soul, if this young master uses it, it might not be inferior to a nascent soul hand. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly remembered the half-talisman he obtained when he killed Qian Yuhua in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. He had never used that thing before, but now he could take it out and use it. While thinking, Xiaohua controlled the 7 stars great formation, he took out the damaged talisman and temporarily placed it in his bosom. Sure enough, it was as Xiaohua thought. Although the 7 stars great formation was powerful, it was beyond his ability to control it through the sword pouch. In particular, the seal of turning the sea that Ji Yi had transformed into was extremely heavy, and its power was also extremely great. Every time it moved within the formation, it would be able to restrain the 7 flying swords and slightly disrupt the formation. This did not mean that the current Ji Yi was much stronger than the Xiaohua of that day. It was just that Ji Yi's seal of turning the sea was a magic treasure, and its quality was much better than the 7 flying swords. Resisting the flying swords was Ji Yi's specialty. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He tried his best to control the sword pouch, directing the 7 flying swords to continuously perfect the 7 stars great formation, making it even smoother than before. However, all of a sudden, a cold divine sense penetrated the 7 stars great formation and covered the sword pouch. Immediately, Xiaohua felt that the connection between him and the sword pouch had a resistance, and as the divine sense increased, the resistance became even greater. It was as if a flowing river was mixed with mud and sand, and this mud and sand was gradually accumulating, like a dam. I understand now. Xiaohua suddenly realized, Ji Yi transformed into a magic treasure, so he has an additional ability. He can actually affect other magic treasures through magic treasures. He doesn't even need to transform into a magic treasure to affect the connection between others and his own magic treasure. This guy didn't make a move just now because he wanted to let this young master take out my magic treasure, so that he could win by surprise. Fortunately, this young master also had a taboo at that time, and did not dare to take out any magic treasure. If you use this move now, how will it be effective? Thinking, Xiaohua's figure swayed, and he waved his hand as if he was forming a seal. The clear water bottle was already in the Buddha's relic's hand. Release. The Buddha's relic moved slightly, and the innate true water rushed out, instantly turning into a vast ocean that surrounded the seal of turning the sea and the 7 stars great formation. You also have innate true water. Ji Ye's shocked voice came from the seal of turning the sea. In this innate true water, he did not dare to release his divine sense too far, so he quickly withdrew it. Seal of turning the sea, this young master wants to see how you can turn the sea. Saying this, Xiaohua laughed, and the Buddha's relic urged the innate true water to surge towards the seal of turning the sea. The seal of overturning the sea was indeed powerful. Wherever the brilliance went, the torrential true water would be suppressed, appearing calm and tranquil. However, in this 7 stars great array, the brilliance of the seal of overturning the sea was restricted and suppressed very severely. It could not suppress the true water for too long. However, Xiaohua's true water was really endless. Each wave was higher than the previous one. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the scattered light of the seal of overturning the sea was corroded by half. In particular, the seal of turning the sea was suppressed by the 7 stars' great formation, and the distance it could fly was limited. It could not attack Xiaohua, and could only be suppressed by the innate true water, without any power to fight back. Needless to say, everyone knew that if the seal of turning the sea did not have any special methods, it would be defeated sooner or later. Sigh, it seemed to be an old sigh, and Ji Ye's voice was filled with endless emotion, as expected of the terrifying phoenix. Do you still have a lot of methods? Your Dharma body, this old man also hopes to see it. He, old man, as long as you can force this Xiao to that extent, this Xiao will definitely fulfill your wish. Xiaohua also had some respect for this tool cultivator. Hearing Xiaohua actually call him old man, Ji Yi sighed again and said, this old man has been in this world, for nearly 1,000 years, what? Xiaohua was shocked, and said anxiously, old man, what did you say? You are 1,000 years old. Oh. Yes, this old man is about 930 years old. Ji Yi was also surprised. What's so strange about this? Although little friend Xiao looks like a teenager, I'm afraid you are at least 600 years old, right? Little friend Xiao, do you think this old man is too old? With your 600 years old cultivation, you can fight this old man to a draw, you can be proud. This. Xiaohua was embarrassed. He understood in his heart that the cultivation he displayed was at the late stage of gold core. If it was the cultivation speed of an ordinary cultivator, 600 years old would be considered normal. Sigh, I can't let little friend Xiao be proud, this old man is slow-witted. On one side, Ji Yi was resisting the innate true water and the 7 stars great array, on the other hand, he was actually speaking frankly with Xiaohua, and even called him little friend. This really made Xiaohua somewhat puzzled. You also know, this old man's background is similar to yours. I entered the Tao through martial arts, but this old man's aptitude is not good. I couldn't practice the Tao, so I could only escape to the sword domain, and was accepted as a disciple by the Bronze Bell sect. Actually, in this old man's heart, I'm afraid I'm the same as you. I don't put any tool cultivators in my eyes. I even think it's an unorthodox technique. No, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, this Xiao has never thought about it. There are 3,000 Daos in the world, who knows which one is the straight path? Tool cultivators, bird cultivators, sword cultivators, and Tao cultivators, each have their own Daos. While speaking, Xiaohua's control of the innate true water also slackened a lot, but he was still careful, afraid that Ji Yi would do something strange. Little friend Xiao has such thoughts. You're really magnanimous. In the future you'll definitely become a great person. Ji Yi praised. I don't dare. Although this old man has entered the door of tool cultivators, my progress is still slow. I've failed to fuse with magic tools. Ji Yi said again, just when this old man's heart was disheartened, I met a soul cultivator training in the sword domain. This soul cultivator's cultivation was profound, and like little friend Xiao, she was magnanimous. She didn't look down on this old man because I'm a tool cultivator. This old man is ashamed. Seeing her that day was like seeing a celestial being. In order to accompany her to a secret place, I disregarded the sex rules. Old man, who hasn't been young before? Even if you make a mistake, the heavens will forgive you. Xiaohua said with a smile. The Buddhist seal controlling the innate true water decreased by a bit. Yes, thinking about those 3 days, it was only 3 days. It made this old man think back 1,000 years. Ji Yi also said with a smile, this old man clearly remembers that her name was Ziyan. An elegant, gentle name, just like the purple jasmine flower in the sword tomb, with an earth-shattering splendor, but restrained divine splendor, not arrogant at all. Ziyan. Ziyi. Xiaohua was stunned. Why are they both surnamed Zi? Could it be that Ziyi is a soul cultivator? However, before Xiaohua could think more, Ji said again, unfortunately, it's already been 1,000 years. I don't know if she's still alive in this world. Chapter 25:11. Old Master Ji. Xiaohua said with a smile, I don't know much about soul cultivation techniques, but if the cultivators of my Tao sect can cultivate to the nascent soul stage, their lifespan can reach 2,000 years. Besides, you've lived for nearly 1,000 years. How can he not have a reason? That's true, but, how many people actually have such an opportunity? Ji Ye's voice rang out from within the seal of the ocean. The reason why I was able to live for so long was because of this seal of the ocean. My primordial spirit gradually fused with the seal of the ocean, and my body fused with it. Naturally, my lifespan was extended. If I had cultivated a Taoist art, I probably would have been reduced to a pile of bones long ago. Speaking of the sea overturning seal, it was also Ziyan's fortuitous encounter. In front of the secret plane, Ziyan encountered a Tai by sect cultivator. The two of them fought, and the Tai by sect cultivator was the one with the sea overturning seal. However, Ziyan was slightly inferior to that cultivator and had almost died in that cultivator's hands. When this old man saw this, my blood boiled, and I didn't care about anything else. I rushed forward and used my body to shield Ziyan. I only wanted to die for her. Good. Xiaohua couldn't help but cry out, giving a thumbs up and praising. Unfortunately, this old man was wrong. Ji Ye's voice rang out. What was this old man's cultivation at that time? How could he possibly block the sea overturning seal for Ziyan? Everything was just Ziyan's plan to lure the enemy. This old man is just imagining things. Old master, your block is not bad. You finally have an opportunity. Hearing Ji mention the seal of turning the sea, how could Xiaohua not know that there was something fishy about it? He smiled and said. That is indeed the case. Ji didn't deny it. If it wasn't for this old master blocking that attack and sustaining heavy injuries, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Not only will this seal not fall into this old man's hands, this old man will also not be able to obtain a secret technique of soul cultivation. Oh. Xiaohua nodded slightly. In fact, it's a secret technique that fuses the primordial spirit with the magical equipment. Ji didn't hide anything and said, that day, when Ziyan taught me the seal of overturning the sea and the secret technique, she clearly said that my aptitude was too poor and my primordial spirit was too weak. I couldn't cultivate at all, not even as an artifact cultivator. If you force yourself to cultivate, in the end, your primordial spirit will definitely dissipate into the magic treasure, and your body will become the body. Ah! Old man, you are. Xiaohua suddenly understood and hurriedly stopped the activation of the Xiantian true water. After telling Ji about this, Xiaohua's killing intent also decreased a lot. Little friend Xiao is indeed a kind person. Ji smiled and said, however, it's all too late. Earlier, this old man was a bit hesitant. After all, this old man has already fused with the seal of ocean overturning for 1,000 years. The seal of ocean overturning's coldness is constantly attacking this old man's primordial spirit. If this old man were to fight with you, I'm afraid that my primordial spirit would have already reached the end of dissipation. The old man has always said, even if I die, I have no regrets. That's what he means, right? Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. That's right, to be able to fight a magnanimous cultivator like little friend Xiao, it is indeed this old man's wish. Ji continued, this old man fused his body into an artifact to fight against the heavens, to fight against humans, right? If I can't fight, why did I make that choice 1,000 years ago? Since this old man has chosen this path, I will definitely walk it to the end without any hesitation. Yes, this little one understands. Xiaohua was filled with deep veneration towards Ji Yi. This little one will definitely fulfill the old man's wish. I'm afraid that in another hour, this old man's primordial spirit will dissipate. Before this old man died, I had some regrets. After saying so much, I only hope that someone in this world can understand some of this old man's thoughts. Even if I'm an artifact cultivator, a beast cultivator, even if I'm an unorthodox cultivator in the eyes of you Tao cultivators, behind everyone's back is a sad story, behind everyone's back is the blood and sweat of struggle. Alright, Xiaohua slightly bit his lips and replied in a low voice, this little one is actually also a loose cultivator, I also have some feelings towards this, forget it. This old man has lived for 1,000 years, and every day, I've been fighting against the erosion of this magic weapon. Now is the time to end it. Come, it's useless to say more. Let this old man see your magic power. If you can withstand this old man's final attack, this old man will give you a surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, the seal of Turn the Ocean flashed with an intense brilliance. A rumbling sound that seemed to be able to overturn mountains and seas could be heard. Then, a force that was several times stronger than before was generated, resisting the 7 stars array's confinement force. Rise! Xiaohua did not hesitate and hurriedly used the Buddhist seal, activating the innate true water. On one hand, he corroded and suppressed the brilliance of the seal of Turning the Sea, and on the other hand, he tried his best to stabilize the 7 stars great array. Seeing that the waves were several times stronger than before, Xiaohua waved his hand, holding the wishful staff in his hand, and entered the 7 stars great array, smashing towards the seal of Turning the Sea. Xiaohua understood that the best way now was to use all his means to fight against the seal of Turning the Sea and send Ji Yi on his way. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaohua waved the wishful staff casually, and every time it touched the brilliance of the seal of Turning the Sea, it made a roaring sound. Although the seal of Turning the Sea trembled slightly each time, it always stood tall and strong, like a cornerstone. Tisk, tisk, Xiaohua sighed with emotion, this kind of magic treasure can truly display the power of a magic treasure. It's a pity that I can't try this secret technique. Even if I get this seal of Turning the Sea, I'm afraid it won't have such power. Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua became alert again. Previously, Ji Yi withdrew his divine sense because he was afraid of being corroded by the innate true water, but now, he sent it out again, through the 7 stars great array and the innate true water to cover the sword pouch. He wanted to use the sword pouch to destroy the 7 stars great array. Hee. The corners of Xiaohua's mouth curled into a smile as he took out the soul-absorbing bell and the toad. His soul thread swayed, and with a loud dang, the ice-cold divine sense abruptly withdrew as if it was bitten by a venomous snake. Xiaohua seized the opportunity to pursue and strike the bell twice more. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the divine sense retracted, but the brilliance of the seal of Turning the Sea became even more brilliant. In fact, as the sealing power of the seal of Turning the Sea increased, the 7 stars great array faintly showed signs of losing control. Roar! Suddenly, there was a loud rumble. The innate true water was knocked dozens of meters away by the seal of Turning the Sea. The entire 7 stars great array also lost control in an instant. The seal of Turning the Sea gained its freedom and circled in the air for a bit before flying off into the distance. Not good. Seeing that the seal of Turning the Sea was about to leave and that Ji Ye's voice didn't come, Xiaohua immediately understood. Ji Ye's primordial spirit had most likely disappeared. Although he said there was still some time, it was only because of his powerful attack and the use of the soul armament that it collapsed a step earlier. And that last attack just now should be Ji Ye's final move. Where do you think you're going? Xiaohua flew up and slapped his hand, taking out the giant hand talisman. Under the urging of his magic power, the magic power around Xiaohua's body was instantly sucked into the talisman. Wang, with a loud rumble, a giant hand of several meters in size appeared in the air. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 meters of the area also swarmed over and fused into the giant hand. You can stay here. Xiaohua formed a hand seal. The giant hand scooped up in the air and a powerful force firmly covered the seal of turning the sea. The seal of turning the sea that originally flew dozens of meters away was like an eagle spreading its wings. Although it let out a buzzing sound, it still couldn't move even half a foot. Immediately, Xiaohua urged the giant hand. That giant hand slowly closed, wanting to grab the seal of turning the sea. The seal of turning the sea suddenly shrank and rushed towards the giant hand. With a loud rumble, the seal of turning the sea actually smashed into the giant hand. Not good. Xiaohua said to himself. The giant hand talisman was originally damaged, how could it withstand the full power of the seal of turning the sea? However, Xiaohua didn't panic. He urged the innate true water to quickly wrap around the giant hand. The 7 stars great formation also rushed outside the innate true water. With another loud rumble, the seal of turning the sea indeed broke free from the giant hand's control. Following that, the giant hand turned into another talisman and floated down, while the seal of turning the sea itself rushed into the innate true water. This young master wants to see where you can run. Seeing that the seal of turning the sea that had fallen into the innate true water no longer had its previous radiance and that the space it opened was getting smaller and smaller, Xiaohua laughed loudly. But then, a kind of sadness emerged in his heart. Ji Yi was like a spring flower in autumn. In order to pursue the peak of cultivation, he burned his life away at the last moment of the battle. He seemed to be untimely, but it also seemed to be a matter of course. Admittedly, he got what he wanted, but Ji Yi wasn't the first to have this kind of pursuit, and he definitely wouldn't be the last. Perhaps there would never be the last. The path of cultivation was long and endless. Who didn't seek it in loneliness? This kind of opponent was worthy of respect and was hard to meet, but at the same time, he could also be kept in his heart. Xiaohua's heart was filled with sorrow. He waved his hands, and countless thick heavenly lightning fell from the sky and landed on the seal of turning the sea. It was as if only this kind of sacred heavenly lightning could represent Xiaohua's respect for Ji Yi. Sure enough, following the baptism of the heavenly lightning, the seal of turning the sea's radiance became smaller and smaller. Even the fine lines and talismans on it could be seen clearly. Old Master Ji. Xiaohua stared at the seal of turning the sea and said in a low voice, although you are arrogant and think that this kid's cultivation is only at the late gold core stage, you are still wrong. You are only at the 2nd or 3rd stage of the illusory sword realm. With your cultivation, although you can make the seal of turning the sea display its power, and even challenge the limit of the seal of turning the sea in the end, the seal of turning the sea that you have turned into is still not this kid's match. Of course, now that you have turned into a tool, this seal of turning the sea will be this kid's magic treasure in the future. This kid will definitely make this seal of turning the sea proud and truly suppress the 4 seas. Immediately after, Xiaohua put away the true water. The Buddha's Sarira chanted incantations, wanting to transcend Ji Yi. Who would have thought that Ji Ye's soul wasn't here at all? This seems to be similar to the situation with the 12 flying swords. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. At the same time that he put away the Buddha's Sarira, he called out Goldie. He let Goldie watch at the side. After waiting for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the radiance on the seal of turning the sea completely disappeared. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to fly into the great array and release his divine sense. He spat a mouthful of essence blood on the seal of turning the sea and began to refine it according to the method of refining the cloud-suppressing seal. Following Xiaohua's refining, the seal of turning the sea began to flicker. The dragon body that was coiling around the seal also began to move. Chapter 25:12. After the yellow light flickered and flickered several times, a strand of divine sense rushed into Xiaohua's mind from the seal of turning sea. Oh! Xiaohua was startled. He was about to activate God guidance, but he sensed that this was a weak remnant thought. He hurriedly wrapped it with his divine sense, and the information inside was projected into Xiao Hua's mind. This is the surprise old Master Ji was talking about. After a while, Xiao Hua frowned, and his expression was indescribable. Return. Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and the seal of turning sea slowly shrunk, turning into a palm-sized seal and falling into his hand. Looking at this intact magic treasure, Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. This seemed to be the first intact magic treasure he had obtained. Unfortunately, today's movement was too big. Tens of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators witnessed it. Won't this young master's heroic appearance spread throughout Sky Patrol City in the future? This seal of turning sea can't be used. Xiao Hua thought smugly. Then, Xiao Hua suddenly exclaimed, "Loss, loss. Old Master Ji, where's your storage pouch? Why didn't I see it?" Ji turned into a tool, and all his things disappeared. Where did his storage pouch go? Could it be that he didn't bring it when he came out? Thinking about it, Xiao Hua really couldn't be sure whether he saw Ji Ye's storage pouch or not. Forget it. Presumably, the old man knew that he didn't have much time left, so he left everything to his disciples and grand-disciples. Xiao Hua put away the seal of turning sea, the sword pouch and 7 flying swords, and jumped into the sky, flying towards the 7 Extremes Ridge. When he arrived at the battlefield, Xiao Hua still turned into Wu Ming, and the cultivators all cheered when they saw Xiao Hua return. And Ruoxi looked like a funeral. Can Sheng was naturally the first to come up, and he bowed. Can Sheng of Canlei Palace greets Senior Martial Brother Wu Ming. May I know which disciple's master is Senior Martial Brother Wu Ming? Xiao Hua looked at him and waved his hand. Don't ask who I am, I'm just passing by. You wouldn't know who my disciple is even if I told you. Yes, this disciple knows. Can Sheng didn't dare to say more. Many thanks to Senior Brother Nameless for saving my life. Ming Yu's eyes glowed as she bowed. When did I save your life? Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, not understanding. It seems that I saved my own wife, right? However, Xiao Hua still waved his hand. No need, no need. This old man is just passing by. You can continue. Dare I ask, Senior? Ruoxi didn't dare to step forward. She bowed and asked, Senior Apprentice Brother Ji Yi, this old man has returned. Where do you think Ji Yi went? Xiao Hua didn't answer. Instead, he said, although some people have gone, they still live in this world. Just like some people who didn't go, they might not live in this world. Ruoxi was confused, but she understood Ji Ye's fate. Thinking about Ji Yi and Yun Bai, she couldn't help but feel sad. Senior Martial Brother, we've already come to an agreement. Now that Senior Brother has returned, I hope that Senior Brother can make the decision. Should we let the sword cultivators of the 7 Extremes Ridge leave? Can Sheng cupped his hands and asked. Let's do as you've already agreed. Xiao Hua waved his hand. He knew that if he didn't agree, there would definitely be tens of thousands of lives buried here. Thinking about Ji Yi, perhaps not every sword cultivator was so warlike, murderous, and ferocious. Many thanks, Senior. Ruoxi's heart sank, then she hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Forget it. You kill me, I kill you. When will it end? Xiao Hua waved his hand and flew into the sky. He flicked his sleeves and said, oh, right. Just pretend I didn't say anything. You can continue. Senior, suddenly, Guyu jumped out from beside Li Chun and shouted. Oh. Xiao Hua was startled. From now on, Junior will withdraw from the war and won't stain anyone's blood. Guyu shouted. It can't be. If someone wants to kill you, you won't fight back. Xiao Hua naturally recognized Guyu. Seeing that she was talking to him so seriously, he couldn't help but laugh. Of course Junior can't not fight back. Guyu's face was somewhat red. Alright, you can do whatever you want. Just pretend this old man didn't come here. Xiao Hua said, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. When he saw the faintly discernible laughter in Fairy Hongxia's eyes, he was startled. Damn it. Like I said, I can't hide it from my wife. I had better hurry up and leave. After being disturbed by Guyu, this girl, I really can't explain it clearly. Senior brother, where are you going? Can Sheng hurriedly shouted. Nonsense, naturally I'm going to the place I want to go. Xiao Hua didn't answer at all. He only muttered in his stomach. Lightning flashed around his body again, and he rushed out with lightning. Seeing this senior brother of his with incomparable magical power leave with lightning majestically, Can Sheng still scratched his head. Which senior brother of Heavenly Thunder Palace is this? How come I don't have any impression of him? Fairy Hongxia was actually like Xiao Hua thought. She looked up and down at Guyu who was standing in the sky far away, somewhat pensive. Xiao Hua came, the battle situation of 7 Extremes Ridge changed. Xiao Hua left, the victory of 7 Extremes Ridge was also set. Imperial Thunder Sect and Huanhua Sect originally came to spy on the strength of the sword cultivators in 7 Extremes Ridge. They didn't expect to take down 7 Extremes Ridge in one fell swoop. It was imaginable that they were wild with joy. However, it wasn't known whether this battle had the same purpose as the meeting in Sky Patrol City. Of course, this was not something Xiao Hua could know. This guy was now flying in the direction of Flowing Ice Valley. At the same time, he took out his severely damaged cloud-suppressing seal and thought about how to integrate the seal of turning the sea into the cloud-suppressing seal. If he didn't make use of such a powerful magic weapon, wouldn't it be too wasteful? However, if he hid this thing in the cloud-suppressing seal, although the idea was a novel one, this novel idea was too small. He couldn't figure it out. Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua was somewhat annoyed, just treat it as a wasted trip today. Sigh, and this thunder-controlling seal, can't you lower your voice a little? Why is your voice so loud, people can hear it from afar? How could Can Sheng of Imperial Thunder Palace not tell that it was thunder-controlling seal? I don't know how he would report it to Qian Mo. Damn it. That black and ugly sword cultivator didn't die in vain. If she didn't sneak attack my wife, how could this young master use thunder-controlling seal? Humph, luckily she was corroded to death by the innate true water. If she didn't die, this young master will let her taste the feeling of being struck by lightning. In short, Xiao Hua's heart was depressed. Although he saved Fairy Hongxia, there was a possibility that he would be exposed. Thunder-controlling seal, that was a lightning escape technique that even Qian Lei Zi couldn't cultivate. How could a golden core disciple cultivate it? If Qian Lei Zi found out, no, even if Qian Mo found out, he would definitely search the entire Sky Patrol City for him. In this world, there was no wall that didn't have a crack. Once someone found out, even if the secret of the space wouldn't be discovered, what about the cultivation of the Buddhist sect? It was really hard to say. Also, how did that little girl Guyu recognize this young master? Xiao Hua was puzzled again. Could it be that this young master is the only one in the thunder-controlling sect who can control the heavenly lightning? Humph, this young master's phoenix celestial body is already gone. Even if you beat me to death, this young master will not admit it. But, if a cultivator wants to know the truth, do they need to beat you to death? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua almost cried. This is really a loss. Senior Ji, where is your storage pouch? Why didn't you reveal it in my spirit sense? Li Zongbao is still the most loyal. Xiao Hua unconsciously made a decision. From now on, this young master will definitely not enter Sky Patrol City. This young master wants to see which nascent soul cultivator dares to find trouble with this young master. Flowing Ice Valley and 7 Extremes Ridge were not in the same direction. Even if Xiao Hua used thunder-controlling seal, the rolling thunder resounded through the sky, but it still took him more than 10 days to reach the vicinity. In these 10 days, Xiao Hua did not do anything else. He was in a dilemma. He felt that the deeper he went into the war, the greater the possibility of him being exposed. It felt like he was in a quagmire. Flowing Ice Valley was an area of 1,000 miles, much larger than Seven Extremes Ridge. In this area, there was a surging river. The source was naturally a few extremely tall snow mountains in the Huan Kingdom. First, the snow on the snow mountains melted slightly under the sun. These few drops slowly flowed, turning into a dozen drops. Gradually, these dozen drops gathered again, turning into hundreds of drops, thousands of drops, and finally into a trickle. These trickles flowed down from different snow mountains, and under the uncanny workmanship of the heavenly way, they gathered together again, turning into a small stream. The small stream flowed out from the snow region of the Huan Kingdom, gradually reaching the border between the Huan Kingdom and the Shi Kingdom. During this period, other streams converged, and finally formed a river that was dozens of feet long. This river meandered through the rugged valley. Ice fragments flowed down from the valley and the cold in the valley. Large amounts of ice flowed in the river, and thus, Flowing Ice Valley became famous. The river in Flowing Ice Valley still flowed into Shi and even into Lian. As for whether it flowed into Guihe or not, Xiaohua did not know. However, when he saw the turbulent river in the valley, he could not help but sigh at the magnificence of the heavenly Tao. The snowy plateau is extremely cold. All the flowing water has turned into ice. Even if it can flow, it is still under the ice. Here, the mountain range is at least 1,000 miles. The cold wind cannot directly blow in. Because the temperature in Flowing Ice Valley is higher, the river does not need to be completely frozen. This is why it can become a river of ice. If I did not see it with my own eyes, how could I believe that this extremely cold plateau has such a wondrous scene? Seeing the turbulent river in Flowing Ice Valley, almost comparable to the cold river of Tianmen Mountain, Xiaohua could not help but sigh with emotion. Immediately after, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and scanned the area within 100 miles. He did not see any trace of Li Zongbao's group, so he used the bright thunder escape to fly towards the depths of Flowing Ice Valley. He also took out his token to constantly check the situation inside. After flying for another hour, he saw that he had reached the depths of Flowing Ice Valley. The temperature was a bit warmer, and the ice in the river had decreased. Moreover, the river path was even more steep. The river water rumbled, but there was still no trace of Li Zongbao's group. Chapter 25:13. Strange, could it be that the fight is already over? Xiaohua pinched his chin as he pondered. At this moment, a corpse suddenly emerged from the flowing ice in the rushing river. Soon after, it sank to the bottom of the river. The traces of blood left on the river surface gradually dissipated. Seeing this, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Since there are corpses following the river, there must be a fight in the upper reaches of the river. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily released his Buddhist sense and flew in the direction of the river. However, he only flew for a moment before giving up. This river was winding and rugged, and it actually circled around the mountain ridge. He couldn't fly around the mountain ridge, right? Rushing high into the sky, Xiaohua hastily flew in the direction of the extreme north. Sure enough, in the time it took to eat a meal, on the distant mountain ridge, he saw a dozen or so swordsmen surrounding several middle-stage Foundation establishment Cool Breeze Valley cultivators and attacking them. The Cool Breeze Valley cultivators were already unable to hold on. They were already showing signs of defeat and could only barely hold on under the sword light. There weren't any other cultivators nearby. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they would definitely die in the hands of the sword cultivators. Don't hurt my Dao sect cultivators. Xiaohua shouted loudly. With a wave of his hand, he took out his devil hammer and rushed towards the mountain ridge. Ha ha ha, sure enough, someone is courting death. A bald swordsman looked up and laughed loudly. Just now, I was saying that these cultivators weren't important enough. Now, another middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator is sent over. As he spoke, the swordsman pointed his finger. A greenwood sword flew out from the fierce battle and stabbed towards Xiaohua's direction. How dare you? At this moment, how could Xiaohua put this swordsman in his eyes? Seeing the greenwood-like flying sword rushing towards him, without waiting for the sword light to change, he covered it with his Taoist robe and immediately took the greenwood sword in his hand. He completely cut off the connection between the flying sword and the sword cultivator and casually threw it into the space. Ah! The swordsman's eyes widened in shock. He was somewhat unable to react. This didn't conform to the way of the sword. How could a Foundation establishment cultivator take away the flying sword of the swordsman with his bare hands? While he was still in shock, Xiaohua suddenly sped up. He used the same old method, swinging the demonic hammer in his hand and smashing it down on the sword cultivator's forehead. Pfft! The sword cultivator was shocked. The demonic hammer was coming at him with a suffocating aura. The sharp sound of the wind was extremely ear-piercing. Without hesitation, he spat out his intrinsic dagger. He wanted to block the demonic hammer, but he quickly retreated. It was exactly the same as when Xiaohua killed a sword cultivator in the past. With a dang sound, the flying sword was cleverly smashed by Xiaohua on the sword's spine, and was shot down. As deep cracks appeared on the surface of the sword, the swordsman's primordial spirit was severely injured and he was extremely dispirited. Following that, there was another pu sound as the demonic hammer smashed into the sword cultivator's forehead without exception. Following that, the sword cultivator's corpse fell into the river. Strangely, the corpse didn't float, but sank directly into the river. Hiss! Xiaohua smoothly killed the swordsman like flowing ice in the river. The swordsmen who were watching the show as usual felt their hearts tremble. At the same time, Xiaohua clapped his hand again and took out the soul-sucking bell and the toad. With a loud dang sound, among the dozen or so sword cultivators, 4 of them immediately lost consciousness. The other 10 or so swordsmen swayed slightly and frowned. They weren't affected by the soul-sucking bell. Be careful. This cultivator actually has a soul tool. One of the swordsmen, who looked old, hastily shouted. Don't worry. We've been fighting soul cultivators in Shuiyu Mountain for so many years, how could we not know? Another 6th-rank swordsman shouted. He pointed his finger, and an azure sword light rushed out and stabbed at Xiaohua. Similarly, another 2 6th-rank swordsmen urged on their flying swords and stabbed at Xiaohua at the same time. Oh! These swordsmen aren't affected by the soul-sucking bell. Xiaohua was slightly surprised, but when he heard the swordsman's words, he instantly understood. These 5th and 6th-rank swordsmen must have fought soul cultivators before. They were similar to the swordsmen Xiaohua had met before. Either they had a secret technique, or they had a soul tool to protect them. As the war continues, the sword cultivators we meet are becoming more and more powerful. Xiaohua was silent. He put the soul-sucking bell into his space, and with a wave of his hand, the universe in the sleeve technique came out one after another. The swift and fierce flying swords of the 3 swordsmen were immediately trapped by a strong sealing force. Before they could urge on their sword energy, Xiaohua put their flying swords into his storage bag. Hurry up and leave. This cultivator's secret technique is powerful. The old swordsman who had warned Xiaohua just now had been paying attention to this place. Seeing Xiaohua easily put away the flying swords of the 3 swordsmen, he was already alarmed. Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted loudly. Completely ignoring the several Cool Breeze Valley cultivators, he stepped on his flying sword and rushed over, bringing 2 of the swordsmen with him into the blue sky. The remaining 10 or so swordsmen really did follow orders. Even though one of the swordsmen's flying sword had already pierced the chest of a Cool Breeze Valley cultivator, he still put away his flying sword and flew in the direction of the old swordsman in a group of 3. The 3 of them didn't fly very fast, and each group maintained a certain distance from each other. In fact, the last group even waited for the swordsman whose flying sword Xiao Hua put away in midair. Tsk tisk. If Xiao Hua had chased after them, he would naturally have been able to easily kill them all. However, looking at these swordsmen who were merely sixth-stage swordsmen, Xiao Hua stood with his hands clasped behind his back and inwardly nodded. Not bad, they really do have a fighting style. Cultivators like us can't compare to them. Seeing that Xiao Hua actually didn't chase after them, not only were the anxious swordsmen puzzled, even the Cool Breeze Valley disciples who flew over to express their thanks were also puzzled. After greeting and expressing their thanks, a slightly older Cool Breeze Valley disciple smiled apologetically and said, "Junior Martial Brother Xiao, these sword cultivators have killed many of my Cool Breeze Valley's disciples. We hate ourselves for not having the ability to kill enemies, Senior Martial Brother Lu." Xiao Hua hastily waved his hand and said, "It's not that little brother doesn't want to kill them. You also saw that little brother only relied on a secret technique, but this thing consumes a lot of transcendence energy, and it's only pleasing to the eye but useless. If they see a flaw, little brother's life won't be guaranteed. In addition, little brother still has to look for Senior Martial Brother Li Zongbao, so I can't waste any more time. Right, where is the battlefield in Flowing Ice Valley? Which fellow Daoist is willing to take little brother there?" Well, hearing that Xiao Hua wanted someone to take him to the battlefield in Flowing Ice Valley, these disciples shrunk their necks one by one and no longer made a sound. It seems that these Cool Breeze Valley disciples escaped from the battlefield in Flowing Ice Valley, right? Xiao Hua muttered to himself. Thinking about how the sword cultivators retreated in an orderly manner just now, he was slightly anxious in his heart. The difference was really too big. If it weren't for his powerful transcendence energy, he definitely wouldn't dare to go there. Fellow Taoists, you only need to tell little brother the direction and location. Xiao Hua hastily changed his words again. There's a problem with the communication token between little brother and Senior Martial Brother Li Zongbao. Alright, Junior Martial Brother Xiao knows. The old disciple hastily smiled apologetically again. It's not that we can't go, don't say anymore. Xiao Hua hastily waved his hand. Little brother understands in his heart that there's a choice between life and death. This is my nature. Senior Martial Brother knows, just tell me the location. You can either wait again or go straight to the Sky Patrol City. Little brother hasn't seen anyone today. Yes, I understand. The disciple's face was obviously relieved. He hastily told Xiao Hua the location, and Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. His figure floated up and flew towards the location that the disciple said. As for where these Cool Breeze Valley disciples would go, it wasn't Xiao Hua's concern. He kept flying north for more than 40 miles, and he saw a mountain peak standing in the middle of the river like a mainstay. All the flowing ice that rushed to this place was blocked by this mountain peak and shattered. Then, the river water was divided into two halves. One half was slightly cool and slightly oval, while the other half was slightly turbid and slightly wavy. Xiao Hua flew to the turbid area, and with a sweep of his divine sense, his hands formed a water-repelling seal, and his figure rushed straight into the river water. He plunged straight into the river water for more than 10 feet, and he saw that there were more than 10 holes in the mountain peak. Xiao Hua picked one up and rushed into it. Naturally, there was river water in the cave, but the cave was very long. After flying along the cave for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, his eyes suddenly opened up. The river water had disappeared, and what appeared in front of Xiao Hua was an endless karst cave. Hiss! Xiao Hua stood in the air, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The karst cave was filled with the smell of blood, and the ground was covered with corpses. The stone walls, the ground, and everywhere else were covered in dirty blood. However, when Xiao Hua released his divine sense and Buddhist sense, he found that they were limited by the special stone walls of this place, and couldn't go very far. AI. This flowing ice valley is so difficult to enter, and it's really a case of one man holding back 10,000 men. The cultivators of my Tao sect were able to enter, and they suffered heavy casualties. Xiao Hua clapped his hands, took out the yang leaf fan, and flew in after finding a direction. It seemed that the battle in Flowing Ice Valley had come to an end. Although there were some swordsmen and cultivators who survived, Xiao Hua didn't care. He passed through one karst cave after another, and flew towards the innermost part of the spirit stone vein. After the time it took to eat a meal, and who knew how many corpses he had seen, Xiao Hua was somewhat impatient. At this moment, the token in his hand suddenly moved. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He immersed his divine sense in to take a look, and his figure immediately turned left, and flew towards a dark karst cave. Sure enough, just as he turned a few corners, he heard a rumbling sound of thunder in front of him, and the faint sound of collision. Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he used the Devil Realm's concealment technique, and quietly rushed in. He saw that this was an incomparably huge underground karst cave, and this karst cave was connected to one another. It was probably tens of li in size, and there were many stalactites hanging from the stone walls above his head, and they were actually tens of zhang high. Looking at his feet, there were also some large and small stalactites, and they flickered with a strange brilliance. This space was so big, so wide, and he didn't know how deep he was in Flowing Ice Valley. Damn it, if it weren't for those few Cool Breeze Valley disciples, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find this place in my lifetime. Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense, and he had already seen that there were tens of thousands of cultivators fighting in this underground karst cave, and it wasn't too difficult to find Li Zongbao. Chapter 25:14. Sure enough, Xiao Hua flew to the highest point of the cliff. Just as he flew a few miles, he heard a familiar voice shouting, "Don't go, eat my whip." Damn it! Xiao Hua swept with his Buddhist awareness and immediately recognized Li Zongbao, who was holding the piercing immortal whip in his hand. That dazzling yellow piercing immortal whip streaked across the sky like a golden dragon and rushed into the flying sword of a drawing swordsman. However, Xiao Hua saw that the shadow of the piercing immortal whip was abnormally clear and there was only one shadow. He knew that Li Zongbao's magic power should be almost exhausted. Just as he expected, Li Zongbao's opponent was a tall and fat middle-aged swordsman. Just his figure alone was 2 times bigger than Li Zongbao. Seeing the piercing immortal whip coming, the fat swordsman's face showed disdain. The sword in his hand changed slightly. The shadow of the sword changed instantly and turned into a huge solid ice, blocking the piercing immortal whip. Poof! The piercing immortal whip rushed into the solid ice, shattering the sword light in the middle. Moreover, as Li Zongbao formed another seal, the piercing immortal whip violently swung, as if it wanted to crush the shadow of the sword. Who would have thought that the solid ice would also let out a sword cry at the same time? All the sword lights were like flowing ice in Flowing Ice Valley, wrapping around the piercing immortal whip in an instant. The sword lights pierced into the shadow of the whip and the yellow brilliance drilled in. Explode! Li Zongbao's face flashed with a trace of redness. The seal in his hand changed again. The brilliance of the piercing immortal whip brightened, and all the brilliance seemed to leave the body. Following Li Zongbao's shout, it suddenly exploded. With a loud rumbling sound, all the sword lights turned into fireflies and scattered in all directions. The middle-aged swordsman's body shook violently. Obviously, his flying sword was damaged and he was seriously injured. However, he still gritted his teeth and formed another seal with all his might, wanting to take back his flying sword, but at this moment, a huge halo suddenly fell from the sky and wrapped around the swordsman's waist. The swordsman was shocked. He hurriedly jumped up and lowered his head. The small life sword in his mouth pierced towards the halo. However, he was still too slow. He saw a sawtooth shape suddenly appear on the circle of light. It spun rapidly and shrank rapidly. Before the swordsman's intrinsic sword could fly out, it immediately sliced the swordsman in half. The sword light on the swordsman's body flickered rapidly before he lost his life. Immediately after, a black shadow rushed over from a corner not far away and grabbed the swordsman's storage pouch. At the same time, the broken flying sword was also put into the storage pouch. Who else could it be but Xiao Mao? Xiao Mao was the one who had deftly turned the light ring into a universe ring. Xiao Mao stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers at Li Zongbao. Once again, he slipped into the darkness like a cat. At the same time, he activated the invisibility talisman and his entire body disappeared. Li Zongbao's expression did not change. He turned a deaf ear to Xiao Mao's signal. With a wave of his hand, the immortal piercing whip that had lost its luster fell into his hand. He reached into his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. Without even looking, he poured out a few elixirs and swallowed them. After waiting for a while, Li Zongbao's face gradually returned to normal. He raised his eyes and looked around. There were no swordsmen within 100 feet of him. The closest ones were 2 disciples of the Middle Foundation establishment stage and 2 disciples of the 3rd grade. Although it was a bit difficult, it was not dangerous. Sigh. Li Zongbao sighed inexplicably. Although he could still use his divine thoughts, he could not help but turn his head and look at the entrance of the karst cave. However, there was still a lot of fighting at the entrance of the karst cave. Hundreds of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators blocked Li Zongbao's line of sight, making it impossible for him to see if that person was at the entrance of the karst cave. This kind of helplessness made him feel even more helpless. Li Zongbao originally thought that as the number 1 person below the golden core stage, he would be like a fish in water in this battle of Dao cultivators. However, the cruelty of reality taught him a lesson. An individual's cultivation would always be insignificant on this battlefield where thousands or even tens of thousands of people were involved in a battle. Unless this person's cultivator could control this battle. Could Li Zongbao's cultivation do it? Obviously, he could not. Against a 6th grade swordsman, Li Zongbao could easily kill him with disdain. Li Zongbao would be able to kill 10 swordsmen who were at the 6th grade of unsheathed swords. But against 100? Not to mention 100, even against 26th grade swordsmen, Li Zongbao knew that he would not be able to win easily. Even if he could perish together with them, it would be good enough. Thinking back to the day when he mocked those cultivators who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, Li Zongbao could not help but laugh bitterly. Those cultivators did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but they also knew the importance of teamwork. Hundreds of them attacked together, but he was alone. With the permission of the meeting hall, he was abnormally arrogant and wanted to kill Qin Jian. How could he kill Qin Jian? That was an illusory swordsman. Furthermore, all the cultivators did not know whether Qin Jian was a 2nd grade or 3rd grade illusory swordsman. Furthermore, none of the cultivators who saw Qin Jian returned alive. It seemed that the one who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, should be him. If it was before coming to Flowing Ice Valley, Li Zongbao was still a little disdainful of swordsmen. He felt that they were just so, and he had killed many of them. However, after fighting with the swordsmen of Flowing Ice Valley for half a day, Li Zongbao realized that the swordsmen of Flowing Ice Valley were very different from the ones he had met before. Not only were they very experienced in fighting, but their methods were also very ruthless. They often had some unexpected methods that made Li Zongbao tremble in fear. Thinking back to the day when he came to help the ambushed disciples of the Utopia faction, and then thinking back to the dozens of sword cultivators he had killed in the past half a day. Li Zongbao's heart was a little red. Among the dozens of sword cultivators, only 4 or 5 of them were killed by Li Zongbao alone. In the end, he was besieged by 3 6th-grade swordsmen. If it wasn't for Xiao Mao's help, risking his life to surprise and kill 1 swordsman, how could he have taken advantage of the chaos to kill 2 swordsmen? Xiao Mao also suffered some internal injuries because of this. He had a private discussion with him and asked him to challenge the swordsmen while Xiao Mao secretly killed them. Normally, Li Zongbao would have rejected without hesitation. He had no intention of cooperating with Xiao Mao, who was only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. But today, he could only nod his head. So much so that he understood in his heart that Xiao Mao was actually taking care of him. However, he did not see anyone coming from the karst cave. Li Zongbao turned his head sadly. At this moment, a voice floated down from above his head. "Ha! Senior brother Li, you dropped something." "Bullshit, you're the one who dropped something." Li Zongbao's eyes burned, and he scolded in an extremely rare manner. Xiao Hua's figure in front of him fell down along with his voice. He, Xiao Hua smiled faintly and gestured towards the place where Xiao Mao was hiding. "Come here. Big brother." Xiao Mao cried out in pleasant surprise. He appeared from the side of a stalactite and was about to rush over. "Careful," Li Zongbao said anxiously. At this moment, not far from Xiao Mao, a third-grade swordsman had just killed a Cool Breeze Valley cultivator and was looking for an opponent. Seeing Xiao Mao appear, he pointed his finger without hesitation. A stream of light pierced towards Xiao Mao's back at lightning speed. "Humph!" Xiao Hua sneered. That swordsman cried out, covered his head with both hands, and fell to the ground. Xiao Mao naturally dodged the flying sword very easily and killed that swordsman. Then, he naturally picked up the storage bag and flew over. "Oh! Senior brother Li. What happened to you?" Xiao Hua suddenly turned his head and glanced at Li Zongbao, whose expression was not right. "No. Nothing." Li Zongbao's face gradually turned cold. "Just now, there was some backlash from my mental cultivation method." Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he did not dare to ask more. "Big brother, why did you only come now?" Xiao Mao did not suffer any backlash from his mental cultivation method and asked happily. "This is already fast enough." Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you know how far 7 Extremes Ridge is from here?" "I don't know." Xiao Mao answered honestly. "How's 7 Extremes Ridge?" Li Zongbao's tone was already indifferent. "How's your Imperial Thunder Sect situation?" "I haven't arrived yet, but I heard that a Golden Core Master went over and killed a third-grade illusory sword cultivator from 7 Extremes Ridge. The sword cultivators of 7 Extremes Ridge have all retreated from 7 Extremes Ridge." Xiao Hua said with a smile. So it's like that." Li Zongbao nodded slightly. "Where are the Golden Core Masters?" Xiao Hua looked and asked. Xiao Mao saw that Li Zongbao's expression was not right and hurriedly replied, "Martial Uncle Chu Hui from Utmost Happiness Faction, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu from Changbai Sect, and Senior Su Bo from Cool Breeze Valley. They entered to kill the illusory sword cultivator. And so, there are no golden core cultivators in this karst cave?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Xiao Mao nodded habitually and was very puzzled. "Yes. Good." Xiao Hua pointed at the entrance of the karst cave and said, "Brotherly, Xiao Mao, take out your weapons and fly side by side in front of I. If you see any swordsmen, kill them all. How about it?" "This. Okay." Xiao Mao was quite puzzled, but he still nodded. "Okay." Li Zongbao said concisely. "Let's go." Xiao Hua waved the sun leaf fan in his hand lightly, and a hot aura reverberated around the two of them. Li Zongbao turned around and flew towards the entrance of the karst cave. Although Xiao Mao was puzzled, he did not dare to be negligent. He flew to Li Zongbao's side, stretched out his hand, and took out his magic whip. After flying for a few feet, he encountered a 4th-grade swordsman who was fighting with a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The swordsman was like the swordsman just now. He suddenly covered his head with both hands, as if his head was hit by a flying sword. That Foundation Establishment cultivator I was still stunned at the side. Li Zongbao mercilessly lashed out with his whip, and immediately broke the swordsman's forehead. Immediately after, Li Zongbao did not even look and flew forward. Senior brotherly, the storage bag. Xiao Hua cried out from behind. That Foundation establishment cultivator was a disciple of utmost happiness faction. Seeing that senior brotherly Zongbao was so powerful and helped him out of danger, he hurriedly shouted, "Thank you, senior brother Zongbao." Chapter 25:16. After expressing his gratitude, the apprentice of the Utopia faction flew to the swordsman and took his storage bag. Then, he took out his own elixir and swallowed it. Then, he stood in the air and adjusted his breath slightly. Seeing that the disciple of the utmost happiness faction took the storage bag, Xiao Hua curled his lips and raised his eyebrows somewhat helplessly. He muttered, "Although a fly is small, it's still meat." The second opponent of Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao's group of 3 was a 6th-grade swordsman who had just killed another cultivator. Seeing the 3 of them flying over, he laughed nastily and was about to activate his flying sword. At the same time, the swordsman felt a stinging pain in his head. However, the swordsman suddenly came to his senses and immediately activated his secret technique to resist Xiao Hua's soul stab. Go to hell. Xiao Hua activated his yang leaf fan and a fire dragon rushed over, wanting to surround the swordsman. The swordsman naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured without a fight. He activated his sword light and rushed toward the fire dragon. However, Xiao Hua's fire dragon was too powerful. The fire passed through the sword light and almost burned the swordsman's body. The swordsman was alarmed and was about to activate his sword energy to extinguish the fire again when he saw a piercing immortal whip and a magic whip attacking from the left and right at the same time. The swordsman only had time to block the piercing immortal whip before the magic whip pierced his throat. When the swordsman fell in mid-air, Xiao Mao very nimbly rushed over and grabbed the storage bag in one hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, the flying sword that fell in mid-air also flew up. Ha ha ha. As expected of the surname Xiao. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. The actions of Xiao Hua and the other 2 were immediately seen by several swordsmen. They looked at each other and activated their magic weapons together to fly toward the 3 of them. The swordsmen were all 5th grade and 6th grade swords. Their flying swords were extremely sharp and the sword light was also of various colors and shapes. Some condensed into thin thorns, some condensed into raindrops. There was even a swordsman whose flying sword turned into the thickness of a pillar and stabbed toward the 3 of them from several directions. Li Zongbao took a deep breath as usual and was about to wave the piercing immortal whip again. At this time, Xiao Hua laughed in his ear and said, "Senior brotherly, don't be anxious." Immediately, Xiao Hua raised his hand and several inconspicuous yellow talismans flew out. "Big brother, are you sure?" Even though Xiao Mao had great trust in Xiao Hua, when he saw that Xiao Hua actually used a yellow talisman to defend against the enemy, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, seeing the numerous yellow talismans gradually transform into a ball of fire, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred feet actually surged into the ball of fire like a hurricane, and an indescribably terrifying aura was emitted from the ball of fire. Not to mention Xiao Mao, even the swordsmen were greatly shocked. Fortunately, one of the swordsmen came to his senses quickly and shouted, "Let's go." As he spoke, he was about to activate the flying sword that had already pierced into the fireball in preparation to escape. Rumble. No one had ever seen such a huge fireball talisman before. Like a blazing sun, it exploded beside several swordsmen. An incomparably hot flame rushed towards Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, and the 2 of them were pushed back more than 10 feet by this flame. After the flame subsided, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao looked at the place where they were just now. The previously arrogant flying swords had already been blown away, even if they were scattered in the distant stone wall. At this time, they could see that the quality of each flying sword was different. Some had many cracks, some had no brilliance, and the most miserable one had already been broken in 2. Looking at the several valiant and high-spirited swordsmen, they were now blown to a corner of the karst cave. The sword light on their bodies was slightly swaying, and their faces were pale from the lingering fear and the serious injuries of their primordial spirits. Kill! Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao shouted in unison, and each of them flew towards a swordsman. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took advantage of the eruption of fire spiritual energy from the fire talisman. A fire dragon rushed towards a cultivator, and he himself rushed towards another injured cultivator with the wishful steel staff in his hand. The sound of these fire talismans hidden under the yellow talismans was really loud. The residual sound of the explosion was like thunder rolling in the karst cave. The swordsmen and cultivators in the karst cave couldn't ignore it even if they didn't want to. When they saw Li Zongbao whipping a 5th-grade swordsman until his skin and flesh split open, Xiao Mao throwing the universe ring and smashing a 6th-grade swordsman's brain, and that thin and tall Xiao Hua, who they had never seen before, smashing a 5th-grade swordsman's chest with his club. Furthermore, beside these 3 swordsmen, there was another swordsman who was screaming from being burned. No matter how hard they tried, the sword light on his body was unable to block the bone-like flames. How could they not be astonished? The cultivators of the Utopia faction, Taibai faction, and Cool Breeze Valley were all in high spirits, and many sword cultivators were extremely angry. They all wanted to get away and kill these 3 extremely cruel cultivators. Of course, they each had their own opponents, and only the swordsmen near Xiao Hua and the others could be mobilized to besiege them. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao didn't have the slightest ripple on their faces when they saw close to 10 swordsmen surrounding them. Xiao Hua's methods were really too many. Not to mention other things, just this fire talisman alone was the first time they'd seen it, and its power was so great, so what if a few more came? Unfortunately, the fire talisman was Xiao Hua's secret item. He took out a few just now just to test its power. There were so many cultivators and swordsmen here, if Xiao Hua used too many, he would definitely be exposed. So Xiao Hua, who was hiding behind Li Zongbao, took out the soul-absorbing bell again. With a loud clang, only 2 of the 10 swordsmen swayed. They tried their best to resist for a moment, but they still fell from midair. The remaining 8 swordsmen's sword light flickered faintly. Although each of them had astonishment on their faces, they all resisted the soul-absorbing bell's soul-absorbing technique. Damn it, this thing is getting more and more useless. Xiao Hua was very helpless. He put the soul-absorbing bell and the toad into his space. With a touch of his hand, he took out the yang leaf fan. The 8 swordsmen urged their sword light, but they were somewhat hesitant. After all, their opponent actually had a soul tool. They had experience fighting soul cultivators, and they were afraid that Xiao Hua would have some soul technique that they couldn't guard against or some inexplicable fire talisman like before. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was delighted. He hurriedly transmitted a few words to Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao nodded expressionlessly. The immortal piercing whip in his hand shone with a yellow brilliance, and a row of whip shadows smashed towards the 3 swordsmen in front of him. Xiao Mao was somewhat hesitant, but he still obediently urged the universe ring in midair to trap the 2 swordsmen in front of him. Xiao Hua's figure swayed, and he actually rushed to the front for the first time. With a wave of his left hand, he still used the universe ring in the sleeve, and the yang leaf fan in his right hand flashed again, courting death. The 2 swordsmen in front of Xiao Hua were 6th-grade swordsmen. Seeing Xiao Hua recklessly challenge them first, they both sneered. One of their sword light flashed, and in a flash, it split into 3 and stabbed towards Xiao Hua in a shape. The other swordsman's figure flew up, and both of his legs kicked out. Sword light actually burst out from this swordsman's legs, setting off a whirlwind that rushed towards Xiao Hua's fire dragon. Seeing the 3 sword lights fall into Xiao Hua's sleeve, the swordsman only laughed nastily. Explode. The 3 sword lights collided with each other, and like fireworks in the sky, countless tiny sword lights streaked across the sky, blooming like dandelions. In the eyes of that swordsman, he seemed to have seen the sword lights pass through Xiao Hua's arm, pass through his Taoist robe, and even pass through his body. However, reality was always crueler than fantasy. He saw Xiao Hua's Taoist robe cover, and a powerful force was born, enveloping an area of a few feet. An inexplicable imprisoning force came from the space, and in an instant, that swordsman lost contact with his flying sword. That swordsman's face turned ashen. Although he didn't know why this imprisoning force was so strong, he had an intuition in his heart that this imprisoning force seemed to be different from the ordinary ones. Seeing Xiao Hua wave his arm and easily catch the flying sword that he was so proud of, as if he was pinching a firefly, the swordsman's figure didn't hesitate. He immediately turned around and fled, wanting to escape as far as he could before his primordial spirit was damaged. Ha! Xiao Hua saw that this swordsman was actually so decisive, and was also slightly surprised. This kind of swordsman who could pick up and let go was rarely seen before. Which one of them didn't stubbornly pester and hope for a fluke? In the next moment, Xiao Hua didn't crush any sword light, and directly put it into the space. What kind of flying sword could be exchanged for how many spirit stones? Xiao Hua probably knew better than anyone else. He wasn't willing to waste it. Of Xiao Hua's two opponents, one ran away as soon as they met face to face. The other one wanted to run, but he was relatively unlucky and was trapped by Xiao Hua's young leaf fan. That fire dragon not only entangled his flying sword, but also turned into a wall of fire that surrounded him all around. The hot flames on the fire dragon gradually swallowed the sword light, causing him to constantly urge his sword origin to resist. Seeing Xiao Hua turn his head to look at him, that swordsman's heart was hoodwinked, and he actually somewhat trembled. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua only glanced at him, and his figure suddenly flew to the side. The young leaf fan in his hand disappeared, and a pitch-black stick appeared. He raised his head and struck at one of Xiao Mao's opponents. Ha! Although Xiao Hua's wind escape technique was only at the elementary level, it was extremely flexible in this karst cave. In the blink of an eye, he floated to the side of the swordsman. The swordsman was urging his sword light to deal with Xiao Mao, and was quite caught off guard. He couldn't help but be surprised. He opened his mouth, and his small life source sword drew a sword mark, stabbing towards Xiao Hua's face. The sharp sound of the wind on the tip of the sword seemed to cut the air. However, when the head of the wishful steel staff strangely fell and hit the small sword with great precision, the strength of the wishful steel staff was like the tongue of a poisonous snake, causing the swordsman's heart to tremble. He couldn't care less about the flying sword that was stabbing towards Xiao Mao, and hurriedly urged his small life source sword. Of course, he was also too late. Although the small sword was as flexible as a fish, and although the small sword was made of extraordinary materials, the wishful steel staff was a fish hook, and the wishful steel staff was a divine thunder falling from the sky. With a pa sound, it hit the small sword. With a crisp kacha sound, the defensive sword light on the small sword was immediately annihilated with the arrival of the wishful steel staff, and the small sword was smashed into pieces. Looking at the swordsman again, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body trembled violently, and his face was pale. His eyes were filled with the incomprehension and fear that all swordsmen who encountered Xiao Hua had. Then, the shadow of the black stick flashed, and the swordsman didn't know anything. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.